face has got me mesmerized. The touch of your hand, you got me paralyzed. You are perfect in every way. Cause you are something of a masterpiece. You're all that I dream of when I fall asleep. You show me the way that I believe, the way that I believe.
Hey, no BRB. We need y'all to jump in. We're like 6 minutes out and I gotta crop you all up. I need you all in the breakout room, please.
Can you hear us? Hello?
Ignition sequence start. Engines armed. 5, 4, 3. Liftoff. We have liftoff.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Citruspace 2020. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Thank you for tuning in today. We're super excited to bring you guys this conference. Before we jump into anything, I just want to say a huge thank you to all of the speakers, sponsors, and everyone for joining us today. A huge congratulations to all of the GDSA team for putting this on. And I would like to say, you know, despite everything that we were given this year with transitioning into a virtual conference, we've got an incredible lineup of speakers, and we are so excited to bring that to you guys today. So who is excited for Citruspace 2020? Throw it down in the chat if you guys are excited. So without further ado, I would like to go ahead and introduce all of you guys to the board that has been responsible for putting in all the work to bring you guys here, bring you to Citruspace today. So as you can see, my name is Michael. My name is Michael Tumlin. I am the president of GDSA this year.
Hey everyone, my name is Esri. I am your Vice President for GDSA this year. My pronouns are she, her, and they, them.
Hey everyone, I'm Amina and I'm the treasurer. My pronouns are she, her.
Hey everyone, I'm Jennifer. I'm in charge of external relations and my pronouns are she, her.
Hey everyone, my name is Jordan. I am one half of your PR officers this year and I go by he, him.
Keeper muted, so if you want to repeat.
Hey guys, technical difficulties already. It's bound to happen. Welcome to 2020. I am Brooke and I'm the other half of public relations.
Hi everyone, I'm Ramisa. I'm the secretary of GDSA. So just a reminder before we jump in today that our tiers and merch for Citruspace are up and running. They will be only available to be purchased through tomorrow, so make sure to check it out. The link is in our description, and we have a lot of cool things set up for you guys for Citruspace this year. We have awesome swag from t-shirts, a zine that we as a GDSA made. We have patches, hats, stickers. Also, Mama Sauce came in the clutch and helped us create limited run posters designed by one of our speakers, Hank Washington. We also have some tiers that are like bundle versions of merch if you want to save some cash, because we know life hits hard. It's okay. But if you want some cool merch to support local artists, feel free to check that out on our website. Also, do you want to be a part of Citruspace? We created a design challenge and still have some spots available left. So our design challenge is called Spacepabet. It's an illustration typeface challenge, and shout out to Esri for creating a custom-made typeface for Citruspace itself. We also really want to get the design community involved with us for this event. So over the past month, we had people sign up for this event, and it was pretty cool, and we still have a few spots left. It's a first come, first served sign-up basis. The link is in the description, and you have until the end of today to send us back the design, which we will assign a letter to you. And you just have to kind of create a space term design within the letter. But again, if you sign up first come, first serve, more information will be sent to you. And Jordan and Brooke, go through.
Hey Jordan.
What's up, Brooke?
How you doing?
Good, how's it going?
Good. So like we said, we are your PR team. And we just want to make sure that everyone gets connected with us. If you would follow us on Instagram, our handle is GDSA UCF. And then you can always check out our website for upcoming events and follow us on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, all of the good stuff.
Definitely. So don't forget to give us a follow. And while you're there, check out our descriptions across all our channels. And while you're here watching the live stream, definitely check out the description down below to get more involved with GDSA, see the schedule for Citruspace today, and as well support our amazing lineup of speakers.
Yes, we are so excited. Also, if you RSVP'd, you got a digital grab bag with some gifts that we designed for you guys. So if you go to your photos, once you save them and you copy it, then you can paste it and put on your Instagram story. That'd be awesome. And make sure to tag us. We'd love to see it.
Yes, I can't wait to see everyone's stuff. And if you're looking to get more involved with GDSA, we are also doing a newsletter. It is started by our awesome Secretary Ramisa. She has been really giving us awesome design inspiration and just, allowing a better opportunity to connect with our community. So definitely make sure you're connected with our newsletter.
Awesome. One other thing we're doing this month is Inktober. I'm sure a lot of y'all are familiar with this. And we're doing a little contest. So if you go to our Instagram, it'll have all the details there, and make sure to enter. We'd love to see your stuff.
100%. I can't wait to see everyone's Inktober designs. And last shameless plug, don't forget to follow at GDSA UCF across the board. Check out the description down below to follow and support all our speakers. And we're just so excited for Citruspace today.
We're so excited.
Woo!
Awesome. And we'll be having a handful of giveaways throughout the day today as well. So make sure that you guys stay tuned in so that you don't miss those. We'll be giving out some really awesome merch. And with that, I think we're going to go ahead and I'll jump into the first speaker. I'm going to pass it over to Ramisa to introduce you to our first speaker.
Hi everyone, it's me again. I really want to introduce this amazing speaker, and we are so lucky to have him come for Citruspace. So thank you, Will, for coming over and making some time for us. By any chance, Will, you are muted as well.
I will unmute. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Cool, thank you. It's nice to meet everyone and see everyone. It's so strange, virtual design conference, eh?
Right? I was thinking that it's going to happen physically this year, but things happen, but it's a great opportunity. This time, we can make it international, so we're lucky enough to have you.
That's it, isn't it? You don't have to pay for any flights or anything. I'm just here in my own country, so that's great.
All right, Will, so whenever you're ready to launch off, feel free to start.
Cool. Hey, guys. It's a bit weird because there's no reciprocation from you guys in the crowd, if the virtual crowd is something to be said. But today I'm going to be talking about leveraging your social media as a designer. Social media is like a huge part of life. Everyone has it, and especially nowadays, designers get a name for themselves specifically through social media, whether it's the work they do or their personality, or whether it's kind of like me, just sharing their knowledge and how they do certain things in design. So just to kickstart everything off, I'm going to be switching like this all the time. So don't freak out. It's just a clever piece of kit and machinery. But basically, no warning, no heckling. Strange story. I've got to say it to everyone. First time I talked, someone heckled. But obviously, I've just realized that it's virtual. So if anyone does heckle, I'm not going to hear you from where you are. So feel free to heckle if you so desire. It's happened before. I'm not nervous. You guys are, so just forget about that slide. And the backstory of my life. So I want to talk a bit about who I am, where I came from, and why I'm here now before I even go into social media, because that's such a huge topic. But to give you more context as to what I do and where I came from, I'll just briefly run through my sort of life from now. So first thing, I got no grades at school. I did really bad at school. People knew me as kind of like the person who didn't really care too much. And the school system in the UK is a bit different to the one in America. And I've talked to a few Americans about it, and I would love to be in the school system in America. But I had no grades, but I had great friends. Great friends were people who just hung out with me. I met my wife, who is my wife now, in school. Although we weren't married in school, we met when we were 12, 24 now. That would be a bit strange. But yeah, we met in school. We lived very close together. We hung out and we basically grew up together. I was inspired to create. School was a huge part of wanting just to get out and do something different. So that sort of spurred me on, especially to do something. You can't see me too much. Sorry, I shouldn't be reading the chat. But I wanted to spur on into creating something brand new, something that I didn't do at school. And I thought I could never draw or do anything. So basically, I took a risk when I went to college. When I quit, college is a bit different. It's kind of like school back in the day. apart from it's just extra learning. And I figured that I didn't really want to do business administration. I thought business administration was learning business studies, but it turns out when I was in a class full of women that I was learning how to become a secretary. And in the UK, not many men or other guys go into doing that. So that was interesting. And I did the course, but finished it and just sort of left because I wanted to do something that was design related or something creative related. I basically took a risk and it paid off, as today we have a design agency in the northeast of England. And yeah, we're loving life kind of at the minute with all the COVID stuff that's happening. First thing, YouTube. So my YouTube sort of presence came around from doing tutorials. As designers, tutorials are a huge part of getting an audience because you can teach people what you know. And if you know how to do the simplest of things inside of YouTube, or sorry, inside of like Adobe Illustrator or Photoshop, then that's easy enough. You can do that and you show them online and people will be thankful for that. So that in turn, you'll get followers and subscribers. Design vlogs, again, when I ran out of tutorials and got bored of them, which happens quite a lot, I went and did design vlogs. So I talk about my experience in design. I'd also like talk about other people's logos, and that sort of moved on to like critiques and helping other designers. So I would help designers by them submitting logo work or hand lettering work. And basically I would critique it for them and sharing my experiences. So again, YouTube is a really cool platform for me because I can share through the power of just my voice and video how I've experienced things in my life and teach people things that they couldn't be taught before because of this whole new sort of technology. So logos, here are a couple of examples. I'll just turn my camera off. These are just two from my portfolio that I've swung up here, and the colors probably look awful because it's Zoom. And that's what happens. So I can't actually give you the correct colors for them. These are just two examples here. Here's another couple of examples. I've done a lot of work with logo design. I'm a logo design specialist, so I basically create typography in logo designs. Although here, these are typefaces, so these probably won't show you much about my real specialization in typography. But basically, I started off in hand lettering, so I wanted to be a designer, got annoyed at not having enough fonts that I liked, so I thought, why don't we create my own? So I did. Created my own, and basically from there, it spiraled into creating custom logo types and logo designs for companies big and small. I was a freelancer, just for anyone to know. I then became an agency, and then something that I like to call myself now is a creative director. So I'm quite happy about that. Another part of my job is inspiring people. Here is a video of me going to Iceland, and basically to give you context on this one, and don't worry, this will all full circle back to you. This will all come back to how you can like start leveraging your social media. But I went to Iceland sponsored by the company Skillshare. If you don't know who they are, they basically create thousands of classes or have thousands of classes on there that you can learn anything from like, I don't know, anthropology, photography, design, how to clean a kitchen, how to, you know, make anything. It's all on Skillshare. So I basically went to Iceland commissioned by Skillshare with Stefan, Simon Cade, and Ian Barnard, who are all amazing creatives who are on social media. We decided, let's go do something absolutely insane and go to Iceland to draw the largest mural we can in a beach, so in a non-destructive way. And this is what we sort of did, and this is the end result. Yeah, it was quite a big project for me, and I really liked it as well. The next thing I want to say about this is not to let it in the sand. It took forever to letter in that sand. I wouldn't recommend it. It was harder than I thought. The next thing basically is just my hand lettering stuff. So we've talked about my logos in the past. I moved from doing like, these crazy videos to basically just drawing on my Instagram. So this will all come full circle. If anyone doesn't understand what I'm showing you, it's basically just like my work in the past. Basically, this one here is what I would like to show you is my hand lettering. So I do like lots of drawing on the walls. I do lots of iPad lettering, although it looks there on the left that it looks like it's on paper. It's not, it's a trick. It's all on my iPad through Procreate. And basically I try to inspire people, motivate people, and make people think on Instagram. And that's the sort of difference between my YouTube and Instagram. Okay, so here's some more of my Instagram work. I'll show you here. Pictures of me on the left. So you're wondering why I've got a picture of me. Social media is huge for designers, but when you come from YouTube, people might not recognize you through like your work specifically, especially if you don't show like a lot of your hand lettering on a platform. So I decided when I was in LA to take a picture, and we got that up, and I liked the jacket as well. The jacket was pretty cool. Next one is just learn. So this one was taken in Iceland. All that smoke you see there smelled like rotten eggs. It's sulfur, and it freaked me out, but it was really fun to be there. And the one on the right, as you can see, I don't know why. I still have no idea why. It is the most liked post on Instagram that I have. I can't remember exactly how many likes, but I thought one day I'm going to draw a Pingu, Newt Newt, and there you go. And people really found it cute, I guess. Next one's just more lettering work. The one on the left is from Instagram. I was commissioned by Instagram themselves to do some geo stickers before all the GIFs came out on the stories. So when you're in like London, you'd have all these like stickers that you could put off for different situations in different areas. I was doing the ones in London, and I got to meet the co-founder of Instagram. And that was fun doing that little project there. And the rest of them are just like, just other hand lettering pieces of work. Okay, so here's the few points. So I've shown you what I do, and you're probably wondering why. And it's to give you context to show you how it worked for me. The first thing you need to do if you want to leverage your social media presence as a designer is to create content that's shareable. So shareable content. Here you can see, I showed you this post before. Remember why you began this very long journey. A lot of people tend to want to fixate on algorithms, and you'll see a lot of gurus online talking like you need to like know when to post, how to post, tag people in it, gain followers, and a lot of people fixate on that too much, so people don't really get how the following starts to appear, when in reality it's all about showing your audience what you love and creating something that you would find shareable. Whenever I'm posting on Instagram, I'll always think to this one here, which is a highly impressive one for me. I really enjoyed creating this lettering post here because so many people were sharing it on their stories with their friends. So they're doing reshares. What that does is, one, it tells me that has resounded in the person who's checked out my social media platform, whether it's just through Instagram or whatever, or even hashtags, which I won't go into too much. But generally, they wanted to share this with their friends because during lockdown and during COVID situations, we need to sort of remember why we started doing what we're doing and not to give up. So people are always looking for something to lift them up on social media. And I do this quite often with Bible verses. I'm a huge, I don't know why I say I'm a huge Christian, but I'm a huge Christian, and I share loads of Bible verses, hand lettering. That's how I really got started off. But sharing content like this, content that you will know that others who follow you will share with their friends, is how you can gain followers. And that is the most natural way of gaining followers that don't just like passively follow you, but they actually want to follow you on every platform. So they'll follow you from YouTube to Instagram to your website. So that's part one, shareable content. And you can see here, the Newt again, the Pingu. Not sure why, people just like the Pingu. And I'm not going to complain. Go where the people are. That's simple enough. People are most likely not going to your website, and that is fine. a lot of people don't go to my website. In fact, they are funneled through my website. So you have like funnel systems. And my sort of strategy is generally when someone sees my YouTube, they'll find my Instagram. Then from my Instagram, they'll go to my website to contact me and look for my work. Leveraging my social media means that clients and the people that you want to reach out to, whether it's clients or a follower base, are not going to be on your website. The good thing about a website is not only that you can make money, create relations, and to have a brand presence online, but it's also a great way of doing SEO. And that's probably another thing I can talk about later. So doing blog posts might work, but reality, you want people on the platform they're at. So you want, for instance, clients, you want them on Instagram because they're checking Instagram all the time. You want people that are on Twitter. You want people on Facebook. They're checking. These companies aren't just going through Behance portfolios, although they are going through them. They're checking Instagram all the time for new talent. So that's one thing you need to keep in mind. They're not on your email list. That's self-explanatory. They're most likely not in your own town. A lot of people who start out in design, who are trying to leverage social media, go to people in town and ask local businesses for work. And that's not a bad thing. You don't want to stop people doing that because that's like part of the culture of creating design work locally and supporting local artists. But what I would suggest is that you need to broaden your horizons a little bit and post work online on a continuous basis for that. And they're definitely not in newspaper ads. Don't worry about that. A lot of people, especially in this country, in the UK, post in newspaper ads for their design services, and it doesn't work because they're not seeing what you've done. Clients and people who want to follow you, especially like agencies such as myself, we're looking for people who are posting naturally online their talent. And that's what you need to be doing, not shoving an ad in a newspaper. Does that make sense? I hope it makes sense. People definitely, though, are on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Behance. I've highlighted YouTube there. YouTube's a huge one. And specifically for those who do motion design, those who do like Cinema 4D or Adobe Dimension kind of work where they want to animate 3D objects, you need to get onto YouTube, especially on Instagram and Facebook. Any video platform, it's huge. Behance is a huge one. I don't use it too often. I just upload some work there every now and then. But the way that I sort of amassed my following was directly through YouTube and posting work that people would like to see and to share. But share what you know. That's a huge one. This is one of the last points, but sharing what you know as a designer will gain you a following. People who follow me don't follow me for my personality per se. I'm not like a personality YouTuber or a personality guy on social media. People follow because I have value to give them. And when I talk or do something, they generally, one, learn something, or two, feel better about their design work because mine isn't always that great. So that's a huge one. Share about your story, how to achieve an effect or how to succeed, or how you succeeded even. And most importantly, your process. Yeah, if you share what you do as a designer, especially for me as a logo designer, one of the videos that blew up for me, it's got like over 1 million views, was how to design a modern logo, the logo design process. That people love to see that. And the reason why is because it's kind of a secret what we do in the background. What our minds go through is a secretive thing to general people. And when you can explain your process in a video, especially in a video, you can edit out anything that you said wrong, or you can add in things to illustrate it. You know, when you say it in a video, people feel like you're giving them a part of yourself. They feel like you yourself are more in tune with them. They can understand you more and they will be able to hire you or follow you. So this is where I've come in my journey. Post consistently or not at all. No one likes here and there. Huge one. Everyone's heard it. Don't just post like every now and then. Have a structure. Something that a lot of designers who like ask me for advice through social media, they always like, I've been posting for ages and no one's following me. Reality is you haven't like gone through whether it's shareable and consistent. Are you actually creating consistent content? Does it have your style, which I can talk about later? sharing content and like posting consistently, having a structure, sitting yourself down on like Monday and saying, this week I'm going to post on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday and Sunday, and having those posts ready to go and doing that every week. Then if you do that, people will follow you, because it takes about 2 or 3 people to look at your work on Instagram before they press that follow button. It takes about 7 videos on YouTube for people to follow me. So like, or to subscribe to me. So this is how we've got to look at it. Just like in marketing, people need to see you multiple times and need to see that you're posting consistently and getting in front of their face, getting right on your phone. They're going to follow you from that. Do what you love. No, not what makes loads of bank money. There we go. Hang on. There we go. Bit of a technical difficulty. I was at 100%. Now I've gone down to 90 on the technical side. When you make money in design, it's not about the money. I've always said, although I love money and I love the idea of making it and feeling safe and secure, especially when I was younger and I would never have dreamed to be in a successful position right now, which is more of a journey. It's not a destination. So I'm heading towards more success in my life. The reason why that has happened is not just because I do things that I don't want to do. I do things that I love. So the design work that I have chosen to do, and you can class this as sort of niching, is logo design and hand lettering. When people ask me to do anything else, nope, I don't want to do it. I can get someone else to do it for you, but I don't want to. And the reason why, I am passionate about logo designs. And when I work on one for a client or when I work on a hand lettering piece, I give 100% to that piece of work. I go all out on it. And it shows not just through my attitude, but it shows on the work. It shows on going above and beyond. So when you're talking about making loads of money as a designer, you can make money. People say you can't. You can make a ridiculous amount, although we're very, not making ridiculous amounts, but there are ways to do it if you only make sure that you're doing things that you love. Don't try and focus everything around making money. A way that I like to say it is I make money so I can design, instead of I design to make money. So I create things so that I can love them, but I don't get paid just to create things. I make the money so I can do what I love. Always be real. That's a huge one. Continue to be you. Yeah. Show your fears and beat them. That's huge talks for me. These are pieces of advice, in fact, that I have to give myself a lot of the time. Always be real. On YouTube and on social media, it's so difficult to be real. A few months ago, and I wish I put it in this presentation now, a few weeks ago, I had an image on Instagram. I see all these logo designers posting amazing sketches, like so perfectly dispersed, distributed around the paper. They look amazing. And everyone knows they're kind of like Photoshop. They're not real. But then as soon as I look at my sketchbook as a designer and, see all these logos scattered everywhere and ripped up pieces of paper, and they're bad designs as well, I start to feel a bit bad. So what do? Well, I go and post it on Instagram. When I've posted it on Instagram, I've generally found that people are appreciative of the reality of what it is to make money and to actually design something. So always be real, even in the process. Don't try to make it something that it's not. Don't try to like escalate or make the process seem more prettier than it is. Show them the mess inside of it to really appreciate the end product. Continue to be you. If you aren't you online, then you're someone else. And the internet doesn't really want to have someone else. They want to have you. And even if you're the weirdest, quirkiest guy, such as myself, people want to see you and they don't mind if you've got a weird, quirky personality. If you've got a personality that no one likes, then maybe you can change that, or maybe just put out more valuable stuff. But the idea is don't ever try and compromise who you are just to put something online. Show your fears. Big one. Reason why is a big one. And I know I'm just like sort of doing this. I apologize, but it's quite difficult. But showing your fears, talking for me is a fear because I've been heckled before and it was hilarious. I think back now. At the time, though, it was mortifying. My fears are generally, as you can see online, posting bad work online. So what do? I post more bad work online. And a lot of people have seen this, on my Instagram and stuff, on my stories. I'll post halfway through the work. And the reason why is because it's like having a canvas. When I'm painting an abstract painting, I'll generally feel like I don't want to spoil the canvas. It's so nice. And, if I do one wrong move, then it's like, it's ruined. So generally what I do is I just splash some whatever paint over it, and I kind of ruin the canvas. And what that allows me to do is have freedom inside of the ruined limitation. So what I would suggest to do for anyone who's a designer, for anyone who wants to post work but are scared to do it, or for anyone who just is showing their life through social media as a designer to market yourself, is to show your fears, show them, but then, as the last one would suggest, beat them. Beat your fears. And the way to do that is to tell people that you're doing this. People, one, generally are a lot nicer to you and more understanding if you mess up. And two, it's a great story. Everything is about stories online. People love to see people doing well in the face of adversity. So they want to see you doing well in your life. And if they don't, you don't really want them following you. Cool. And I think that's it. Yep, you can see my presentation closing there. So the main things, guys, be yourself, create shareable content, do what you love. And yeah, don't worry about the algorithms or anything else like that.
Thank you so much. Well, that was an amazing presentation.
You're welcome.
I really loved how you actually created hand lettering in an actual physical format when you were doing it on the beach itself. That was so amazing. Did it take the whole entire day to do it, or
well, we tried it. It took a lot of time to practice it. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it took a long time because we had to film it as well. And it was raining so hard, and it was cold and windy. And yeah, everything. Yeah, it was fun, but I kept on getting the lines wrong because they were never straight. And I had the hardest bit. It's at the top where it says future. It was the hardest one. So I could not go wrong with that. So yeah.
Do you know how many, do you remember in your mind how many times took to redo it, to just get it right for you?
Well, we did it. Well, the problem is with sand, you can't redo it. So it was literally the one take wonder on the whole thing. But we had to work out what tools to buy. So Skillshare gave us a budget to work out, if we needed rakes or whatever. You can see at the end, we're just pretending at the end we already did it, and they were filming it while we were doing it. But it was so stressful, but it came out good. It came out really good.
No, it came out amazing. I absolutely love it. A little bit slightly off topic, but a question from an American to a British person.
Yeah.
What's with beans on toast? Why is it so popular?
Beans on toast.
What is with it?
Well, have you never had beans on toast before?
I would never eat beans on toast. It's beans, wet beans on dry toast.
No, you have a bowl, you don't need to put it on. So you have toast and then you have your beans in a bowl. And then you can eat it like that. I don't know why. My wife makes it amazingly. If I tried to do it, it's not right for some reason. It's I don't know how to use a toaster. But yeah, I can't hate it. If you've never tried it, you need to. Everyone here needs to. It's a British standard.
All right, so here are some questions from the chat I'm going to toss to you. So here we go. So what's your thought process before starting a big project in general?
Cool. So thought process. It's kind of difficult. So because we work with clients who can be picky, which isn't a bad thing. Generally, my thought goes straight to an idea that I've got. So as soon as someone says design this, and then something will just pop up in my brain. So I'll try and get it down somewhere on a piece of paper. My next thought from that is, oh no, that's a bad idea. Let's do more. So I'll keep failing my sketching until we get somewhere good where there's a design that I thought of that's nice. Then I'll do my research. And the reason why I do the first thing first, sketching out an idea that I've already got, is to get it out of my head. Too many designers are very strict on themselves and say, no, sketching first. I've got to, sketch this down. But, I just sketch it, get my idea out, then I go to research mood board and really see what they're needing, kind of. So it depends on clients as well. It depends on if it's a logo type, if it's an icon, if it's for a rebrand, if it's for a startup. It depends on a lot of different things.
Okay, great. This is a question for me personally that I really want to ask you. So since you're very passionate about like logo designing and hand lettering, and you're well known for those two main subjects, if you're only allowed to do one of them for the rest of your life, so it's either logo designing or either hand lettering, you can't do one of the, like you can't do the other thing, which would you pick and why?
It's a difficult one. I don't actually know.
Come on, you gotta pick. You have to pick.
Okay, it's got to be logo design. Just there, I think it's difficult to do. So I'll do logo type design. So then there will be sort of like a crossover.
Come on.
So there you go. That's what I would do. Logo type design.
All right. Someone asked, are there any specific sites or platforms you would recommend over another?
Sites or platforms, as in like social media, I'm guessing.
Yes, social media platforms to like promote like your design or like to get started with.
Sure. So it depends on what kind of design. If you're like me, so you do a lot of like static stuff, I guess Instagram is a huge one, and Behance, so getting your portfolio out there from your website onto social media. But then when you're like creating video work, definitely like YouTube, Behance again. I'll keep saying Behance because it's got everything that you need and people do search it. But such like YouTube, Twitter, even Instagram again, depending. It really comes down to like on YouTube, you just can't post a 2-minute video of something random. So you could put it on Facebook. But if you're, for instance, like me, and you say, well, I can teach this, what I'm doing here. So I'll put it on YouTube so I can expand. YouTube's got like a lot more of an expanse in what you can do. You can put solid work in there, static, and then you can put video work in there and show how you did it. I hope that helps. It's like, for me, YouTube is the main one because my job isn't just design, but I sort of teach it as well. So it's kind of a crossover.
There you go. So what were some obstacles you had to face to make it to where you are today?
Obstacles. So a big one is imposter syndrome. A lot of designers, in fact, every creative will have this. If you don't know what imposter syndrome is, I'll explain it in my limited definition. You think you're bad. No, you think you're a fraud because you've done well at something, but you don't deserve it because of A, B, C, and D. Generally on YouTube, you can see I'm self-taught kind of. I don't like the word self-taught though, because books and things have taught me and websites have taught me from a young age. I started YouTube teaching people, and then I had actual like designers asking me questions. And then when I would be commissioned, I would feel instantly, I'm not qualified for this. You're more qualified than me, all this sort of stuff. But reality, I had to sort of break that down by just doing it anyway. So even if I felt like a bit of an imposter, like everyone does. Anyone played that new game, Imposter, by the way? It's a pretty cool game. But as soon as I worked out that I'm not an imposter, but I've done it in a different way, it helped. Another creative, another battle that I've had generally is like loneliness. A lot of people in the creativity industry can be lonely with their work because they're not floating it around with other people, especially nowadays in lockdown. People are lonely, not because of social media. Social media helps connect people. But our ideas, we need to bounce them off people in person. I do it all the time now with my wife. Logo design can be very much, all in here. So to get it out there is a massive factor in how lonely you feel in that. So I think I've explained that correctly.
No, I agree with the loneliness part, especially with the whole like COVID situation going on. It's been like a huge change trying to be like from a physical platform where I can share like my design and ideas with my like classmates and my professors to an online standpoint where you just like see a screen. So bringing off that, when you were younger, did you like see yourself kind of like heading in this direction? Because I know you mentioned like you started off like with business administration, like about your grades and everything, but did you like have like any interest of like design or art, like any passion for it when you were at a young age?
Yeah, I did. I had a slight interest, but again, I was that kid who wasn't creative. I thought something like someone who was creative was born with it. I didn't realize back then that creativity is a muscle that needs to be flexed and worked on to increase that muscle mass. So I didn't realize that, but I wanted to do it. I was interested and I just didn't know how. So what I would do is I just, like, my dad was a amateur photographer. So I would steal Photoshop from him and basically just play around with it and see what I could do. And it went from like photo manipulation to when I got serious, vector artwork. So it's kind of like I dabbled in it, but when I started doing design, I literally had no experience. I just came out of college and I said to Naomi, who's now one of the directors in the agency, I just said, well, I just want to do it now. So I feel like, you know, God's telling me to do this. I'm going to do it. And it sort of worked out, miraculously worked out along the way with no real blips in the middle. So it was really strange.
No, I'm the same. I didn't start off as a design major. I was actually a medical student growing up. So I kind of did it last minute applying to UCF. I'm just like, I'm going for it. I'm just going to go for it. If it works out, it works out.
Cool.
So somebody is like interested in hand lettering actually. So do you have any recommendations for like people who are interested in like maybe going into the aspect of like hand lettering or even just like dabbling in it?
Sure. I think hand lettering is best learned after you've learned calligraphy. So one thing I was very good at when I was younger was my penmanship skills. I went to a private school where you were forced to learn to write correctly. So that was like, you know, cursive. It's insane, I know. But I was forced to write nice.
Cursive makes sense. It was big in elementary school. They stopped for some reason.
Yeah, no, they did stop in the UK. I don't think they stopped in private schools, but where I was, it was huge. You can see my handwriting. It's awful at the back. But generally, I learned calligraphy from a class that I took where we were just doing it for fun. So after that, I bought a calligraphy set, left it alone for like 10 years until I started wanting to create hand lettering when I started design. So I picked it back up and I just like worked at it and kept doing it. So from there, I learned how letter forms are created or how they were. And it shows the ins and outs just by doing it of why it should look like this. And it helps you get an eye for lettering as well. So if you're wanting to learn hand lettering, which is a drafting thing where you create it with a pencil first and then muralize it or whatever, learning calligraphy will help you understand the basics of that. I also have a book that I wrote years ago about calligraphy as well. It's a really strange book. It's like tiny, but it's like, it shows you basically how I did it and different exercises that you can do to create like proper lettering and calligraphy. So just dabble on it, just try it your best and don't stop.
No, that's amazing. I've seen some of your work, like your calligraphy work, and I absolutely love it. I can't relate because hand lettering is not my thing. My professors only appreciated it because I wrote in all caps, so it was neat, but they hated it because I wrote it like in like 12-point Times New Roman, like that size. I would write it small.
That is very small.
Okay, so since now we're kind of in the situation where most of us are like in lockdown situations, COVID's happening, and especially with like a social media platform going on where all of this is happening all at once, how would you go about finding a balance between using social media and like focusing on your mental health at the same time? Because it's a big thing, especially for designers with this whole situation.
Sure. Yeah, I've struggled with mental health issues in the past. So social media is a huge part of that mental health issues that people have. And the reason why is because we're constantly being stimulated online. So in order to understand how to protect yourself, you need to understand what's happening to you. So I did this. So I worked it out and it's through studies that they've done online. You can do your own research. A guy, I can't remember his name, did a TEDx talk on it and it was huge. Basically, people who find themselves distracted. So if you're working on something and then you're distracted straight away, then they thought that distraction was the problem, so they would get rid of all these distractions. Basically, what was happening is your brain is craving a distraction. It's not actually craving the thing that you've got. It's just craving any. So now we use mobile phones as a crutch, as a way to, escape awkward moments. When you're a designer, especially doing work that requires a certain amount of focus, but then also can keep you in your head a lot, it's important just to shut the thing off and not even try and look at it. And the way to do that easily is to make yourself bored. And I've talked about this a few times. It's a strange one, but sit down and read the terms and conditions of Apple or something else. Instantly try to make yourself bored for an hour every day. And what happens is it stabilizes the stimulation in your mind. So you stop feeling anxious about what people are saying online. You also have a better relationship with it, because now, I don't know if anyone knows, but like social media websites are all about controlling you, when in reality we should be controlling it. And, it should be serving us, not us serving it. So the way to do that is to instantly make yourself bored and limit your time. I don't really check Instagram unless it's at work, or Facebook. I look on YouTube all the time. But generally, mental health, if you want to keep it good, it's about limiting the amount you do. But also, when you get home after a day of work, make yourself bored and just read a book or do some knitting or whatever you want to do, because that helps your brain stabilize and you'll focus more when you're at work as well. So I hope that helped.
No, that definitely helps. I'm going to try and do my best to integrate that into my lifestyle. So you mentioned that you use Procreate in your talk and everything. Yeah. And so somebody asked, what brushes do you recommend in hand lettering? Are there like specific brushes that you like using, or do you like kind of create your own in a way?
Yeah, so I create my own. I use a lot of Procreate standard brushes for like drawing, so the pencils. But generally all of my work that you see on there is created through my own brushes, which are on my website. I've been creating brushes since iPad Pro 1. You can create your own. What I would suggest to do is to use one of the Procreate's ones, like one of their brushes, the standard ones, and duplicate it and mess around with the duplicated version until you get something you like. And then just go from there and just keep playing around with it. Don't feel like you're ruining anything. Just be really messy with it. And then at some point you'll come out with something good.
I've been trying to use Procreate. Like I've been really trying so hard to try and integrate that into my life, but I feel like I'm just so into Illustrator now, where I'm just like, it's like so hard to make that transition. Like I really want to, but it's like so hard.
It's so difficult. Yeah, I can get that. So
how do you generate like different ideas every time you design, especially when it comes to like hand lettering, especially?
I write everything on a board or on an app. So I use an app on my computer called MindNode, which is a brainstorming app or a mind map, whatever you want to call it. It's where you have it in the middle, and you can write these different ideas on the outside. And basically what that does is it helps me connect ideas through like subsequence thoughts. So if I have like, for instance, Citruspace in it, I can say, one line will be talk, and then all the way through that, I could talk about each little thing that I'm talking about.
Oh, so you're talking about mind map, kind of like connecting the dots and everything.
Yeah, so if I connect those dots, it helps. And it seems silly to do because it's such a small thing, but what happens is you're releasing all that information from your brain. So you're not trying to create it around all the information that you've got. You just have to like consume the stuff that you've put in and you get it back. So if you see on some of my other videos, I've actually created one about creating more ideas and generating better ones. And the cool thing about design is that the ideas that we create have to be useful. So it can't be just like looking cool or anything. So when you can mind map something out, such as the limitations, like it has to fit in an Apple Watch, like an icon, it has to be seen. So that's one limitation. It has to be within this color gamut. So it has to be on P3 or something, and then blah, 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 blah. Then as you limit them, you narrow your path so it's easier to follow, if that makes sense. Another app that I use is Roam Research, which is a new app which is all about connecting thought, and it's a really interesting app if anyone wants to check that out.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, mind maps are definitely very helpful. In fact, some of our professors in the graphic design program, shout out to Victor and Chad on that, have like made it a requirement that we need to do mind maps like in our work to show a thought process to get from step A to step C.
Do it, like, honestly, it really does help with client work as well. When I'm presenting a design to like a concept, they don't know what's going on in my brain, but as soon as I show them that, they can see the places where I've gone and they can see my connections. So I don't even have to do much. I just tell them this is my thought process. Off we go. Yeah. And that's how it works.
Yeah, definitely. So since one of the big things, especially like for hand lettering artists, is how do you make sure people don't steal your work, since usually like hand lettering, they don't really have like signatures or like watermarks really like that noticeable in it. So is there like a way to do it? Because I know like copyright is such a huge issue with designers and everything.
So the way that I've done it is you reach out to the person if you can. So you want to be nice. You don't want to be nasty, because otherwise that will come and bite you back. Because we all find ourselves in positions like, especially if someone has like stolen it, we want to like get them to stop it straight away. Thank them and then say you can't use it. If that doesn't work and they carry on using it, you need to have a solicitor who will write you a letter, and that letter will go to whoever it is. Also on social media, so on YouTube, I can take a video down if it's mine. So a lot of people actually like re-upload my videos and put links at the bottom of them, which you can tell that's not a good thing because I've got sponsors, and if they're putting like the competitor link, I have to get the video off. So they've got like copyright services there where you can just put the link of the video in, like, and it will match it for you. So it'll tell you that someone's stolen your video. What do you want to do, sort of thing. And there's lots of different ways to do it, but what you don't want to do is like ruin someone's life for a little mistake. And these copyright claims can have like a substantial effect on people. So if someone has used your work and they've gained profit from it, maybe it's worth going to your solicitor and seeking some damages for that, some money, and take it from there. I would always say get advice of a solicitor as well.
All right, one last question before we end it off. Do you pronounce it GIF or GIF?
GIF.
Oh my God, just let's end the conference right now.
Well, I don't understand.
The creator said it's pronounced GIF.
Really?
Yeah, he won an award at a conference and he posted it on the award ceremony that it's pronounced GIF.
I'm dyslexic though, so I get away with it.
All right.
I can call anything what I want.
Thank you so much for making some time and coming over for Citruspace. It means a lot.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been great.
Awesome.
Right.
Thanks so much, Will. Thanks so much, Ramisa. I really do appreciate it. I hope everybody enjoyed the talk. I thought that was incredible. We're going to take a quick break for just a minute, and we are going to come back in just a second with our next speaker.
Awesome stuff. So before we get started, I want to give a super huge thank you to one of our sponsors, the School of Visual Arts and Design, SPAD. You can see their website in our description. And without further ado, let's get straight into it. Here is Jon Guerra.
Hi, everybody. First of all, thank you for having me. It's really nice to be in Citruspace. So I'm going to start right away. First, I'm going to talk about who am I. I'm Jon Guerra. I go by Jon War. There is a specific reason, not because I just like pseudonyms. It's because when I tried to find a domain, this was the only one available because Jon Guerra was already taken. So I think it's cool. So I'm from Spain. Santander is a city in the north. This one, really nice. You should visit it. I'm 30 years old, so I'm technically a millennial, even though I don't feel like one, but it doesn't matter. This is my family, my dog Gordon and my wife Sarah. I love soccer. I call it football, but for the sake of being here, I'll keep calling it soccer. And it was a very important part of my life, and it has important factor in why I became a graphic designer. That's me. I played soccer for many, many years, and that's the reason why I came to the States. So the question I'm gonna try to explain today is, what do you wanna be when you grow up? Because many people have to answer these questions in from the age of 8, 10 to the age of 18, when it's most important because you have to find a degree, a career. You're out of high school, you have to choose something to do, and well, that's what I'm trying to tell you, my story and how I became a graphic designer. So this presentation is for everybody that didn't have a clear idea of what to do next, and my path, how eventually I came to realize that I was a graphic designer. And it's all about timing. So when I was 10, I wanted to be a treasure hunter. Didn't work out. Then a journalist, then an architect. Then I lost a lot of control on my goals. I didn't know what to do. I wasn't sure if I wanted to go for architecture, to journalist, to something related to soccer. And it's a key moment in my life because you have to choose something in high school to then focus on your career. So I had no clue at all. And I was about to have to make a decision. So I went to law school. Career, if you get a degree, and everybody like it. So it didn't last long. After a semester, I already knew I was going to drop out. I lasted a year doing law school, and then I had a friend that was studying advertising and marketing, and I asked him, "What do you do?" And I checked the university. I love what he's doing, so I just moved into advertising and marketing. It was something more related to my identity. I was a creative person. I lost interest on stuff if I'm not motivated, and advertising was very creative, very no limits. I could just go from an idea to an execution, and it sounded great. So I went there. The classes were great. I was motivated for the first time, and I started to feel like, oh, this is something I see myself doing. I learned from most of the classes, which it's not something that happens often. I also had a little, the degree was a lot of marketing and a little bit of advertising, but I took the most out of the advertising classes. I had some Photoshop, photography, a little bit of editorial, but then briefings, how to approach a client, how to develop an advertising campaign, how to manage social media, marketing positioning, how to beat the competition, a lot of cool stuff that I really liked. And the networking was great because my professors were on top of the industry. Even though my city was a small city, we had professionals that were our professors, and you could learn firsthand from the industry. And some design. I didn't realize yet that design was what I wanted to do, but I was in the right path, and you can always change your mind and try something else. Then I found an internship. One of my professors gave me the opportunity of being an intern in his agency. And I started as a social media manager, as every intern does, managing accounts, creating a little posts for Instagram with a little design that I knew. And then because the agency was so small, we were 8 people, half of them interns. The studio, it's called Cappuccino Studio. It was an unpaid internship, but I learned a lot. Very small agency, so you had to do a little bit of everything. We end up helping in advertising campaigns, a little bit with design, giving our input, and you had to just learn very fast and do it. I started, as I said, with social media, then helping with copywriting, And then eventually we all work in everything a little bit. At least we knew how the industry worked. And again, I was very, very interested about the design and how the designers work. And I thought, oh, that's cool that they can just go to a program and design this thing, and then I'll see it on a brochure or on Instagram. So then I started to realize what I'm gonna do after graduation. That's me with my first payment from my client, because it was unpaid. This company gave us a sample of his product. So I would recommend to never take an unpaid job. Even if you are an intern, there are plenty of opportunities to find a paid internship, or just do work that you want and until you have a really good portfolio and find a non-internship, just a real job. Then, thanks to soccer, I came to the States with a scholarship, and I went to Lindenwood University, St. Charles, Missouri. I didn't know where that was, but I knew it was St. Louis. I was very excited about the idea of coming here. My first choice was broadcasting, but I really changed my mind when I saw the print shop in campus. So the broadcasting department was in the same building than the arts department, theater, music. So during the tour, I end up in the print shop, and I really love the environment. Everybody was designing, giving feedback to each other. They were printers around, trimmers, a vinyl cutter. They had posters, and I thought, this is awesome. Then was the first moment I realized this is something that I have to try. Broadcasting is a good idea, but graphic design might be the best idea. And during my degree in advertising, that was what I really enjoyed the most. So I took a chance and I spent thousands of hours in the print lab. And that was a key moment, because spending time, it just make you develop your work and getting input from other people. And I love it. I love it. Then what I started as a graphic designer student, and my advisor gave me the chance to be a graphic designer in the print shop. So I went from a no real experience graphic designer, and I ended up being the graphic design lab coordinator, leading a team of 25 designers. And all of this was because one guy gave me the opportunity. So I found my mentor. I didn't know that I found my mentor at that point, but the director of the graphic design program, Darren Collier, helped me a lot during the 4 years that I was there. He was my professor for most of my classes. He pushed me to be better. And the way we worked together was perfect. So I recommend you find a mentor. For me, it was a must. It doesn't have to be like that for everybody, but I think it's really important because it's someone that you can learn from. Just spend as many hours as you can with them. You might have more than one mentor. You might have mentors that are not from your industry, but for me, it was really important. I learned a lot. I just tried to ask as many questions as I could because they have the expertise. And then during these 4 years, I have some, I think, good work that I want to share so you can see how my work went from student projects to actual personal projects, now professional projects in the design industry. Some of these were a collaboration with other designers. Some were designed by me entirely. So I also recommend to share your ideas. It doesn't worth just keeping for yourself. There's no way you can improve your design if you just have your own vision. You can have a strong direction and a strong feeling of what your concept should be, but input for different minds, it's what makes a design useful, functional. So these are a few examples. Typeface, a branding project from a senior class that I had, and then some examples of work that we did in the graphic shop, in the print shop. Posters for all the departments, the theater, the music department, and a lot of work for the athletic departments because they have, you have to print banners and posters for every match. So we were pretty busy, and we could do everything in-house in the print shop. We were literally a proper print shop. If we wanted to have clients from outside the campus, we could. I truly believe we could. So then eventually I became a graphic design coordinator, first a graduate assistant when I moved to the master for interactive media and design. And the first thing we did was redesigning the graphic labs. So this is a little bit of my first attempt to be an environmental graphic designer. We painted the walls, we planned how to design everything. That's my first mock-up. Then I did a little bit of lettering and design it in Illustrator, put it on a vinyl cutter, and installed it on the wall. This is the final view. We put some work from other students, the entry area, and the result was awesome. Everybody wanted to come into the lab and spend time there. We didn't have enough room for all the students that wanted to be there, and it was a pretty good project. Then we designed the main classroom, which was, it had like a huge wall, and we put some quotes from designers around the world, and we installed them. We tried just to make the environment more appealing, more motivating, to create some inspirational quotes, some designs that students would come in and say, oh, this is a cool space to hang around. And I think we achieved that. Then some projects had some potential, I thought, and became more personal. Like, for example, the annual Juried Student Art Exhibition. It was a competition. Whoever designed the most appealing project was going to design the promotion for the campaign that year. My project was inspired by Banksy. And I installed environmental graphics around the campus and create an Instagram account so people could share that without telling what was about. This was the main poster with the logo made as an illustration. And I installed some graphics around the stairs of the arts building where most of students had to go in. This one says, art changes people and people change the world. And on the top of the stairs says, are you a rebel, revolution, and a hashtag. In the door of the adjacent campus, I put some graphics too. And that's a mock-up of the gallery where the show was going to be held. And it had a good project, but I didn't win eventually. And then this is my favorite project. I think it's my most successful project. It's a creativity formula guide. It started as a collection of tips for anyone who wants to be a creative. It's designed as a swatch book and posters. The first attempt was for a college assignment, and it was a small swatch book, this one. I figured, since we are designers, Pantone is a really good application of a concept. And I always have a sketchbook with me. So I write quotes, ideas, I sketch on it. And I realized I had a ton of quotes and tips from designers and photographers and people that are experts in the field. So I put everything on one Pantone, and the result was more impressive than I thought. At the beginning, I didn't think I was going to make this, and I was really happy with it. And I thought this has potential, so let's put more time on it. And it got me really, really good feedback. This is the final swatch book. I have it here. It became 56 tips. I made posters. I made a poster with all the tips collected in one. I made small posters of each page, and I tried to put a Kickstarter campaign there so I can publish this book. That's my dream, eventually, to publish this book, but it didn't work out. I didn't plan the promotion well, but I was really excited. This project gave me a selection for the 2016 annual AIGA St. Louis conference in the student category. And I was published by the most important graphic design or design magazine in Spain called Grafica. It happened to be the same month that they were releasing the issue number 4 about creativity. So I was really, really excited about this. I didn't see that coming, but it got me published. So it was great. Then I graduate, and the question is, what do you do next? So we moved to LA, and I found a job in an interior design company called HBA. They had a new team assembled that is DNA, HBA DNA. This HBA is an international design company for hospitality. So they work with hotels, resorts, casinos, pretty big. They have 25 offices around the world. And I mean, the one in LA, we're around 80 people. And how does an interior graphic designer fit in an interior design industry? Well, we collaborate with the interior teams, helping them present concept ideas to the client, winning competitions. We design books. We help them editing plans and creating art, custom art for some projects, murals, environmental graphics. It's all a collaboration between interiors and the graphics team. We also have a service of branding. So if an interior team has a project that it's a boutique hotel and they need a new brand, we come in and we talk to the client and say, okay, what are your values? Where are you located? What do you want to achieve? And we create a brand for them. Then we offer signage and wayfinding, which is a whole new world for me. I'm really excited because you can transform brand ideas into a physical environment. You go from a 2D flat logo that you can show on mockups and eventually in prints to seeing your work on a building. So that was really interesting to me. And then environmental graphics, which is like in between branding and signage. It's like applying graphics to a 3D environment. So everything works because we are a team, all of us. It's hard to do work by yourself. So teamwork is a really important part of this collaboration between different teams, different companies, different client and company. It's always a help you help others. An example of a brand project that we just did, it's the Glenmar Hotel. It's in Glendale, California. This is the logo, 2 Gs mirroring each other. Here it's a mock-up of the entire collaterals package that a person, I guess, will find in their room. So we have a directory. On top, we have the menus, drinks, the do not disturb, the key cards, the business card, and welcome card. The reason why these 3 are different is because the restaurant is it's going to have a different vibe, a different concept, but it's part of the hotel. So we had to figure out how to blend these two brands together. These are the business cards. Do not disturb. I think it's very smart what we did here. The do not disturb. It's the G of the logo, and I really like that piece. Then the key cards. The directory has a die-cut logo on the cover. The directory, some of the menus for the restaurant, and a concept direction for the web. The next one that I want to talk about, it's one that is a little bit more developed in terms of narrative. It's called Amarano. It's a boutique hotel in Burbank, California. It's a collaboration with the interior design team. They were renovating the interiors and we were creating the brand, reviving the brand of Amarano. We based this brand on the old Hollywood movie stars and the California ranch style, using a fictional character to tell the story of the narrative throughout the brand. So we use Amara. Amara is this woman, right? This is the logo with the 3 color palettes that are used the most, but this is the brand colors, and we linked one name of a famous Hollywood star to each color based on the interior and inspiration. So we have Aubrey Apricot, Kid Gold, the Duke Leather, and Boris Blue. Then this is the package with the typical collaterals that you will find in a hotel. An envelope, the key card, a coupon, drink coupon, the water bottle, the book. This is a close-up of the business card. And this is a pin that I really like. Out of all the options that we gave the client, they chose this one, and I'm very happy because I designed that one. And we got like 1,000 of them in a bag, and they look awesome. I was really happy with that one. We created also a set of key cards, so each one was going to be different. So each guest will have a different one. Eventually someone will repeat the card, but we use the same colors and the same tone for the property. Then the directory, and this is a cool idea. The interior space is divided into offset and onset. So one part of the property is onset, how the Hollywood stars will be like focused on acting. So that's the blue scheme saying talent is resting. And the other part is the offset. So the drink, the chilling, that's wake me up for a happy hour. And it was smart that we blend both ideas, the concept from interiors to a brand element. And then this is the 4 pins that we offer. They went for the horse and some more applications of how a Marano brand can be used. And then I'm gonna show you a little bit of signage on how a graphic design can collaborate or can create signage depending on the interior space, because we also find inspiration from the building, from the interiors concept. So it's something that you always have to keep in mind. All these signs are just concept signs. Eventually, when the client chooses a direction, we just go and develop that. We have to provide specifics of measurements, fonts used, colors if we use print instead of material. We have to think about location a lot. So depending on the space, you might have a corridor directional for the guest rooms, the guest room floors, but in another project, you don't have a corridor directional, you have a directory pointing for public areas to one side and guest rooms for another one. And again, we here include some environmental graphics. You can see how a graphic designer can apply the expertise into an interior design project. And typically, this is just my story. I think it works. There's more than one way to find what you want to do in life. This is the one that works for me. I went to college. I'm still thinking on going back and learning something more and improving. Maybe something about project management, or maybe something more technical, but that's my approach. Some people might say, well, I can just work in the best companies in the industry and then start my own company. Yeah, that's another way to find your path. Maybe some other people, they are 30, 40, 50, and they realize they want to be graphic designers. It's never late either. So there's no wrong answer. There's always something that works for you. There's no problem on that. Just find yours. Be patient. Just make mistakes, have fun doing it, and move on. So what do you want to be when you grow up? Thank you.
That was really incredible, John. Thank you so much. I was looking over at the chat while you were speaking, and a lot of people were really resonating and loving what you had to say. And something that I thought was really interesting, a lot of our professors at UCF talk about mentorship and the importance of it. And so I love that you touched on that. So I was curious, who do you think has been your most valuable mentor and why?
Obviously, I would say because I changed my career, or well, changed. advertising, it's related to design, but when I came to the States, Darren Collier was the person that helped me to find that I was a graphic designer. I really improved my game with him. I learned everything from that department. He was the main guy. I spent hours and hours with him, but I could say that every professor there helped me. The program was awesome. I was very, very lucky to randomly find that university, honestly. You always hear these huge names like, School of Visual Arts, Parsons. Well, it's not the only way. There are great programs all around the world, and I was extremely happy. Like, if I'm in the place that I am right now, it's because he was the foundation of my graphic design career. Yeah, like I learned most of it from that program, and he was a huge inspiration and impact on me. Yeah.
Awesome. Do you have any advice for either a student that's looking to be a mentee or someone who has been in the field a little longer looking to be a mentor? What do you think is the most important thing to kind of take away from that sort of relationship?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Of course. What advice would you have for a student looking to be a mentee or someone who is a little more established in the career looking to be a mentor? Do you have any advice as to what sort of aspects in those relationships you should look for and how to grow together?
Yeah, for someone who wants to find a mentor, I don't have an answer. I just happen to find one, and I'll probably have more during my career. And you don't have to ask for a mentor. If you have someone that you look up to, just contact them and ask questions, and just try to spend as much time as possible with them. If you cannot connect with them personally, physically, there are 1,000 ways right now in this era that we can connect with people. We can keep a relationship with someone that is in London every day without missing a bit. And for someone who wants to be a mentor, well, I would recommend to start joining graphic design groups, starting to provide tutorials, starting your own company. I mean, mostly they will approach you, but if you want to be involved, just get involved into organizations that help other students and people that are starting. That's the easiest way that I can tell.
Absolutely. So we had a couple people in the chat curious about the similarities and differences between graphic design and interior design. Could you touch a little bit on that and explain it?
Well, interior design is not my expertise. I work with interior designers. It's a different degree, a different career. We have similarities, like where do we find inspiration, and maybe the way they think about the creative process, but the execution is totally different. First of all, we use different tools. Essentially now software is the main tool, but I'll say it's easy to work with interior designers because we kind of have the same approach and the same mindset when we go and say, okay, how we start this concept. It's a creative field, so it's not hard to understand how they are approaching a project, but there are different careers. And also, I believe interior designers are a little bit more technical, close to architecture. So graphic designers, we don't necessarily need to know about how to design signage, for example. It's a choice that I happen to work in a company that is an interior design company. And I love it. So eventually I can learn how to use some of the programs to be an environmental graphic designer per se, or really pursue to be an interior designer if I wanted to, because my environment helps me, but there are not similarities in terms of execution between graphic design and interior design.
Absolutely. That's always so interesting to see the similarities and differences between two fields that are creative but very different.
Yeah.
So we actually have a question from our officer board. Can you name a specific project that was really difficult to complete, but it helped you grow a lot from?
I can mention a lot. So I'll say the creativity formula guide, I'm very happy with it. It is my favorite project, but it was a really small project for a typography class. I think I had like a week to develop the project, and it was just making a list. We have to create something using InDesign and paragraph style and character style, if I don't remember wrong. And I went way beyond the expectations of the assignment, just because I love the project. But if I have to talk about something that we are doing right now, every project is challenging when you try to blend interior design, graphic design, and signage. Everything has to follow the same mood, have the same concept behind, because it's the same property. So once you step into a hotel, in this case, what you see around is the interior space. That's an interior design aspect. Then the brand has to be around the space, but not overpowering the interior design. And then signage has to be helpful also. So it's a blend of three different concepts as approach, but keeping the same style, the same mood, and making sure that all of them are balanced. So that's the challenge in this industry right now.
We actually have a question from our professor, Victor. He asked, can you describe any differences in processes, approach, or mindset, if any, between design in the United States / North America and Spain and Europe?
Well, the first one is the culture. The culture is different. Right now, I've been living in America for 7 years now, I think. Seven something, 6, something like that. So I left Spain when I was 24. I was just working in advertising, or having a little bit of experience in advertising. And culturally, Spain is really different to America. So we're not lazy at all. That's not the stereotype that is true. But in America, the work ethic is really strong. I feel like in America, it's hard to explain, but it's good and bad. Work ethic is really, professionalism is really important. I feel like here you live to work in most of the cases, unless you love what you do, which is great. So you live to live. But in Spain, work is an important part, like everybody, like everywhere in the world. But we have a little bit more of a balanced life, I think. Here, everything it's in a rush. And honestly, I love it. I'm here living and working, and I think my personality fits better the industry here, the work, the style of work that you guys have in America. But Spain it's an awesome place to live. If you happen to have the opportunity to work in Spain, you will realize that we have a really balanced life between, okay, this is my working hours, this is my family time, this is my free time. Here, you have to be on top of the game all the time. It's also a very competitive country, and that helps being one of the most impressive countries that I've been because of that. Because you have to be pushing all the time to not be last.
Absolutely. So, kind of going off on location, we had a question about, so they said, with advertising, I always hear you have to go where the industry is. How important do you think location is in advertising?
Well, based on my experience, I'm from a small city in the north of Spain, so it was important because in my city, there were not international advertising companies. So literally you have to move to Madrid or Barcelona. Or if you are lucky, you can go to London, Paris, if you speak French, Germany also. You can make it, you can work in advertising in a small city, but Spain is very centralized. It's small, so you can make it living on your city, on your original city. But if you move to Madrid or Barcelona, you have way more opportunities because all the big businesses are there, all the big companies, and the money is there. So the difference between a salary in a small city in Spain and a salary in Madrid, it might be a little bit different, but the cost of living is way different. Madrid is way more expensive than Santander, so that's something that you have to realize and you have to think about.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, John, for sharing everything with us. And before we go, we have a couple people dying to know, what football team do you support?
Okay, so I'm from Santander. My team is the Racing of Santander. They are right now in second B division. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, they were really good. Well, actually 8 years ago, they were really good. We were in first division. I'm a Racing of Santander fan. But if I have to choose between Real Madrid and Barcelona, I would say Real Madrid as a team, but Iniesta from Barcelona.
Okay. Hala Madrid. Anyway, thank you, John. That was an incredible talk, and we really appreciate you having with us. Citruspace will be back really soon.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Esri and John. Thank you again for being a speaker. That talk really was awesome. It was awesome getting to see some of your work. As Esri said, we are going to take a quick break, and we will be back in just a second with our next speaker.
Look, you and me on the Charles River. I could die right now, Clem. I'm just happy. I've never felt that before.
Welcome back, everybody. So we're super excited for our next speaker. I hope you guys are just as excited as we are, and I'm going to pass it right on over to Amina to introduce you guys to our next speaker.
Thank you so much, Michael. I'm so excited to introduce our next speaker, but first let's get to our Adobe swag giveaway. So putting in the number generator, and congrats to Wilbert Garcia. You're our first winner of the day, so we'll be reaching out to you through email soon. And so without further ado, here's Seema Bativa. Batavia? Dang. So, so thank you so much for being here. And I know there's a big time zone difference, so we really appreciate you taking the time to be here.
No, really happy to be here. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really glad.
All right, so if you're ready, let's dive straight into our Q&A.
Let's do it.
All right, so first off, what is your official title?
So I am a marketing and branding professional, and I'm a brand strategist. I help individuals and businesses find their own brand potential and help them get out of what I call a branding rut.
All right, so what led you down the career path to becoming a brand consultant?
This came out of a willingness to help people. So I've been in the marketing field for about a decade now. And within my profession, all this time, I've helped a lot of people. I've helped a lot of businesses launch their own brands, create their own brands. And that has been the most rewarding part of the process. So this idea for me was to create brands for people and tell their story in a way where they're not sure how to tell it, channel it the right way, package it the right way so they can make their dreams a reality. That was the main reason.
Okay, so it seems like for you, it is a kind of one-on-one, like working with them, but in general, branding really seems like a competitive area. So I was wondering, personality wise, do you think you're a competitive person, and like how does that factor into your job?
You know, it's funny, I don't think I have competition, and I'll tell you why. I don't think anybody has competition, because everything that has to be said in the world or has to be learned in this world has been learned or has been said already. But the way you do it hasn't been done yet. So because of you bringing yourself to the process, the way you do things are very different. So that's why I feel like the way I do things are very different from the way another branding person might do it. That's why I don't see them as competition. I see them as peers and people to learn from.
That's a really good way of putting it, because one of the platforms that you're big on is Instagram, which I think a lot of people see as being super competitive. So what led you to using that platform specifically?
Instagram came out of a willingness to be a bit creative. I had a lot of creative energy that I wanted to channel during this pandemic that we're in. And I thought that the best way to do it was using a platform that I had not used much before, which happened to be Instagram. And I found an amazing branding community that was thriving on Instagram and wanted to be a big part of it. So I just dove in and started a page, and it's been going really well. So I don't see anything as competition. I've just been having a really good time on Instagram.
So yeah, I see that you're saying it's going really well. And I was looking through your posts and I saw since the beginning of September, your audience has basically doubled. So how has that like such fast growth affected the way you interact with your audience and like how you think of what you want to post?
All of my posts come from my direct interactions with the audience. So I have always prioritized engagement with my audience since day one. I started my page in June, and now I have a sizable audience. And from all of the interactions and the comments and the DMs that I get from them, the conversations that I have from them, the pain points that I keep identifying from my conversations, that is what crafts my messaging. My messaging keeps evolving depending on what the audience needs to see and what I'm able to solve for them. So I place a very high value on my interactions with my audience. And I feel like the larger the audience gets, the more I can help people, and it can just get better from here.
I see. So that's like a really, I mean, obviously the way you interact with your audience is how you would instruct people to interact and grow their own personal business and branding as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, absolutely. I agree with you.
So speaking of like interacting and helping your audience, why are you interested in helping others with their branding and like specifically like strangers on the internet? Like you have a brand new masterclass out, right? That's free. So what drives you to do that?
My main goal of starting an Instagram page was to become a resource for people who didn't know anything about branding. I saw too many people posting things about, you know, the application of branding, but no one was telling people what branding was. And I saw that a lot of audience members were coming through who didn't know the basics of it, who had this need to create something, but they didn't know where to start. And that's why all of my content is dedicated to people who don't know anything, and I start from ground zero. And that's why I've created this very free masterclass for people who, if they want to develop their own personal brand, they have at least a starting point. They don't have to start from advanced concepts or apply these concepts that they may not be familiar with, but having a very ground zero point of view where, okay, these are the building blocks. Once you finish these building blocks, then you can look at something more advanced. But I mean, everyone needs to start somewhere, right? And I feel like if they don't have these resources, how can they grow? You know, that's where it came from.
Yeah, that's a good point. I feel like I've seen so many posts about branding and other things about like, oh, you should do it this way, but they don't really explain why. So that's a really great way of thinking about it. So diving into the visuals and your personal brand, your feed has a very curated look. All the posts, you can tell, I always know when I see a post that it's from you. So do you ever wish that you could break out of that and still maintain the same amount of interactions? Do you ever wish you could change the color or the fonts or the placements or anything like that?
Absolutely not, Amin, and I'll tell you why. Because what you see on screen, that is me. That is my favorite color. That is my favorite font. Those are my favorite animals that you see on my covers. So everything that's on the feed right now, that is very much me. It's not some kind of curated, carefully thought out kind of a look. That is my personality that you see on screen. And even if you put the best designer on there, I would still pick this because this is created by me. It's my audience. It's me on screen. And I think that resonates with people.
That's really interesting to me because like if I were doing something like that, I would always want to change up the color. I would probably be changing the weight of the lines connecting. Like I that might just be me though, like not being able to commit or like figure out one thing that I like.
No, that's perfectly fine. I've just been really, really happy with my content. And I feel like it's just so me that I don't see myself doing it differently. Maybe if I get bored of it eventually, but at this point in time, it feels like it's just straight up me on screen.
Do you think you ever will get bored of it?
I don't think so. I've been at this for a couple of months now, and I feel like I'm just getting started. So probably not. Let's see.
Oh yeah, that reminds me, like when did you first create your Instagram? Because you implied that you started it during the pandemic.
I did, yeah. So my Instagram page started, my very first post was in June 15th.
Wow. Oh my gosh. So hey, everyone out there trying to grow your Instagram, you need to listen to what she's saying and posting about, because that is fast growth. You have like 20K followers now, right?
Yeah, something like that.
So, how did you first come upon the structure and style of your posts that you use now? And like, you're already like, you saying you're set in it. You don't think you're ever going to change it. So
I wouldn't say ever, because again, things can happen. My ideas can evolve, or I could learn a new softwares, to make things better. Something I need to tell you, I make all of my posts on PowerPoint. So that is the extent of my design skill right now, is PowerPoint, and I'm extremely happy with it.
So good though. Oh my gosh.
So
that's how you know it's not about the tools, it's the designer who wields them. Wow.
That's what I keep telling everybody, that all you need to do is start. Doesn't matter what tools you have. You don't need a fancy software to start. All you need is the willingness, the ideas, the content, the message. So having said that, I don't see myself changing anytime soon. But if it happens that I feel like maybe my own messaging is changing, where my values are not in line with the colors I'm placing anymore, then maybe. But I don't see that happening because I'm pretty sure about what I'm posting.
Okay, wow. I can't imagine being that like knowing what I want. I'm so, I forget the word, but like I can't decide. I'm very indecisive.
That's completely okay. You know, a lot of people are like that, and they kind of go with the flow because you keep finding new things to, you know, evolve with. I've been at this a while, so I'm kind of like, nope, that's my color. Nope, I like my quirky animals. I'm set, you know, so I enjoy that a lot.
I love the little animals that you post. They're my favorite.
I got a lot of comments on that.
Where do you find those images from? Like,
All
do you
over
have a
the
set
internet.
place?
No, I scour the web. I think about 30% of my time goes in finding animals for my covers.
That's awesome. So back to business. What types of clients do you work with, and like what industry are they usually from? I know you said that you work with companies a lot, but I see that you also do a lot of personal one-on-one branding sessions.
I do. So primarily I work with solopreneurs, entrepreneurs, small business owners, you know, those who are individuals finding their footing in the business world and don't have their branding in place yet. But I have worked with individuals who are, you know, working at jobs and who want to position themselves so that they can get a better job or, you know, switch industries or things like that. But primarily the people that do seek my services are small business owners, solopreneurs, or entrepreneurs a lot.
Okay, that makes sense. So what industry are those small businesses? Is it like all over the board, or is it like a lot of stores? Is it any like offices?
Usually they're service-based. So if they are providing services to others, I see very little product-based businesses coming through because their branding is very contingent upon their manufacturing, other kinds of processes, you know, dependencies. But those who are just providing services to other people and want to brand themselves, I see those coming through a lot. So the services may vary, but generally it's someone providing a service as opposed to a product.
Okay. Yeah, I guess product design and product branding is like a whole another like thing. So is branding important for professionals in non-creative industries? I know you kind of cover that in your last sentence, but
Oh, absolutely, Amina. Because think about it, we're all working right now, and in this age where we're so digitized, we're all becoming brands. Every individual now is a brand. Every single page, social media page, website, blog post, everything that you see, that is your brand. So it doesn't matter which industry you come from or whether you're a creative person or a content creator or not. You are a brand because other people perceive you as a brand. So understanding that you have the power to create and craft that branding of your own, that's a very important thing for us to understand, that it doesn't matter which industry or what kind of content you create or whether you're creative or not, you have a brand and you should be aware of it.
that is a great point. And especially when like I feel like a lot of people who think that branding is reserved for creative fields, they don't understand how much branding can make you stand out in like any field, and like being aware of your audience and all that.
Absolutely. It can open up so many doors for you, Amina, and it can really help you position yourself as an expert, as an authority. You know, you can get so many speaking engagements, you can get opportunities that you would never think of, you can have networking opportunities. It's a very good way for you to stand out from the pack. It doesn't matter what the context is. But if your positioning is right with your branding, you can do a lot.
Absolutely. So what does a day in your life look like? Like specifically like on the branding job?
On the branding job, a big chunk of my day goes into my Instagram because I dedicate a lot of time and effort to that. I spend a lot of time creating new products as well. coming your way. And also there is a lot of client work involved also. So I spend a lot of time doing discovery calls. I'm spending some time doing coaching as well, helping people find their own brands. So it depends on what kind of client I have on hand. There's a lot of different ways that I'm providing the service. So creating the content, delivering the content, helping the clients, doing the discovery calls, and also seeking other companies that would be interested in the service is a big chunk of the day as well. So lots of different things happening during the day, Amina.
So do you find that your days are really similar, or is it completely different from one day to the next?
Kind of similar, because I've dedicated parts of my day to different endeavors, I would say. So I have a set time where I spend time on Instagram. I have a set time that I spend on Instagram, set time where I do client work, set time that I do product work, set time where I take time away from the screen, for example. So those times kind of remain the same unless something comes up. But the nature of those time frames and what I do in those time frames, that may change.
That's yeah. So adhering to a schedule probably helps a lot with that. Is that something that you implemented or like started doing since the pandemic, or have you always kept to a schedule?
Always kept to the schedule, but during the pandemic is more important because we all know this. Our schedules have gone out the window because of the pandemic.
Yeah.
Days don't end. There's no set start or stop time anymore, and as a result, you end up working too much. And to combat this, you have to make sure that you have a start time, you have an end time. I'm very guilty of not sticking to them sometimes, but trying my best. So yeah, definitely the pandemic needs the structure.
Absolutely. I definitely agree. I've also been trying to keep to a schedule, but it's harder than you'd think.
I know. It's because there's just too much time. There's nowhere you need to be anymore physically. So it feels like you can kind of structure it the way you want, but then it just goes out of control sometimes and you just keep spiraling,
Definitely. Oh, the pandemic has made me forget how time works at all. Like if I don't pay attention to the clock, I feel like I'm teleporting. Like really, like I'm
time. What is this you speak of?
Literally. So you mentioned that like your use of social media. So have you ever kind of gone through this sort of brand teaching page on other social media, or is Instagram your first try?
My very first try, Amina.
Wow.
So I had one personal social media page that I used to use, but not frequently anymore. Instagram was my very first attempt at teaching people through a social media page. And I was very surprised by the results because I didn't know how people would react. And it seems like they have reacted well. And it's something that people need to understand, that no matter what you're trying to teach or what kind of message you're trying to convey, Instagram is a very good platform to do that. So it really worked well for me.
Yeah, I've noticed tutorials and things like that, like tips and guides do really well on Instagram. So I was wondering like if you'd ever like tried doing something like that on like Twitter.
No, I haven't ventured out to Twitter yet, but I think that might be my next move.
It's really chaotic. So if you decide to go to Twitter, good luck out there.
Okay, let's do this.
Twitter's a scary place. I try to avoid it. So kind of switching topics here. Do you think apps like Canva that have templates that any company can go in and use and it's free, do you think it or apps like it are ever going to make designers and brand consultants obsolete or maybe even more undervalued as time goes on?
Absolutely not, because Canva and other apps like those, like PowerPoint, for example, they're just a tool. They are simply a tool to create something. The creativity still needs to come from the individual. So if you're looking for a very curated kind of a look, Canva will not give you that. Canva will give you a template. It will not give you a customized solution. It's going to give you a tool to work with. The creativity still has to come from the individual. So you still need the strategist or the consultant or a designer to guide you to get the exact kind of customized, curated look that you need. Because Canva is a machine, PowerPoint is a machine. They can't know, right? So they can help you, they can like guide you along the way, but they're by no means going to make designers or the field obsolete because they're simply a tool, in my opinion.
I agree too. And I'm still reeling at the fact that you make your posts in PowerPoint.
I
That's
do.
so wild to me.
True
I can't make
story.
it work.
True story.
Oh, okay. So now we're going to move on to some chat questions. So
Woo.
Sergio in chat said, are you branding for specific companies? I always thought of creating branding for places like doctors' offices, small restaurants, shops, etc., in order to make an internet presence.
You could do either. So it depends on what you like doing. So I like doing both. It just depends on what the needs of the audience are and you meeting those needs. So if you want to do the branding strategy or the branding design for businesses like doctors' offices or other brick and mortar offices, that's perfectly fine. But you have to evaluate whether in this day and age, in this age that we're living in the pandemic right now, what is the scope of your business going to be? Will you get a lot of business from brick and mortar stores right now? Or is it better to venture in the digital space to individuals or to smaller businesses who are trying to make their space in the digital space? So I think it's just a question of priorities and you liking what you do.
That reminds me of something what our professor Victor said, is that you want to be branding and like working on things for your portfolio that you would want to do and that like the kinds of jobs that you would actually want. So I think that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you feel is the biggest challenge in becoming a brand consultant versus working in branding?
Ooh, I think staying disciplined, and disciplined in the sense where you have to get people to know you. So you have to drive the awareness. You have to make sure that you're getting your messaging out. You're getting your own personal brand out. Many people that I see, they make the mistake of not developing their personal brand before becoming a brand consultant. They just branch out and they're expecting people to come to them, but their brand is not strong enough. While if you're working in branding or an agency or a company, you're working under the company's umbrella, so you don't have to develop your own brand. But if you're branching out, you have to make sure that you can stand on your own and you can drive business by yourself and drive awareness, because otherwise people won't even know that you exist or that you can provide a service. So I feel like that might be the biggest challenge. But if you can get that down right, you can drive the awareness, you can drive the service, you can drive your offer, you can let them know that you are there and you do it well, then you should be fine.
So which would you prefer working in? Like, would you rather a job in branding or specifically as a consultant?
I could do either because I feel like there are some amazing agencies out there, but I feel like agencies, they are kind of set in their ways. Most agencies, not all. So agencies have their own protocols, they have their own SOPs that they work with, that they've been working with for a while. So you as a designer or a strategist may or may not have the leeway to drive things the way that you want. Now, again, most agencies, not all probably, but as an independent consultant, you can maybe craft your own systems, your own frameworks, your own ways of driving a certain process so that you can arrive at a solution in a different way. But you have to do your own client generation, you have to do your own awareness, you have to do your own content, you have to do that. You don't have an umbrella to rely on. So I think they both have their pros and cons, Emina.
As I think most like jobs will. But do you have any personal preference? If you had to pick, if you had offers for both?
I'd probably at this point in time pick consultant simply because of the freedom. You have the flexibility and you have the ability to pivot any way you like. If I feel like changing up my own strategy, I can do that in a heartbeat. But if you work for an agency, you may not have that same flexibility. And you can find your own clients, the type of clients you want to work with. You can say yes or no to any client that you want or don't want to work with. So I feel like at this point in time, maybe a consultant would be a better way to go.
And I feel like that's a privilege once you get more work and practice within the field itself, being able to consult rather than out there doing the nitty gritty work.
I agree.
So from a content creation standpoint, what's been the most beneficial tool for your workflow?
Ooh, beneficial tool. So I'll be honest, I tried Trello. I tried Trello to streamline my content and type it all out. But the way I work, is organized chaos. Okay. So all of the ideas are in my head. I know what I want to create. But every time I sit down and try and organize it before I create the content, it seems like I'm wasting time, because I could just sit down, type out a piece of content, have it ready to go in half an hour, 45 minutes, as opposed to spending that 1 hour streamlining the content and then creating the content. So I feel like I don't use any tools per se. I create the content immediately on my PowerPoint, and then I do the posting in real time. I don't use any scheduling tools or anything like that. I write my own captions. I find my own hashtags. I do everything manually. And I think that's allowed me to understand the system a lot better and understand the platform a lot better. But I feel like there are benefits of using maybe apps that can help you make your feed look better, or if it can help you schedule better. But for me, I don't use any dedicated tools. I don't think that answers your question.
If the answer can be none. So you said that you post when like you don't use a scheduling thing. So
No.
do you try to do it at a certain time though?
I do. So through a lot of trial and error, I've located a time or nailed down a time where I feel like I get the most engagement or most of the people are active. And that's the time that I try to stick to every single day. Of course, there are variations once in a while, things come up, but 95% of the time I stick to that one specific time.
Okay, because on Instagram they have that interactions, or they have the things where it shows you when your audience is most engaged. But I've found if I follow that, sometimes it doesn't work, and sometimes it'll randomly, if it's at a random time, it works well for me too. So I guess trial and error through that is probably really helpful.
Yeah, trial and error helps, because you honestly never know. Whatever your audience is the highest, for example, it may not be your target audience. It could be your audience in general, but might not be the audience that you're trying to target. So you have to make sure that if you have a very big audience, not all of those 20,000 people might be your target. So it's something that people should keep in mind.
That's a really interesting point. I never thought about it that way, how your literal audience isn't always who you should be going for. Okay, so how do you stay motivated to be so active online when we're so disconnected from people right now physically?
For me, it's become a way to be connected to my community. I have developed a very strong relationship with my community on Instagram. And I feel like it's a commitment issue as well, where I have committed to show up every single day for these people. And I've committed to show up for my audience as well as the peers who are fellow content creators. We're there to support each other. Yeah. So that has helped a lot, because we're all expecting each other to show up, support, deliver content to the audience and help them out as well. So I think once you have that discipline, once you have that commitment, it kind of drives itself. And that has to come from within. It has to keep driving you forward.
Absolutely. So David in chat asked, have you always worked as a freelance brand consultant, or have you worked with agencies? What made you want to go solo, if anything?
I have actually worked in corporate. So I've never worked with an agency. I've always worked in corporate companies. And the decision to do branding strategy as an independent consultant on my own was because I wanted to help people. I started to get people coming to me to, for help, who wanted help independently, outside of anything else I was doing. And that's why it came. It came from a necessity. So it wasn't because I suddenly decided I wanted to become a solo brand strategist. People literally kept coming to me and I wanted to help them as much as possible. So that was the easiest and best way for me to help them.
That's interesting. That's how we know you know what you're doing, when clients approached you before you were even freelance.
That's how it usually works, because if you are decent at what you do and people around you kind of get to know that you've done this one thing and they want you to work with them as well, I find that as the highest compliment, because if you can help one more person achieve their goal, to me that's the best thing I can do. So I'm very glad that I get to be able to do that.
So, how do you make sure you portray your brand voice throughout all areas your brand is represented in?
By being myself. So I have no filter, as you can see in this chat. And
I've
what's
seen your
very-
lives, so I know that you have no
yeah,
filter.
I have no filter. Sorry, guys. Spoiler alert. But the best way to portray your message, Amina, I find, is by being yourself. If you're trying to veil your message in any way, trying to make it too official or trying to be someone you're not, it's not going to come across. So you must have seen my feed. I tell a lot of dad jokes, a lot of corny jokes. I use a lot of quirky animal references. I'm very much myself, and the way you're hearing me now is basically how I write my content. And that is how my entire presence on Instagram, social media is, so that they know that it's me. And humanizing the brand that way makes sure that they know that it's my voice speaking, and makes me more relatable and makes me more approachable. So that's why people usually come up to me and say, I appreciate the fact that what you see is what you get. It's not like an unexpected exchange. And I think that really helps in connecting with people.
Okay. So that reminds me, I've seen a lot of like talk online about if you have an account or just you're creating your branding, having like your face be on posts and just like having people recognize your face is like a really good way to do that. But do you think creating a strong brand is possible without showing your literal face?
It is. So I'm a proponent of people showing their face, because it is extremely powerful and it's a big connector as far as that emotional connection with the individual is concerned. However, I do understand that many people are not able to do that, either because of their own private issues or security or their own reasons that they don't want to do that. Building a brand without a face is possible. I don't always advise it, but if that's the only way to do it, start. And doing this, you have to make sure that your voice is still strong. So because you have to make up for the lack of face, you have to use your voice. So your voice has to be so strong that it kind of makes up for the lack of space. And your service, your voice, your value systems, what you're delivering, your offer, all that has to be solid for people to trust you. And then drive your brand forward, because you don't have a face to lean on. You don't have a human to human connection to lean on. So you have to make sure that whatever you're offering is strong enough and you're building trust that way. But it is possible. Yeah.
Okay. That's because from what I've seen, like it is possible, but it must be like really hard to get it started and have it be really like solidified.
It can be hard. So there's a lot of people in the Instagram community that I'm a part of who started with no face or using just a logo or an agency logo as their main identifier. But as they went along, they saw that changing to a photograph or showing their face, showing up on stories, showing up on reels, showing up on lives, changed their entire performance online, and they saw an instant difference in how people were connecting with them. So it is possible, but I always advise people to use their face as much as they can, because it's just a way to build trust, and people get to see you, they see your mannerisms, they get to trust you, and they get to like you as well. So I feel like you can start with a logo or no face, but if you can, use your face.
Really good advice. I hope everyone out there is taking notes in the audience. So we have a question here from Lily. So, hello, I'm creating an online t-shirt business. My question is, how quickly should I have a final logo? I have the name of the brand down and 3 designs uploaded on Instagram, but not the logo.
Okay. Before you having the name, I will ask whether you have the rest of your foundational work done. Do you have a brand purpose? Do you have a vision? Do you have a mission? Do you have your core values? Do you have a positioning statement? This is basically the groundwork, the foundational work. And the reason I ask this is because people love to jump into visual things like logo, color systems, typography, all of this exciting, glamorous stuff. But if that's not resonating with the foundational stuff, it's not going to connect down the line. So I cannot really answer that question until I know whether she has the foundational components ready, because I always advise every single person, company or individual, to have their foundation set, because based on those foundations, those value systems, that positioning, your main offer to the world, that's when you can have the name, that's when you can have the logo, that's where you can have everything. So if you have the foundation set, Lily, then, and if you have the name also, you can create the logo now, because you have everything to go on. You have the story to go on already. But if you don't, though, I would kind of take a step back, have a look at whether you have those things set, maybe go through that process a little bit, find your brand story, find your positioning, and then create the logo.
Okay, so going off of that, what is your number one piece of advice you would give to a young designer starting off on social media, and number one piece of advice for a young brand starting off on social media, if they're like different?
No, they're probably the same. Anyone who is starting out to create any kind of presence online, brand or designer, I would say find your purpose, which is your big why. What is the impact that you're trying to have? What is the purpose that you're trying to fulfill with you being online or you starting a certain business or brand? If you don't have a clear purpose, you will not be able to go where you want to go, because you don't have a vision, you don't have a mission, you have no clear sight of why you're here. And when you have a strong why, it kind of anchors you and grounds you no matter what happens. If you have a clear purpose, no matter what happens 1 month, 2 months, 1 year from now, you always come back to the why and say, okay, this is why I'm doing this. I'm going to be steadfast on my mission. But if you don't have a why, it's very easy to get lost and swayed in many different directions and trends and this and that. So first thing I would say to anyone is find your purpose.
It's really, really good advice. So that kind of bleeds into the next question, which is, how can you implement your brand in a way that translates into all uses and environments? So I assume having a why to ask would help with that.
How it translates into different environments, I think that would mean having a very strong purpose, as you just said. Because your brand, you have to understand, might not be suitable for all environments. If you're a B2B company, for example, you might not be suitable for B2C environments, right? And if you are a consumer good, you may not be suitable for a B2B environment like industries, So depending on what your brand is, I think you have to apply your brand depending on your target audience. If you have a target audience set, you will be able to know where to take your brand, where to hang out, where to apply your brand, which environments to apply it in. I'm assuming that's what they're asking, but I feel like having a good handle on your purpose, having a good handle on what industry you're in, and having a good handle on your target audience or your target market, that will be a very big component of which applications you're going to have.
Okay. So next we have an Instagram specific question asking, how important is it to pay attention to the Instagram algorithm versus actually focusing on your own content?
Oh, I love that question, because you should not pay attention to the algorithm at all, because we don't know what it does. So the algorithm is a machine, okay? It learns human behavior. It doesn't have a mind of its own per se, but it detects how people interact with each other, how people interact with your content, and it learns from human behavior. So your main focus should be on delivering quality content. Your focus should be on consistency, and your focus should be on community. These three things. If you do these three things really, really well, you will train the algorithm to learn behavior and to see that your community is interacting with your quality content. You are showing up every single day being consistent, and you are there supporting your entire community. And that is what is going to let them know that you are an interactive page. And maybe that will lead for your page to drive a bit further.
Okay, so speaking of consistency on Instagram, I know a lot of people talk about how when they post one type of thing, it gets high engagement, and other times when it's something else, it's very low. At the same time, I've seen some accounts posting, like I follow a lot of illustrators, so I see a fully illustrated, fully rendered piece and it does well, and then I see them posting a sketch also, and that does like equally well or almost as well. So why is that?
So it depends. If you look at the format of the content, that could be a determinant. For example, our community, the branding community, posts a lot of carousels. Carousels meaning, you know, the 10 slides, for example?
Yeah, the multiple pages on Instagram.
The multiple pages, exactly. That is notorious for getting low reach than a single post.
Really?
Because the algorithm has to work harder, right? To place you in a certain way. Since it's 10 pictures that they have to curate and sift through, it doesn't know where to place your carousel. So it could affect the reach. That's what they say. Again, it's the algorithm, it keeps learning. However, the content that you're making in these posts, the different types of format, that is determinant on how strong your message is in the content and also how strong your community is. If your community is immediately interacting with all of your content right away, flocking and commenting and liking and, you know, just being there for you right away, then more likely your content will do well because it signals to the algorithm that this is a valuable piece of content. We should show it to more people. But if it's a piece of content, no matter if it's a sketch, a photograph, whatever it is, if no one is looking at it, no one's engaging with it, no one is, you know, saving it, liking it, or interacting with it, it tells the algorithm that this is not a popular piece of content. There's no point driving it to more people because it's not going to keep people longer on the platform.
Okay, so I feel like stories on Instagram must play a big part in that as well, keeping like audience engaged and having them like being able to recognize your posts and your style.
Yeah, so stories are there for you to strengthen your relationships with your existing followers. It's not as effective to get new followers, but it is very effective in you deepening those relationships. So you showing the behind the scenes, you showing your life, you talking to them directly, you telling them more things about your background, or you telling them about a new piece of content. All of that makes that connection deeper. It's not as effective to get new followers because, again, its reach is variable. You don't know if you're getting new followers from there or not.
Okay, so next question we have from chat. Amanda asked, how would you manage your brand if you make a lot of things that vary visually, such as abstract illustrations, cleaner design styles, and photography? So does it make sense to have them on separate Instagram profiles, or is it okay to have them all in one? Kind of similar to the last question.
I would say have it on one because you're showing one major skill set, right? Which is you being an artist or an illustrator, or you showing your design skills. So if I were you, I would make one single page, but make a very clear positioning or a very clear offer that I am an illustrator or designer, or, you know, one succinct sentence, and then showcase your skills through a portfolio or through the designs that you've done in one single page. Because I feel like doing separate pages makes it confusing for the audience because you don't know what your audience needs. You know, your audience could, the same person could need both. So why not tell them you can do both? But package it in a way where it shows that you are an expert at both of these as a designer, illustrator, or, you know, whatever it is that you do.
Okay. So Leonardo asked, as someone that doesn't like social media, is it necessary to learn and try and be active on these platforms in order to create and expand a brand?
I would say you need visibility, right? You need visibility and you need a content strategy. It is one of the easier ways to do this. If you don't want to use social media, you could use blogs, you could use guest posts on other blogs, you could use PR, you could use other means of content, because as a brand, you need to drive your awareness through visibility. You need to let people know that you exist, for the SEO to know that you exist. And you can only do this through content. Social media, I feel, is important because it establishes you as an authority. It can help people know who you are, what you do. If you create original content, it is very easy for someone to gauge what you do, how you do it, the way you think, and a very direct interaction with your audience, as opposed to, them finding your blog, you writing long form content, you doing guest posts, guest blogs, networking offline. It's a longer process, I feel, while social media might be slightly easier to get your word out there. So that would be my advice. Try and do social media if you can, but it's not a must.
Okay. So it is, I guess social media is like a really easy way to like interact and like reach out to people, as opposed to having your own website and networking.
Yeah, it's effective. It's effective because people can see your face, they can see your content, they could, speak to you right away, and you could get instant feedback on what you do. You could see how people see you, and it's a good way to connect with your target audience.
And I think I heard you use the term SEO earlier. Can I ask what that stands for?
Oh, SEO is search engine optimization.
Oh,
so this is basically Google, getting found on Google. So the more content you create in long form format, which is blogs or guest blogs, or getting your name in any kind of big publication or feature, that will kind of bump up your name further. So if someone searches for brand strategist, for example, then Seema will pop up because she's done a lot of content related to brand strategy.
I see.
So for SEO to find you, you need to create content.
Okay, that makes sense. So we have a question from Honeycomb06. They asked, do you believe it is beneficial to have skills in all designing aspects, i.e., an example, illustrating, graphics, animation, etc., even if you have never done it before?
To become a brand strategist, or in general?
I believe to have just in general, to have a strong brand.
Not necessarily. So I have very weak hard skills. I mean, I'm going to say, because my background is in marketing and brand strategy. So what I do is I work with a lot of people who have strong skills in design. So I feel like if you can find people who have complementary skills, you could still have a very strong brand, because the brand is not all about design, guys. You have to understand this. The brand comes from the core, which is the positioning, your mission, your vision, what your big why, the big purpose is. The design is only a visual tool to demonstrate your brand. And yes, if you have a strong visual, it can amplify your brand. But if you have a weak positioning, a weak core, even the strongest design will not save you. So I would say it's a good to have. It's not a must have.
Okay. So what do you think is the most underrated tool or mindset when it comes to trying to cultivate your own brand or someone else's?
Underrated tool?
I'm
not
or
sure
mindset.
I heard the question.
So I think he's asking, what do you think people sleep on when it comes to creating a good brand, or what kind of thought process do you think people aren't trying enough?
Okay, I feel like one thing people underrate in this entire process is perseverance and discipline, because this is a marathon. This is not a sprint. And especially in this day and age where all of us are online, we're all creating content, we're trying to create strong brands. You sticking it out and honing your brand consistently, driving your messaging day in and day out, that is what's going to determine whether you make it or not. Because everyone can wake up one day and say, hey, I want a brand today, but are you going to be there 1 year, 2 year, 3 years down the line? If you're not able to stick it out every single day, show up every single day, solve pain points for people, give solutions to people, create brands for people every single day, you're probably not going to make it. So I feel like the underrated mindset here is just showing up, persevering, having that discipline to be there every single day.
You hear that, guys? Never give up. Stick to your goals.
The wise Seema has spoken.
So you've mentioned having a clear goal and vision for your brand, right? So if you're not sure what that is, how can you find that?
A very good way is to ask yourself a couple of questions. So the first thing I like to ask is, what do you like to do? You know, what are you good at? What hard skills do you have? What kind of skills did you learn in school, in college? What are you certified to do? Ask people around you how they see you, what you're good at. Sometimes we don't even know what we're good at, right? So other people around us can know, because to us, it's so second nature that we don't even see it. So ask people around you how they see you. Ask people in school, ask people in the corporate job you work at 8 hours a day, you know, what are you good at? What do you do? You know, what are you good at doing? What do you enjoy? What would you do for free? You know, if someone wasn't paying you, what would you do for free? And what did you enjoy doing as a child? Usually the hobbies we had as kids, those are the purest hobbies and things that we like to do before adulthood took over. Know what I mean? So those usually have some kind of connection to our true selves. And you combine that with our core values. So what our belief systems are, you know, what it means to us, the value systems that we live by in life in general, you know, how we live our life, you know, what rules do we live by? If you combine all of that, you know, ask yourself a few questions, you can generally map out what kind of impact you want to have as a whole, right? Because that's what you enjoy doing. That's the truest form of you. Now, what method you're going to do it with, that will depend on the skills you have, the background, the willingness, the resources, the environment that you're in, what you have access to. You know, the means will change, but the why, the impact, that will come from you doing some very deep thinking, deep diving into yourself and finding out.
That's a great point. And so as we wrap up, I want to say thank you so much. You had some incredible advice that I'm sure everyone watching has been like eating up. So before we head out, I think I need to bring up some of the things that we've been talking about within GDSA events. So do you pronounce it GIF or GIF? we need this.
I'm a GIF person.
Yes. We're the minority, but we're correct. So
I'm a GIF person. We are right. I don't care what they say.
Isn't it? I feel like it's so harsh when it's a hard G to just something like, can you send me the GIF? Like, I feel like GIF is so smooth. Just like,
I know. I'm like, what did you just ask for? That doesn't exist. I don't know what you're talking about. I'll send you a GIF though.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy you're on our team. So thank you so much for speaking with us, Seema, and it was so great like to talk with you, and you're super easy to talk to, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you for having me, Amina. Thank you so much, Michael. This was amazing. It was such a fun chat, and really happy to be here.
Of course.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, I like Amina said, you know, there were so many
Michael, you might be muted.
There were so many tidbits that we were going through in your talk, and I think that it was just full of a lot of information. So the nice thing is that this will be up for other people to be able to see later, so you can maybe take some notes if you didn't already. But yeah, so thank you so much, Seema, for being here. That was really an incredible talk. And we're going to take just a quick break, and we're going to jump back in just a minute with the last speaker for the first half of today's event. So stick around, and we'll see you guys in just a minute.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Michael. Nice meeting you.
Silence fills this empty space, and I can't get out the stain you left on everything. Yeah, you're all over me, but I'm not over you. Time hasn't healed, cause I still feel the bruise. I don't wanna do this anymore. If I'm better off without you, then why don't I feel any better? Sticks and stones can't break my bones, but then I can put them back together. Why do I try when I won't change my mind? If I'm better off without you, then why don't I feel any better? Paper cuts don't hurt like this, and I'm so nervous I keep biting my lip. I've been checking my phone, but there's nobody there, 'cause everyone knows that I can't even care unless I'm hearing back from you. If I'm better off without you, then why don't I feel any better? Sticks and stones can't break my bones, but then I can put them back together. Why do I try when I won't change my mind? If I'm better off without you, then why don't I feel any better? Why don't I feel any better?
Should I, so when after she introduces me, I then unmute myself and then start talking? Okay.
So sorry, my mic was muted again. Thanks so much, everyone, for hanging out with us. And we're super excited to jump into the next speakers. We actually have an awesome panel coming up. And so I won't wait too long. I'll go ahead and throw it over to Jennifer.
Hello. Thank you so much, Michael. First off, I just want to give a special thanks to Rebel Reprints for being one of our awesome sponsors for Citruspace 2020. If you guys are interested in seeing a bit more of their work, be sure to check our link down in our bio. Up next, we have a panel of awesome people who are a part of our Orlando design community. Please help me give a warm welcome to Purple Rock Scissors. We have April Domingo, Joshua Hurtado, Sam Geist, and Cameron Robinson.
Awesome, Josh. You can go ahead and take it away whenever you're ready.
Sorry about that. My mouse wasn't showing up and I couldn't get my myself unmuted. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, I think we should be good.
Okay.
No problem.
All right. Hi. We're Purple. We're really excited to be here. Thank you for welcoming us to Citruspace. I'm Josh. Before we introduce ourselves, I wanted to go ahead and talk a little bit about the agency. There we go. So we're Purple Rock Scissors. We're a strategic creative agency with technology at our core. We're based in Orlando, Florida. And what this means is we basically, along with the designers that you'll hear from today, we also have a team of strategists and development in-house. So we do a lot of web work, product design, some tech-based experiential design, and branding and marketing and that type of thing as well. A little bit about us. As far as our values go, we keep it fairly simple. So we have these three values: commit, explore, and do great work. And a little bit about each one. For commit, we believe in giving our employees a lot of autonomy. You're free to solve problems in the way that you see fit. And the commit kind of comes from committing to your own expectations that you set for yourself. Explore essentially is just continuing to learn and grow. And do great work is just like this, the mindset that the next thing you do should be something you're proud of. We try to look for that moment to be proud of in every project that we have. And all that being said, we've had the ability to work with many awesome clients across the country, and each has presented a new challenge, which is what makes what we do great. A little bit about myself. That's me. I've actually got my daughter there, and my UCF shirt. I'm a UCF alum from 2010. I graduated from the College of Business. After college, I worked for a small ad agency. I was a creative manager for a health and wellness franchise company. I did some UI design for a government contractor, and I've been at Purple for about 4 years. I started as a designer there, and now I am the creative director. You can find me on Instagram at that handle, J Hurtat. And I'm going to go over a couple projects that I've been excited about working on at Purple. First was the website redesign for the Field Museum. I actually got to lead design on this project. The Field Museum is based out of Chicago. And this was actually the first time that their new brand was reflected in a large scale through this website. So we got to kind of determine how all of the amazing brand elements that were done by Leah Burnett were kind of translated into the web. I'm also kind of just like a nerd for natural history museums. I've always loved that, like going to them. So like for me, it was a really cool thing to work on. This is something that I worked on this year. It's a podcast app for the content creator Wondery, which launched on the App Store in April. Just was awesome to work with a small team, designers and strategists to kind of bring this to life. And we worked with an out-of-house development team as well to kind of realize it. So that's just exciting to see something on the App Store. And then lastly is something that I kind of piggyback off of Sam, who's going to present next. But we created for Lego and Comic-Con a character creator that would then create a comic book that could be printed. So I was tasked this year with translating that experience to the web because Comic-Con obviously couldn't be held because of COVID. So we took Sam's foundation and basically brought it into a responsive web experience on people's mobile devices or desktops or whatever you have, that they would create their own characters, answer some questions, and then they could have a digital comic delivered to them or actually printed and sent to them. And then, Sam will talk more about the physical experience that she designed when she presents her work. So I'm going to pass it off to her now.
Hey guys, I'm Sam. So fun fact, I got married this year. So my name isn't Sam Bork anymore. It's Sam Geist, but that's okay. You can find me either way online, most likely. I'm a senior designer at Purple. I've been with the company for about 5 years. If you'd like, you can follow me at Dope Design on Instagram. It's actually my cosplay website. That's kind of what I do on the side. So I do have a small business that I run out of my own workshop, as well as being a designer, because, when you do digital work, sometimes you also need to do tangible work. Just kind of a fun, contrasting experience there. But so I went to school at Florida State University, which I was one of the last graduating classes for a BFA in graphic design. I think they've since just transitioned over to purely studio art, but kind of in line with that too. Yeah, I did a lot of both digital and physical media going to school. So that's kind of me. I like to split my time. Out of college, I moved back down to Orlando. I was raised here, so kind of came back home. And I started working for a small company that did mostly work with real estate agents. It was a lot of template work, it was a little bit of a grind, a little bit of an introduction to, designer life, trying to work with really clients that maybe don't know what they need, and kind of trying to translate that into how does this work in an actual UI within a limited space. So definitely, I guess, put my hours in, if you will. And then actually started at Purple. So I was with that company for about 5 years, and now I've been with Purple for about 5 years. So that ages me. But yeah, now I'm actually doing mostly web and UI work, not in templates. It's a lot more flexible and free, and it's pretty great. So some projects that I've worked on, Josh gave you that great introduction, are the Lego Comic-Con experience for last year, 2019. That was at San Diego Comic-Con. So like Josh kind of introed, the original version of this was just an app for an iPad so that people could queue up in line at San Diego Comic-Con, build their minifigure, and have a comic book printed out for them physically right there. So we actually worked directly with like Lego brand guidelines and had to translate that into something that used their guidelines in a slightly strict way, but kind of make it fun and bring all those colors together in a way that was really easy for someone to get through a queue in like less than 60 seconds. So take all those fun and bright colors, but keep people focused on the task at hand and get them through an experience. So that's what I set up, or designed rather, for Comic-Con. It was really great. I also did the web redesign for the National Museum of Women in the Arts. I almost got some fun music in there.
Sorry about the music. I'll let you talk about it a little bit more. Just
okay, yeah, no worries. So National Museum of Women in the Arts, which now we're looking at Powerpuff Girls, so that's cool. So that was really cool to be a part of. The National Museum of Women in the Arts is a museum dedicated solely to women artists. It's up in Washington, D.C. They have some really great work, great messaging, and working to get women the recognition that they need in the arts. So highly recommend you check out the site. And then what we have here, another kind of girl power, if you will, Powerpuff Yourself. So you guys may have Powerpuffed yourself in the past and seen this. So we took Powerpuff's brand guidelines and turned this into an interactive experience for the web. And of course that worked on mobile as well. Where you could build your own Powerpuff character, build yourself as a Powerpuff character, and then take a quiz to find your POW factor. So like your special power that makes you you. So that's some of the cool things that I've gotten to work on at Purple. It's really great. So I guess I'll introduce Cameron. Who's next?
Yes, please introduce me. Thank you. How's it going, guys? I'm Cameron. These handles down here, Kill the Gorilla is my Instagram handle, my personal one, and then Super Dream Bus is my wife and I are actually building out and renovating a school bus right now. So that is kind of the documentation of that process and working through that. So you can follow me there. But I am a UI motion designer at Purple. I've been there for about 3 years. My 3-year anniversary is the middle of November, so almost there. I went to school at RIT, which is Rochester Institute of Technology up in Rochester, New York, for new media design, where I learned all about user interface stuff and some motion stuff, and really set the course and tone for me coming to Purple. My first job out of college, I actually worked for Moss Media Group. Kind of like Sam was talking about, it was a little bit of a grind, maybe not my first choice, but whatever it takes. So yeah, it was good. Learned a lot there. It was a lot of motion stuff, a lot of video work. And then after about a year there, I was like, I really want to get back into, product design and web stuff. So I applied to Purple and was able to land a job there as a junior designer and have been there for the last 3 years and worked my way up a little bit. Yeah, so that's me. And we can go into some of the work.
And Cam, this video is going to play with some audio first, so I'll let it play for a little bit before you talk about it.
Yeah, I'll let it run through and then I'll talk about it afterwards.
You can help stop the spread of COVID-19 by following these tips. Listen for instructions from your local government about staying home. Keep a safe distance from others. Clean hands often. And disinfect frequently touched surfaces at home. Don't touch your eyes, nose, or mouth. Cover coughs and sneezes with your elbow or tissue.
Cool, so that was a video for Facebook that me and another person that works at Purple worked on together. She did the illustrations, but I animated the entire thing. And then it was broadcast out to a bunch of different countries, and I think we went through 33 languages. And yeah, it took a little while. It was a lot of fun to do the animation, but then translating it to a bunch of different languages in subtitles and in voiceovers was a pretty cool task because it was broadcast, all over the world. So it's seeing a lot of eyes and doing some good, which is really cool. And then this project here is RealThread. RealThread's a company in Orlando. They make custom prints for shirts, large orders, boutiques. If you want a single shirt or maybe a small batch of shirts that you want custom made, we redid their whole customization experience for how you go in and you apply art to that shirt and you pick out your shirt and you choose your ink colors and all that kind of stuff. And this was really great because the client worked with us a lot to really to really kind of hone in what the best user experience was. You know, we went through maybe 4 or 5 rounds of user testing to really narrow it down, and got a lot of good feedback. And that was really awesome when you get a client who's open to doing that stuff and really, you know, trying to find the right way to provide a user a positive experience.
And we have April.
And
Okay. Hi guys, my name is April Domingo. I'm a production designer here at Purple. I just started in July during the midst of COVID. Before that, I worked at an internship, started when I was like 18, for an outdoor advertising agency, working for digital and print. And from there, I moved to Orlando, got to Orlando to finish out my program with UCF, the design program. Finished out there. Head to UCF. During my time at UCF, I did full-time school, and I also worked for Orlando City Soccer as an internship, and then freelance on the side, along with a supplement company, doing everything and anything under the sun to get experience, which is like digital work, print work, for packaging, and flyers and stuff like that for making videos and animations. And then once I graduated, I found my way and have the blessings to work with Purple. I found them, and hopefully they love my work, and now I continue to be with them and continue to grow. So I'm kind of fresh off the boat, starting with them. So a lot of my projects have been handoffs. I assist with things like PowerPoint decks, things like print graphics, digital assets, as well as currently we worked on a shoot for NTF, which is National Turkey Federation. I did a little bit of photography, or I did the photography. We set up a shot list, and I got to go out to the shoot site and shoot some turkey. That was really fun. National Turkey Federation is for just bringing awareness to cooking turkey and bringing turkey to family homes. And I do stuff like that. So it's gonna be photo shoots, just helping out Cam and Sam and all those that need help. But right now it's a growing process, and I love everything I do and all the work, and it's really fun.
Cool. I think we can pass it back off to Jennifer. I'll end my screen share.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. That was so nice to get to know a little bit more about each of you. So we do have a question from Dolly, and it said, you said you were a graduate from the business school. So I'm guessing this is geared towards Josh. What did you major in, and how did it impact your work as a designer / creative director?
Good question. So when I first got to UCF, I originally was in the film program because I wanted to be a movie director in high school. And then my mind changed a little bit as I went through, and I wanted something more general. I don't think that if I'm not mistaken, back then, at least I didn't know about the more robust design program that you guys have now, which I've been super impressed with all the stuff that I've seen, especially this event. This is really cool. So kudos to you guys. But I went to the closest thing that I could come to was marketing. So I graduated with a degree in marketing, and I've always been kind of the kid in the back of the class, drawing and doodling. So like art has always been part of my my life, and something that I wanted to be able to use that to do whatever I do for work. But you know, when I was kind of going through school, it wasn't as clear how that happened. It was also like right after the recession, so there wasn't as much, like a lot of the agencies that were local had downsized quite a bit. So it took a while to get there. But that being said, that marketing degree and that business education helped me quite a bit with some of the soft skills that I might not have gotten if I had gone just simply focused on design. So I had to learn how to kind of like present myself, present my work. There was a lot of classes in like sales and things like that, which was for me, I'm not super geared toward that type of thing. Like when I graduated, like my first job out of college was actually had to walk up to people in Home Depot and try to sell kitchen remodels, which was nightmarish for me because I'm not that kind of, I just feel like I'm, you know, like interrupting somebody's day. But a lot of these, like, I find that like a lot of these these things just kind of help you learn about presenting your work and being able to talk to people. So I'd say having a general business education, on one hand, it helped me be able to communicate better. And then on the other hand, it taught me about business and the issues that my clients face. So it helps me empathize with what they're going through, because both learning that in school and then having worked like in-house for businesses, you can kind of see like, as the designer, like they want this, this, and that. And it might seem unreasonable at the time if you're just looking at it from one lens and not empathizing with them as the business. But if you've seen that perspective, you can understand that they're actually looking for something very reasonable. And it's your job to kind of help figure out beyond like the surface level information they've given you, what they're actually looking for and what they actually need.
I love that answer. It kind of reminds us, we literally made shirts for GDSA that said problem solvers. And I just think that kind of like wraps up creatives in like one phrase, because really we're just trying to find the best way to make a good outcome. So that's really awesome. The next question I have is from Jordan, and it says, I need Cameron to give me more info on the bus. How did you get started?
Yeah, so about a year and a half ago, I saw online someone building out a van, and it led me down this rabbit hole of YouTube videos. And I found buses, and I was like, dang, this is really, really cool. And it took a little bit of convincing, but I got my wife on board. And then we found a bus in Florida, and we were like, yeah, we're gonna make this dream a reality. And so I took the leap, and that's pretty much what it is. And it's been hectic and really hard, but it's totally worth it. And I guess it's really nice because it's something that's kind of relates to design, like in like a creative space, but it's a lot more tangible. And we're both creative. She went to school for photojournalism, and obviously I'm a designer. So us like working on something like this together, it's like tangible, and a project for us is really, really neat. Yeah, and I don't know. I think it's great to like have something that's outside, like sitting on a computer.
100%.
That you get to like build and have as your own and continue to create.
Oh, I love that. I'm like such a DIYer at heart. So I'm like, the rewards you get when you like finish a project, it's like that much more worth it.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, any crafts and stuff like that. I mean, we have a lot of people at our company who build stuff on the side, and like
it's incredible.
Do like a lot of cosplayers. I mean, Sam, not to jump the gun on you, but Sam is like a huge cosplayer, and she makes stuff in her free time all the time. So it's nice being in an agency that kind of promotes and inspires creativity outside the job.
That's so awesome. Alrighty, so the next question I have is for April, and it's also from Jordan. What was the hardest transition going from the design program at UCF to such a prominent agency?
Saying what was the biggest or the biggest struggle?
Like what was that transition between like
the
school
transition
to like, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Well, having experience was like the biggest thing for me. Being already working in the field with different kinds of jobs, design jobs, really got me ahead. I'm really happy to have this agency under my tool belt. It took a lot, and it takes a lot of hard work. So you have to be very diverse but very certain in your work, and just I don't know. It's taking everything that all that passion, and putting into just everything you do. It was definitely a range of experience, and a good amount of knowledge of understanding of not just design, but how clients work, different avenues of design. So like digital, print, typography, being aware of all the trends and stuff like that, and just being on top of those, because those really matter. Wearing multiple hats, so stuff like that.
For sure. Also, Victor wanted to give a quick little shout out to you.
Hey, Victor, I'm doing you proud.
Alrighty, the next question I have is from Victor. Hey, April, since you're coming from the same program as our students, how did you prepare yourself and your portfolio to get to where you are now at PRS?
Well, Victor, I'll let you know. It was having a dynamic range of work, again, showcasing everything and anything that you are about. So having a range of, and again, it helped me under my tool belt that I had numerous places that I worked for, and I didn't just do one thing. I continually sought out, even though a lot of my places, I was just a graphic designer, I tried to seek out other opportunities, try to learn from others. And so I learned a lot of things with type, videography, animation. And so what helped me stick out was that my diversity between all my, on my tool belt, I had all that videography. I could understand clients in a way where I understand the language, like Josh said, where it's not, design is very much problem solving, and understanding that's huge, because when you come off of school, you come up from designing for yourself for designing for others, and that's something. So that it all comes under one hood. It all comes together with everything that you guys do in that program.
Awesome. Alrighty. Okay. Next question I have here is for Brooke, and it's kind of a general question for all of you. So feel free to hop in if you want, but how do you deal with creative block? Who wants to tackle that question?
I'm sure we'll all have something to say. I can start. I think to Cam's point when he was talking about the bus, it doesn't always have to be like design or art focused. I think everybody has their own things that they're interested in. I think you get the greatest source of inspiration from just like living life. I think that you learn, like when you learn something from just your life, that translates into your work. And I think we can get bottlenecked by trying to force inspiration, or like saying like, I got to go look at these 15 inspiration websites, where it's like, essentially, if you're doing that, it's more, you're just looking at something that exists already, rather than thinking about what have I learned and how am I going to translate that into my work? How is that going to affect the people that experience my work, and things like that. And I think that designers to your point, Jennifer, about like business being so important in design, I think design will probably end up looking a lot different in 5 years and 10 years than it looks like now, where
100%.
if 10 years ago, I was like, I'm only going to do like small business websites or whatever for my design, then I wouldn't have a job because of Squarespace. So it's like, it could look like something completely non-visual in 10 years. And I think we have to focus on that problem solving aspect. We solve problems for people by making things, and I think that's important to remember, and that helps with inspiration, because it's not all about just like doing this trendy thing. It's about, what have I learned and how do I derive meaning out of what I've experienced in my life? And when I'm good at deriving meaning from things, that's how I can help derive meaning from people's problems and create something that's worthwhile for them to experience, or helps make something easier for them for their day.
Absolutely.
I like to piggyback off of what Josh is saying. I think also in the short term, in terms of like your creative block, a really good thing to do is like, step away from looking at different websites and stuff, and just like go take a walk, or go do something that's like totally not related to what you're working on. And it's funny, like in those moments, you'll kind of end up finding like you have peace of mind, and all of a sudden, like you'll be like, oh, that's how I solve this problem. Like not even thinking about it, out of the blue, you'll be like, oh, this is what I was looking for. This is the intent that I needed. I also think it's interesting to note, like especially with COVID happening now and people are starting to work more remote, the 9 to 5 isn't necessarily a thing. And I think creatives don't really work that way. Like they don't work in that mindset of, okay, I'm working consecutively for 8 hours. And it's okay to like take time and like find times where you're productive and be productive in those moments. And then if you're just sitting there staring at your computer screen, like you're not doing good for you or your client or your company. So take a minute and like find something else to do to get outside your head.
Absolutely. Yeah. Especially now with COVID and like being at home, I could totally find myself like working on something for like 12 hours straight, and I just don't even realize. And then I'm like, oh, the time's gone. Okay, great. But yeah, that's definitely, I agree. Just kind of totally gearing to something else.
Cool. I'll also just say too, I find that one of the best things to do, like at Purple, we have a twice a week meeting with the design team where like you can bring anything to the table and just like, here's the problem that I have. And I feel like you know, even in an office and before COVID and everything, it's sometimes hard to pull yourself out of your own head and be like, I want to share this with someone and I want to hear what someone else has to say, because you're either worried it's not done, or you think, oh, it's not as cool as this thing that they finished last month or whatever it is. And it's putting that aside and saying, I need another opinion and I want to hear what someone else has to say. And even if maybe you don't end up doing exactly what they suggest, they typically kind of, open your eyes to like different ways to do it or look at it, or, you know, it makes a big difference just being able to actually show it to someone and be a little bit vulnerable and get that feedback as well to break that cycle.
For sure. Collaboration, I feel like, is really key, and just having that feedback.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna piggyback ×4 off of everyone. What mindfulness, like Cam said, just being aware that it's okay to step off, you know, from your projects, to take a breather. Mental health is definitely a thing. And 2, I know UCF builds a giant community of design, and people get together. And that is, I know sometimes, people are worried about that they're not good enough or this and that, but I think that community brings us together and we can share ideas, because no one's idea is original, you know. We all learn from each other, and learning and growing is like the biggest thing. And how you learn and grow, what a better way to have people that you care about just share designs, and you get to either learn from each other or learn a project together and do stuff. And it's like the best way to get together, especially in these times. And you can do it digitally. So just learn, grow, share, mindfulness, you know.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I agree with every single one of you. So that was really great. And I feel like we definitely need to hear that, especially for a lot of us like seniors right now. We're just going through it. So I really appreciate that. Next question I have is from Victor. Can you describe the creative process working on one of your projects from start to finish? And Joshua, your role as a creative director in that process.
Okay. So we do most of our work. A lot of our work tends to fall into the product designer web category, since we're so tech focused. There are, however, quite a few marketing, campaign projects, some branding stuff that is required designers to either lead or take part in as well. But there is usually a documented process for doing that digital focused work, which involves there's a collaborative nature to all of it, where it involves these different members of the team with different skill sets, from strategy to design to development, where we find that getting into the same room together, working together is necessary for a better product. That's something we intentionally try to break out of, is to break out of silos and make sure that we have different heads in the same room, because all of our different perspectives are necessary. We might be doing something that is not feasible from a development perspective, but with a few tweaks, the idea that we're trying to get across can be executed, and it'll be better because we got that input early. So as far as my role as a creative director, I try to facilitate that collaboration and help the designers that work under me to communicate better. And I think that my ideal is that I'd prefer not to have to intervene. I think, there's a type of art direction that is more hands-on, that desires to kind of make sure that everything looks a certain way. Whereas obviously, like, a certain level of quality is something that we have to pay attention to as an agency. That's our reputation as an agency. But I hire or keep people on the team because I see something in them, and I trust that whatever I put them on, they're on that for a reason and they can do well. So usually, like, a block isn't necessarily something that's off with them. It's usually something that I see in them that they're not seeing at the moment, right? So I'm just trying to help them see that thing, because I know they can do it. And a lot of times, more often than not, it's a communication thing when it comes to working with a team. So that's kind of my role, is to be a resource for help with any questions that come up, as far as you know, the visual aspects of the design. I'm there to bounce ideas off around and kind of help people come to solutions to problems. But then also I find that a lot of my time gets taken up in that communication aspect. How do we solve problems of how the project's going or how the team is working together and see what's the most effective way to move forward?
You're so right. Like, I definitely agree. Especially when you're working in a group, communication is certainly key. So I'm glad to see that, like, that's something that is gonna follow us forever, honestly. So really awesome, thank you. The next question I have is from Dakota, and it's saying, just kidding. I have to say the first question first. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this question instead. From Brooke, how do you stay motivated outside of your daily design work?
I can go. Okay. So for me, again, I think Cam and I have both spoken to this very specifically already, but it's taking yourself out of it and doing something a little bit different that isn't in front of a computer screen per se, just to give your eyes a break, let your brain solve another problem. I know, like, specifically with doing costume stuff, or I imagine also with a bus, like there's other problems to solve. So it is really like fully removing yourself, in my at least experience, my best way to do it. It's kind of like the same thing as like being creatively blocked. It's like allowing myself to come out of that and do something completely different and focus on another problem helps me then come back with fresh eyes and just be motivated in general to continue working on, you know, whatever project I have at the time. And then also, honestly, my peers. So seeing their work and actually working with them and seeing what they do actually does really help keep me inspired to keep doing the best that I can and learn new things and be better every day. So.
Awesome.
When it comes to like almost like secondary elements of what you do every day, like for me, I've always loved to illustrate and things like that. I think a useful technique is to set challenges for yourself that are pretty feasible, like something that's not, perfection's not required, but it does have like a recurring basis. So like at Purple, we do a illustration challenge. We're doing it in 2020, we did the theme of Florida. So like every month there's a new word that we all do an illustration for. So like last month it was fort, and we did like illustrations of forts, or, you know, it could be like gator or whatever. We all did, it's just like whatever comes to mind. So it's like trying to be like kind of rigid in structure, but very loose in what the word inspires or whatever. I find that like things like that, like the Inktober type stuff, those are really helpful to engage with because they seem like kind of service level, but like you really learn a lot by doing them because you're just exploring your ideas without the necessity to be like perfect because it's so time boxed. So I find that to be a useful tool as well.
Yeah, I'll add one more thing. On the opposite side of that too is making sure you say no to the right things. Like, don't say yes to everything. And I'm really bad about this. I'm trying to get myself to be better, but like, you know, you have so many friends who are going to ask you to do freelance jobs. You have your full-time job. You have your side projects that you want to do, and you want to like live a life. You have to find the right times to say no to stuff, and really regulate so you can actually provide good quality work for yourself. Otherwise, you're just going to be burnt out and you're not going to want to do any of it. So making sure that you know what's right for you in the moment and how to do great work for yourself and for the people that you already said yes to.
That is such good advice. I feel like, especially like since we're like student designers, sometimes it's hard for us to like remove the title student because like at the end of the day, we're just designers. And like, because we think we're students, it's like, we're like, if anyone gives us a job, like, oh my God, yeah, sure. But then we're like, I'm doing 15 projects and I don't know, I'm not getting paid or something like that. So yeah, I think it's definitely important to kind of know prioritizing what we need to do and what is not needed to do at the moment. So thank you so much for that. The next question I have is from Amina, and it is, what is the hardest part of quarantine for the team/agency?
Not being together in the office, for sure. Our office like has a pretty solid community. Everybody goes out to lunch with each other. People do stuff after work with each other. So not having that, like it's definitely a little bit more isolating. Purple's doing a pretty good job of making sure we still have like online communication, town halls, events. Like the design team just did a gin tasting with one of our guys who works with us. He also owns Courtesy, and he did a gin tasting with the entire design team, and he sent Josh dropped gin off at everybody's houses, and then we sat online and tasted gin with each other and learned to do cocktails. But like being able to do that in person would have been really cool, but it's still awesome that we get to hang out together online.
Oh, I feel like social like is really an integral part. So the fact that you guys are making it work, that's incredible. Anyone else would like to add to that, or?
Well, I feel like, like at the beginning of the year, Cam actually like volunteered to do some remote work pioneering, because our CEO wanted to go remote way before COVID. So we were like, he did like a pilot program, and then like 3 months later, every single person at the company is remote full time. So it was like ripping the Band-Aid off a little bit. And I feel like every company has had to like learn how to deal with it. I just feel like a lot of times I do feel lucky that, it's cruised along the way it has. And I think it's just part of it for us is because of the nature of the work we do. It's all based on our computers and things like that. And also we were kind of like wanting to get in that direction. So it just forced us to jump off the ledge.
Hey, it worked out. So that's really great. Alrighty. The next question I have is from Ramisa, and it is, even though you work as a group as a design agency, how do you maintain your own personal brand? I'm seeing April's face.
Bork, this is all you. This is all you, Bork.
Okay. It's 2 jobs. Right. It absolutely is. It's not like I can just do a little here and there. It's keeping a completely separate schedule, and being willing to literally work twice as hard to do it. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. So yeah, it's everything that, I feel really lucky that having gone through a design program and now having, working in an agency and understanding like what goes into branding and what you really need and like things that people look for to make your brand recognizable. It's been a real blessing to like have both and be able to do both. But it's still a lot. So it's like, yeah, I guess, I'm not sure if there's any more that goes into other than just it's 2 jobs and it's a lot of work, but it's
the rewards in the end.
Yeah, exactly. It is really rewarding. It's nice to see it out in the world, and it's nice to still have it. Yeah, like have it at work and then have it for yourself as well. So, and it is important. To keep going with it. It does help keep your own, what you like can still exist and be there and still have, let's say like, if you're into like hand lettering or illustration, like Josh, like it's things that you can still promote in that way and focus on that specific thing that you love, also getting experience and doing several other things and maybe start to like merge the 2 of those or explore who you really are and want to be. So yeah.
It switches stuff up. I think it's pretty fun. I don't know, it's hard. It definitely definitely what Sam said. It's definitely a lot of work in progress. There's a lot of hours that you have to realize that you'll lose. But when you love what you do so much, things kind of just fall into place, and it also 100%. Helps the creativity aspect, like keeping you fresh, with Cameron's bus project. It's something that's like his own thing, but like it keeps you refreshed and keeps you wanting to do, it's not the same thing, So I think personal branding is cool because then you get to do things that you want to do, get to explore new things, do good work, like what Purple says.
Yes.
It's definitely part of the process, yeah.
What she said.
Perfect. Like everyone just wrapped it up into one. Alrighty. So my next question is from Amanda, and it is a question for all. So, does Purple Rock Scissors do internships? And if so, what positions would they be filling / what do they expect? I think they sound like a really great company.
Thank you. We haven't, so there is something kind of in the works, but at a very like nascent stage, but it would be kind of like cross company. So it would probably be like, if we were to do an internship, it would try to model how our teams actually work, where there would be a project manager, designer, strategist, developer, that kind of thing. So that's not, I would say like over the course of the next year, something like that might materialize. I know we attempted to do a design internship last year, or 2 years ago, I think it was, which ended up turning into a day. It was kind of like an event like this, but at Purple, where we had like 4 people come in and we did like some talks and stuff like that. So I think that's another avenue that we'd like to explore, as well as like an internship, but also some type of just like community day where we have people come in and we just try to be helpful to people entering the design field. But what we would look for is just a variety of those different skill sets, and design specifically. I think in general, when it comes to like an internship or like somebody interviewing for a job, it's obviously like your portfolio matters. That's like the snap judgment first thing that we'll see.
100%.
And then I'd probably look a little bit about, like, there's an about you page. That's probably what I'd look about next, just to see what you say about yourself, what your story is. Like that matters to me. I think those things, like, I feel like your background and experience are, while they're important, they're not as important to me as those two things. Like what, like, 'cause you could have somebody that didn't go to college, even, that their work is stellar because they've been working for 10 years, and I can't really ignore that. So I think that those things are really important to kind of focus on, and also just like your passion for what you do. Like I interviewed April, and did a lot of different work that was cool and it was real, but she showed me, one of the things that stood out to me was she had come up with this idea for someone. It was like a box, like one of those like meal kit services, but it was from different like cultures. So she'd send the box to you, and then it has like a insert about that culture, about like where this dish comes from and all this kind of stuff. And it was like not real. It was her idea, but she was like selling it with such passion. I was like, oh, that's really cool. That's a great idea. So like, to me, that's like, that would be like that for me, I was like, okay, yeah, I'd like to work with this person because she's so passionate about what she wants to do. And she's got, she's not afraid to like, just make this idea happen, right? Materialize this idea. So I think like the combination of, trying to get real work, whether when you're just starting out, it's for like a, local small business where you're trying to just help them out. That's always good because you're learning things, but also just like having the passion to kind of realize your ideas and go full steam ahead with them and put them out
For
there,
sure.
vulnerable with them. I think that's really something cool to look at.
Absolutely. I think we have room for a question. I will go ahead and put it in. All right, so our next question is from Dakota, and it's kind of, just kidding, you just covered that. Next question will be from Gilda. So what are some benefits to working in an agency versus being an independent designer?
I've never really been an independent designer, but I can give you some benefits of an agency that I think exists. I mean, being in an agency, I'm gonna be honest, it's tough. It's really fast paced, but you have a whole support network of people, which you don't really get if you're a freelance designer. I mean, don't get me wrong. A lot of freelancers will go and they'll work contract at places, and they'll be there for a little bit. But being in an agency and having, kind of a home base and a network of people to really help push you to grow and learn in the right kind of ways is super beneficial. And also you have those relationships like Josh talked about earlier. When we're doing a project, we're working with each other. We're working with research and development. We're working with devs, and we're working as a team to create a product where you don't have to wear all of those hats like you might have to do if you were an independent contractor. Or you'd have to like establish a new relationship with somebody every time you join a new project. So there's pros and cons. I mean, the pro of being a freelance designer is you have your time management is all on you, and you get to do what you want to do, which is beneficial for a lot of people, right? Time is currency also. So
100%.
Feedback on that too. Like, it's the way that I think about doing like a freelancer or having a separate job outside of an agency is, so you have this pie, and let's say that you can cut slices out of the pie, right? And so normally, you know, you would have to, if you're doing it for yourself, you have to cut a time for your own personal branding. So that's a slice.
Right.
Amount, and you have to cut a time that's for managing projects and being the project manager. So cut that out, cut a slice and do it for, you know, X, Y, and Z. And then you end up with this very small slice of like, I get to design a website today, or I get to create a brand logo today. So it's, yeah, remembering like, it's kind of deciding a balance between like, how much of that pie do I want to be spending on what? And as someone working in an agency, it's most of that pie is getting to actually create something or work with your peers or be part of a team and do those things, and less of the possibly less desirable things, depending on how you want to look at it.
Right. That is a perfect analogy. I feel like I'm like thinking, I'm like, how would I cut up my pie? And I'm like, oh, all right.
And now you know what flavor it is too, right? You're like, oh, it's delicious, you know, but it's pie.
For sure. Yeah. Alrighty. I think we have time for one more question, or just one more. All right, this is our last one. Okay, this one's a little funny. It says, I need April to ring that bell.
Oof, thank you, someone. All right, cheers for Citruspace. There you go.
There we are.
Beautiful.
Alrighty, well, that was wonderful. Alrighty, well, I just want to give out a special thank you to you guys for coming out and, you know, speaking with us today. Really grateful for the insight that you gave us all. And that being said, I just wanted to go ahead and shout out one of our other sponsors, which is Adobe. I don't know if you've heard of them or not. I'm just kidding. But yes, we are also hosting a competition with Adobe in which you could win a backpack. Who doesn't want a backpack? So all you have to do is tag us on a post about Citruspace on Instagram, and maybe that backpack could be yours. So thanks again to Purple Rock Scissors for being with us today, and another special thanks to Adobe for sponsoring us. You guys have a wonderful day. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone from Purple Rock Scissors. And yeah, make sure you enter that giveaway. Try to snag one of those backpacks. So we'll be giving away one backpack whenever we come back from the break. So make sure you get those posts in before we come back. While we're taking a quick little break as well, make sure to head to the link in the description below. Check out all of the merch and tiers that we have for Citruspace this year. Find us on social media. Make sure you get connected, get plugged in. And we're going to be back at this exact same link at 5 o'clock. So make sure that you guys go grab some lunch, some dinner, whatever time it is. Get whatever you need, and we'll see you guys back here in just a short little bit.
How do you switch rooms?
I scream louder than a lion. I'm the ruler of the earth. I'm in charge of all creation, 'cause the power's from within. I scream louder than a lion. I'm the ruler of the earth. I'm in charge of all creation, 'cause the power's from within. I scream louder than a lion. I'm the ruler ray of sunshine dripping out your sleeves onto my lifeline. Oh, good. Oh, you didn't mean to leave a trail for me, but you didn't know whichever it is. It's alright with me. If it's alright with you, then I could be whatever it is that you need me to. My love, 'cause you're golden.
Welcome back, everybody, to Citruspace 2020. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, before we jump into anything, do me a favor. If you have any friends that were here in the first half of Citruspace, shoot them a text and let them know that we're going back online right now. So I want to extend a huge thank you once again to all of the sponsors that have helped make this event possible, all of the officers and just all of the people that have kind of been part of this to help bring this together. We've had an incredible beginning to the morning. I think we had a chance to talk to some really awesome creatives, get a lot of different perspectives, and a lot of really great information. I hope you guys were taking notes. If not, a reminder that this will be available for you to watch afterwards. So feel free to go back to our YouTube channel and find this after today. We would like to give a special thanks to one of our sponsors, specifically Mama Sauce, for sponsoring Citruspace 2020. They've been a huge supporter of GDSA, and they've helped us bring you guys some really awesome stuff. Most notably, this year we're going to be doing an awesome custom and limited run screen print of a design that's actually been created by one of our speakers, Hank Washington, who you'll hear from later tonight. And that's going to be really, really awesome. Also a reminder on that merch will be ending, the sale for merch will be ending tomorrow evening. So make sure to check out our website with the link in the bio and check that out today. And then also a reminder to tag us on socials. We had a lot of you guys tagging us on your Instagram stories, which is awesome. If you use the GIFs, we actually have down below in the description, we have linked to a digital grab bag that every single one of you guys got just by coming here today. And if you open that up, there's a couple GIFs that we actually made that are specific to Citruspace. So if you take those and save them and then copy them and paste them into a text box on your Instagram story, go like you're going to type text, and then paste that in, it'll actually work as a GIF in your Instagram story. So you can have some custom Citruspace GIFs. So if you guys do that, make sure to tag us so that we can see it, and make sure to get connected with us. I know you guys are probably anticipating the giveaway that we announced at the beginning of the break and also our next speaker. So with that, I would like to introduce Brooke to take it away.
Hey guys. So Adobe was nice enough to give us a backpack to give away this year. And we're super excited. So let's see who's going to be the winner. G, it looks like G, you're the winner. Congrats. I know you can't hear, or speak. So congrats, G. But today we are super excited to have a speaker, Monique Aimee, with us today. Hey, Monique.
Hi, thanks for having me.
How are you doing? We're so glad to have you here.
I'm doing well. Yeah, how are you?
Good. I'm ready to learn all kinds of things from you. So let's start by just having you tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so I'm an illustrator based in Boston, and I mostly work digitally for clients. I've worked with clients such as Target, Disney, Coca-Cola. And then I also do more hands-on work like painting murals and making products for my online shop.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Have you always been a creative person, or is it something you got into later in life?
I've always been into it. I wanted to be an artist since I was a little kid, and luckily my parents are very supportive. But yeah, I've always been making something.
Yes, and I can totally tell in your work that you're really passionate about it.
Yeah, I don't know
how was your like college experience?
Yeah, college was great. I learned a lot. I studied here in Boston it was called the Art Institute of Boston. Now it's Leslie Art Plus Design. Yeah, I loved college.
And I also saw that you studied in Australia.
I did.
How was that? That seems awesome.
Yes, I loved Australia.
Yeah.
I'm definitely going to plan another trip someday. Yeah, so I studied typography when I was there, in more of like a workshop type program. And it was, my class was there was only 2 other students, so it was a very like intimate work setting.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
How did you like know that you wanted to go out of state to study typography?
So I had already been working at Whole Foods here in Boston as a sign artist or like sign maker, which was a really good job. After college, I was able to like focus on lettering a bit more and work on chalkboards. But I was getting tired of it. Also, my office was in the basement, so I was like really losing it. I was done. I needed a little bit of daylight. And so, yeah, I just was feeling kind of stuck at the time. And I was like, I need to get out of here, and I'm going to do it in the most obnoxious way possible. And I'm going to go to Australia.
That's awesome. No, when I read that you went overseas, I was like, okay, so that's what I'm going to do after school. Maybe I'm just going to pack a bag and go study somewhere else.
I strongly recommend it. Like it's just such a good way to grow, regardless what your career is. Like just grow as a human, and know that you can take care of yourself. You can you can do it.
Yes. So you said you were just studying with one other person?
2 other people. So it's 3 total. Yeah.
How was that? Was it y'all like collabed a lot and stuff like that?
Yeah, it was super intimate. Definitely like got a lot of feedback from each other. I'm still good friends with them. One in particular I would say is like my number one like lettering buddy. And so we still Zoom sometimes and like talk about fonts and like share fonts that we're working on.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so it was really great, and yeah, still lasting friendships from that.
Where are they at in the world?
So they're still so I was the only international student.
Oh, okay.
So they were all Australian based. I was actually the first international student to even go there, and the teacher was like, "Why are you doing this?" So yeah, I definitely stuck out.
Yeah. What would you say when you're like approaching a new project? Like, what is your creative process? How do you start, and how do you like work best?
If I have enough time, I do like to kind of brainstorm even before sketching, just kind of like think about the project a bit beforehand. If I need to, I can do like a mind map sort of situation. And then, yeah, just jump into sketching. It also depends how much time I have. Sometimes I get a project and they're like, can you send sketches today?
Quick turnaround.
So, like, yeah, you just got to be flexible. Yeah, that's usually how I start.
Yeah, our professor has started to do mind maps, and at first you're like, what am I going to write? And then you just start, just keep going, and you come up with crazy ideas.
Yeah, it's true. I also think it's good sometimes for clients to see that you've thought it all out. Like sometimes I'll do a mind, even though I already have an idea, I'll do the mind map so the client knows like, I have thought this out.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So when talking about like your process, do you like start on paper or like digitally better?
I pretty much only work on my iPad.
Okay.
So even if I'm sketching, I'll just like pick the pencil brush.
Yes.
So it looks like a sketch. It looks like pencil and it feels like pencil, but yeah, I pretty much just work digitally that way.
So all of your lettering things and stuff like that are mainly on the iPad?
Yes. Yep.
That's awesome. I did see that they're going to start putting like Illustrator and stuff on the iPad. Are you excited for that?
Oh yeah, that would be great. That would be
Right?
more streamlined. I actually don't do a ton of vector work,
Okay.
but that would still be helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So what is a couple things you do to overcome creative block?
If I have the time, I like to just step away completely from the project. Either go on a walk, if I'm lucky enough, like have a weekend somewhere else if I really need a refresh. But even just going on a walk like on my own street is really helpful and kind of give new perspective to what I'm working on. That usually does the trick. Yeah, that's usually it.
Sometimes just getting off of digital always clears your mind.
Yeah, just stepping away. I mean, sometimes you need to push through, but if you're really, really stuck and you're getting frustrated, then I like to step away.
Yes. What would you say, like, go through a typical work week with us? Because I know a lot of people, when they're in school, they only see what they know from classes and stuff. And they're like, okay, when I'm in the real world, like, what's life going to be like? So what is it like for you?
Yeah, so I have a studio in Boston, so luckily I'm still able to go to the studio, and yeah, pretty much every day I'm here. I'm usually here on the weekends. I'm here now. But I love being in the studio and I love working, so I'm kind of just like a get up, make some coffee, and go to the studio type person. And then I'm often here like 10-hour days. Just because I really like it. But I also, throughout the day, it's not like I'm only working on client work and like staring at my computer the whole time. You know, I have a sewing machine and I do chain stitching, or I'll do painting or Rizzo printing. Like there's other things, so I'm not just like staring at pixels all day.
Yes, and I want to ask you about your chain stitch also, because I love to sew and I like made quilts when I was younger and stuff.
Oh,
I always
cool.
found that fun. So when I saw that you chain stitch, I'm like, do I need to start saving up for one of these? Because they look awesome. So what would like, how did you get into that?
Yeah, so I've been doing it less than a year. I think the first time I ever saw it was I follow the Instagram handle is Vitchcraft. I follow her on Instagram, and she's been chain stitching for a couple of years now. That was the first I saw, and then over a year ago, I saw someone locally do it, like at a market, and saw it in person, and that was the tipping point. I was like, "Oh my god, I need this immediately!"
Yes.
So I found a machine on eBay. They are hard to find.
Really?
Yeah, they're hard to find. They're not cheap. But yeah, I found one on eBay. It actually was not very good, so I ended up buying another one.
Oh no.
So I've definitely invested at this point, but I love it.
It looks really fun. What are like the main differences between just like a regular sewing machine and a chain stitch machine?
So it's pretty industrial. The one I have is 100 years old. So it's like a clunker. And it is very different. It only does two stitches, so either chain stitch or like moss stitch, which is like what you would see on a varsity patch, like the thicker patches, you know?
Yeah.
So it only does those two stitches, and the craziest part is to like operate it and like draw with it. There's this handle underneath the table that you use. So like, and that's underneath the table. So like my hand is not on the actual work while I'm working. Yeah, it's very bizarre. It took a while to get used to it. Yeah, I don't think people realize that's how it works, but it's pretty wild.
That's so cool. I can't believe it's 100 years old. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So when you are like going to make a patch, do you design it on your iPad first?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I usually sketch it out. Actually, you can see behind me, I have the sketch here, and then this is the final patch over here.
Oh, that's so cool. That's awesome.
So yeah, I usually sketch it out, and then I just print on a regular printer, and then I can like stitch on top of it.
Okay. And then you just
rip it
off.
Yeah.
I love that. I think, yeah, for designers, we're always on our computers. So it's nice to have like a little hobby that's not digital.
Oh yeah, I definitely need that balance for sure.
Yes. Now, you mentioned painting, and I've seen you do a couple murals. So how did you get into that?
Yeah, I mean, I would say painting was sort of my main background. Like, you know, growing up, I would do painting. So, and like when I was in college, I was still more kind of on the painting side. Digital was still like, I don't know about this.
Yeah.
So I definitely have the background in painting. And then, yeah, locally, I've reached out to businesses to ask to paint murals. You know, you get turned down a lot, but sometimes they say yes, and that's when you get to paint. And then most recently, I painted on these like 4 pretty big like outdoor tanks locally, and that was just through the city. They had a call for art, and I submitted my portfolio, and then I got to paint.
That's so cool. How long does something like that take?
That took a lot longer than I was expecting. I should have probably hired people to help me, which I did towards the end, but it was kind of like I had already spent a long time there. I think it was over a month that I was painting, like not every day, but like regularly still working on the project.
Wow.
And also it was just kind of difficult with the ladders. I couldn't figure out which ladder to use, and it was kind of like awkward in some spots, like hard to reach. So there's more obstacles with that one, but you know, I learned. So
yes. Well, that's awesome. What would you say between, like, this is a hard question, between like digital and like your chain stitch and like painting murals, which one do you like,
oh boy,
lean towards more?
Right now I'm really obsessed with chain stitching. I think it's so fun. But that being said, I can't do a whole day of it because that also, like, when I first started doing it, I would forget to blink, and like I'm just like really tense when I'm doing it. I'm getting better, but definitely can't do that all day. But that is the thing right now that I'm like the most obsessed with. Yeah.
It seems really fun. Now, I know in quarantine, I myself got a little obsessed with TikTok, and I believe that's actually how I stumbled upon you. I can't figure out if it was from Instagram or TikTok, but I found your stuff and I was like, oh, she's awesome. So how did you like get into TikTok?
Yeah, definitely quarantine also like made me start looking at it more. My sister's the one who had it before me, and I remember she kept watching videos and I thought it was so annoying. And then like months later, here I am on TikTok, like, making videos every day. But yeah, I eventually made the leap because there's the like TikTok creator program. And so basically I had to make 40 videos in 2 months in that program. And that kind of made me do that.
Did you have to like apply for that?
I didn't, but it came through my representation. So
okay.
Basically anyone on the roster they were like, yeah, come join.
And who are you represented by?
So I'm represented by Closer and Closer. They're an agency based in LA.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did you come to that like partnership?
So luckily enough, they reached out to me. And around that time I had started looking for representation. So I was like, oh my God, this is fantastic. Thank God. And like, yeah, they went forward with it. It was funny because about a month before they emailed me, I had started to, like, I was looking at, you know, agencies and stuff, and I'd wanted to reach out to them. I had started writing an email to them, and then I saw that they had a form on their website, and I like started filling out the form, and then I just never finished it. Like that's why I need representation. I would not finish the form. I need them to do all the contracts and stuff. So.
And then they just happened to reach out to you?
Yes. Luckily through Instagram, they found me and reached out.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So do you find that social media has really like helped your career?
Oh yeah, big time. I would say it's like the number one way I've like promoted myself and made contacts, and also just found other artists to follow. And like, I've definitely made real friendships on Instagram with other artists. yeah, I think it's super important.
Yeah, the art community is like so strong on Instagram. And I find that when I want to get inspired, I just like try to find new accounts and stuff to follow.
Yeah.
Do you have any that like inspire you?
Oh yeah, there's so many.
So many, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Good Type is one of the big ones, like for lettering. That's a great one. That I was excited this past Tuesday. I got to do Gourd Type Tuesday, so it was like all pumpkin lettering.
Oh, cute.
So yeah, I was very happy with that.
Yes.
Yep.
Let's see. Oh, back to TikTok. Have you gained any like clients from TikTok? Has anyone reached out to have you do work for them?
I have had some inquiries. I don't think any have like come about yet. But definitely the inquiries are coming, so that's great.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I know TikTok is like such a new crazy thing, and a lot of people they blow up so quick, and it's so cool to see.
It's insane. I think my intro video blew up on TikTok, and like I had like 20,000 followers in days.
That's crazy.
It was insane. I have not ever experienced that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what like motivated you to keep making more TikToks?
I mean, the intro video I made because of the program I was in, and by then I was like already committed to do the 40 videos. I had done videos before, but I hadn't done like a proper intro video. Yeah, so that worked.
Which part of the design process is most enjoyable for you?
I do like the sketch stage, but I think my favorite part is coloring.
Yeah.
Or at least coming up with the color palette. That I love having a good color palette, and especially if like I have free reign to do whatever colors I want. Yeah, that's the best part.
How do you feel that you have like found your style? How do you come about like making your own style? Because I can tell that you definitely have your own unique style, and when I look at your pieces, I'm like, oh, that's Monique. So how do you like find that style and find your voice in design?
Yeah, I mean, it takes years, and I feel like I'm still like it's never like a final product. I'm always adjusting and sort of growing in my own style. But a big part was finally figuring out what colors I like to use. And once I figured that out, I would consistently use those colors no matter what kind of work I was doing. And that really helped kind of steer me in a direction. And then I remember like I actively paid attention like years ago to like illustrations that really made me stop and be like, oh my God, this is amazing. Or just like my surroundings. So not other people's work, but you know, if I saw something on a walk, especially when I lived abroad, I was always really inspired just by architecture. Like the buildings in Australia were just really pretty. So things like that, you know, you would think are not related, but would make me pause. I think kind of sort of steered me into a style over the years.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So do you think traveling and just like seeing all different kinds of culture and architecture and stuff like that has made you grow and just see design in different ways?
Yeah, definitely. And also just like looking back at my work, I can tell like when I lived in Australia, at some point I lived in Tokyo for half a year, and I can really tell like the work that I made in Tokyo is distinct to me, at least. I guess maybe more so the subject matter, you know. Yeah.
That's so cool. Have you lived anywhere else besides like Tokyo and Australia?
Just those two places. But Australia, I ended up doing, so I did the 3 months when I did that typography program, but then I went back and lived there for another full year. So definitely spent some time there.
That's awesome. That's definitely on my bucket list to go there.
It's so much fun. I am eager to go back. My best friend moved there and like lives there kind of permanently now. So I need to go
That's
visit.
awesome. Oh man, yes, I would use that as an excuse to go visit.
Yeah,
Went over
absolutely.
all the craziness with Corona is done. Well, let's hop into some questions from chat. I'm seeing some come in. Oh, we have more questions about TikTok.
Okay, awesome.
How do you structure your content schedule on TikTok?
So when I was in that program, I had a bit more of a schedule. You know, I had to do, ideally I would do 5 videos a week. I didn't post like on a specific time. I know with Instagram, I care a bit more when I post. I usually try to do evenings, but with TikTok, I kind of just posted anytime because it seems like I would post a video and it could be days later that it gets momentum. So I feel like the time isn't quite as important as other platforms.
Okay.
I think, from my experience. I don't know the algorithm.
Yeah, I guess it's such a newer thing too. It's still to be determined.
Yeah.
Are hashtags as big on TikTok?
That's a good question. I usually do 5, just 5 hashtags on TikTok. I mean, you're more limited with how much text you can include anyways. I do try to look on the Discover Explore page, whatever, and see if any trending hashtags can pertain to my work. So like a while back, there was art lessons was a hashtag, and I was like, great, I'll use that one, and then hopefully it'll, boost my video. I don't know for a fact if that works, but that has been my sort of method.
Yes. TikTok is very, it's crazy how things just get popular and they trend and they just blow up like crazy.
Yeah.
It's another TikTok question.
Yeah.
And it's about the trends. How do you adapt trends to design on TikTok?
I feel like I don't do it a ton, but I see other artists do it, and it seems to work for them. Like you can find audio and sort of make it work for design. I don't know if I have any specific examples, but like it doesn't have to be literal, the audio that you're hearing, and you can still kind of make it apply towards design. But even if you just want to simply find a hashtag and be like, this is an art lesson, so I will use the art lesson hashtag. Like that's pretty easy enough.
Are you gonna start doing any dances on your TikTok?
Absolutely not. If that happens, that means I've lost it. And
you can start talking about like typography.
Oh my God. Yeah, dancing to typography. I don't think so. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah. Maybe one day, but.
I have another question from Colby. Any tips for marketing on TikTok?
I guess marketing in general, just try to think who your ideal client is, and cater to them. And also just be genuine. I think, my TikToks are pretty accurate to me and who I am as a person. So yeah, I think just be genuine, show your art, be friendly.
Just be yourself, right?
Be yourself. That's it at the end of the day.
So when it comes to marketing, is that something that you kind of like taught yourself, or is it something you've just like developed over time, or your representative has helped you with?
I think a combo of all of that, actually. I've done some research on my own. So like, even when I started TikTok, I watched a couple YouTube videos just trying to understand like how TikTok works and how I should be using it, just to make my life easier. And then, over the years, I've seen like what works, what doesn't work, what is like cringy, what is not cringy. But then also I have gotten some coaching from my agent. I think over a year ago I was doing, or this past year too, I've done cold emailing to clients. I use LinkedIn, which I thought I did not need as an artist, but it's a great way to make connections with art directors. Like they are on LinkedIn. Yeah, and then also just in general, before I had a decent amount of clients, and even still I would do this, is just making like mock-ups and like fake work of the work that you want to make. Because that's a good way for clients to see what you're capable of and what you want to make.
Yeah, so that's another topic is I know our professors are always like, show the work that you want to do, not just like all your projects from school. So do you think that's a very valuable thing to know?
Yeah, absolutely. I did a book mock-up project maybe 2 years ago now. And now this past year I did like, I think 4 book projects. I think just, showing the work is so important. Yeah.
That's awesome. So when you are contacting people for work, do you like send them a portfolio?
I usually I'll send a link that they can click, but I'm not going to send like a massive PDF because that's too heavy for an email. But I will make a like little header with maybe 4 images of my work, super low res, but like, it'll look fine in an email. That way they right away see my work. And then they can choose to read about me and maybe ideally click my website. But I think that's helpful just to have like here's a quick brief view of my work.
That's awesome. Direct and to the point, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So we have a question from Jordan. Self-care tips when you design work or are keeping up with social media is too much.
Yeah, sometimes you have to take time off. That's fine. I think the past couple of weeks I've been posting less to TikTok because I got a little bit burnt out, and it's fine. I'm sure in a couple of weeks I'll be posting a million things to TikTok. Like it fluctuates and it's okay. Like I try not to be hard on myself if I feel that, I need to take a break. It's not the end of the world. It'll still be there tomorrow.
Yes, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah. And people like are still finding some of my videos that I posted months and months ago. So like it's still having momentum.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Dakota asks, where or how do you find inspiration for your illustrations, and any tips on how to create original work and find your style?
That's a good question. I like looking just in my own environment for things that inspire me. Specifically right now, because it's fall, I'm obsessed with all things fall. And also I like to think that my color palette is literally, oh my God, yes. I like to think that my color palette is literally just like fall leaves. So this is what the time of year that I feel most inspired, I would say. But yeah, literally a season can be enough to get you going. I think it's best to not look at other people's work sometimes if you're trying to find your style and be inspired. I would actually look maybe at photos you take, or again, going on a walk. Just seeing what's in your own environment that sort of sparks interest.
Yeah, I found too, like just during quarantine, especially getting outside really helped me like take a minute and just clear my head. And it also is really inspiring. I just love nature.
Yeah.
I notice a lot of your illustrations incorporate nature as well.
Yes. Yep. I like it.
So we have a question from Gail. What course would you suggest to go for if I want to be a motion graphics designer and an illustrator?
Okay. There's I think it's Motion Design School is what it's called. That specifically is for maybe not the illustration side, but to learn basic motion, whether it's After Effects or other programs. I do some basic animation. I'm definitely not like an animator, but I know enough to like make little stickers and stuff. I think, yeah, that would be a good source for animation. For illustration, actually for either, Skillshare would be a great source. There's so many courses on there. Yep, that's my final answer, Skillshare.
Skillshare is great.
I got there, I was like,
Okay, Michael says, do you find there are a lot of non-designers that like your content?
Yeah, I think especially on TikTok, actually. So I mean, it's hard to tell, but I do think on Instagram, it's mostly other artists or people who are interested in design. But TikTok, I feel like a lot of people are finding me who don't know anything about design, which is great. Because honestly, at the end of the day, you probably want the non-designers finding your work and buying your products and hiring you, because they are the ones that need your work.
That's so true.
Yeah.
Oh, we have another TikTok question. How do you come up with ideas for your TikToks?
Yeah, so when I did the program, it had to be kind of more on the educational side. So I was trying to do more like tutorials or like, yeah, just showing people how to do things. Now I can do kind of whatever I want, but it seems I had such a good response from the videos I had made that were on the more educational side. So yeah, I try to do things that either teach people specific things, whether it's a program or just like how I work. Or I don't know, I have a lot of things in the studio that I can show people. Yeah.
I feel like as designers, we're constantly always learning new things. So it's very helpful to have your little tips and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, I learn on TikTok too. So it's great.
It is. What is the best way for young designers to get started on social media?
You just got to start posting like right away. Even if you think it's not good or you're not ready, like, or you need to have like some specific schedule, like just start throwing it out there. You know, I look back over the years and I don't really like my work from a couple years ago, and that's okay. So just, you know, put it out. Well, ideally put out work that you want to be making, you know, don't put like, I don't know, greeting card designs if you never want to do greeting cards. So yeah, have like some purpose, but yeah, I would just start posting right away. Like you don't need to have a specific plan.
Do you follow like a plan at all, or do you just kind of go with the flow, however when you're inspired, you'll post or so on?
Yeah. I mean, in the past, I used to be posting more. I used to think I needed to make work to post. Now it's more so I have work and I'm going to show it. So I try not to post or to make work for Instagram. I mean, sometimes I do, but that just doesn't seem like the healthiest or most organic way to make your own work. Yeah, so now I'd say I like having a mix of like flat illustrations on my Instagram and a mix of like photos of my studio or of me working. Yeah, I try to keep a balance of that. So like there's a little bit more depth to my profile.
Yes, and for y'all listening, if you haven't, go check out her Instagram. She has some awesome stuff. Her studio is the goal. It's so pretty. But we have more questions. Let's see. What do you see as a future of your social media presence? Do you want to jump on new platforms?
Actually, I have been thinking about doing a Patreon. That's kind of been on my mind for the next thing. I don't know if that counts as a social thing, but I think it does. So I'm toying with that idea. But otherwise, I actually feel like I need to kind of narrow it down and yeah, be very intentional about which platforms I use, because like I do have some other platforms that I just don't use as much. So I need to kind of decide, like, do I want to keep using them? Do I want them to be as successful as my other platforms? Because if a client only sees my worst platform, that's probably not good. So, I need to make a decision, like, should I keep that or not? I will probably not.
Yes.
So yeah, I would say
pick.
Yeah, I'd rather have less platforms and do them really well. Yeah.
Yes. If you had to pick a favorite, what would you pick?
Oh, I still like Instagram, I think, the most, or at least for posting sake. And also the community there, I feel very close to. But TikTok is more fun. But it's also more dangerous because I can easily spend an hour there.
Oh, easily. It's bad.
Yeah. Yep.
It's so easy to get caught up.
Yeah.
Okay, Victor is asking, what is the process of working with a client via an agency?
Yeah, oh, that's a great question. So either an inquiry will go directly through my agency, and then they'll kind of forward it to me and ask if I want to take on the project or not. Sometimes I get emailed directly with an inquiry, and then I will sort of loop in my agent and be like, hey, this person reached out to me. Here's the project. Here you go, connect. And then, then the agent kind of takes it from there and does, learns more about the project. I'm usually still CC'd on emails, so I kind of understand what's going on. And then if, we agree on the contract and the price and everything, then we move forward. And then usually it's like a round of sketches, 1 to 2 revisions, and then the final product. And that is, I usually do, I work on Asana to sort of project manage everything. And that's usually how it goes. And then my agency is the one that will bill at the end. So I just make the art.
You just do the fun part.
I just do the fun part, and then I give my input here and there, usually like 1 or 2 sentences, and that's it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it definitely is more streamlined.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you get to do the fun part for sure.
Yes.
Does the agency find you the jobs, or do the clients come to you and you refer the clients to the agent?
It's a mix. So yeah, sometimes clients reach out directly to me, and then I'll loop in the agent. Sometimes the agency will have projects, either, any artist on the roster is open to try to do, or they specifically want me to do it. But the agent, my representation, their job is not necessarily to get me clients. Their actual main job is to project manage and do contracts and all that stuff. So whenever they bring me work, it's like an added bonus. It's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
It's
awesome.
a mix of all of it. Yeah.
Amina is asking, do you ever feel pressured to follow a social media trend, even if it's not art related, for the same of engagement or being viral?
No, if it's not art related, then, if it's entertaining, sure, I'll watch it. But I don't usually try to make my art work with the trend for the most part. But also I think I'm usually late to the game. By the time I'm like, oh yeah, maybe I could do this, it's it's too late. It's done.
Yes. It's already been done by millions.
Yeah, it's at the end of the trend, and I'm done. I'm out.
Amina says, will the introduction of Instagram Reels to the downfall of TikTok, do you think it'll take over TikTok, or what do you think about that?
That's a good question. I don't think so. I think TikTok has a pretty strong hold on the world. I also personally, I think I'll eventually do Reels, but at the moment I refuse because I just learned TikTok, and that is working well. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I feel like TikTok might last. It might be okay.
It seems to be doing pretty well right now.
Yeah. But we'll see.
Would
Instagram
you
good.
ever take your TikToks and put them on your Reels?
Yeah, I think eventually when I give in, that's what I'll do. But I do have to figure that out because I already started researching a bit in preparation, but I think Reels have to be 3 minutes long, or they have to be, oh wait, maybe not Reels. No, I'm thinking IGTV. I haven't done either. I refuse to do either, but I've started researching and I will eventually do them.
So to be determined.
Yeah, to be determined still.
For now, TikTok is the go-to.
Yeah. For my own
Are you gonna
sanity.
start dancing on TikTok?
Absolutely not.
Dancing and painting? No.
Nope. The thing I do like doing on TikTok that always gets a good response is and I think that's what made my intro video go kind of viral, is I really like hitting the camera to get people's attention.
Yes.
Because that's really important when you make videos. You want to get attention in the first couple seconds. So I just like hitting the camera.
Yeah, I think TikTok's so popular too because it's like quick and it gets your attention quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely does.
Have you been doing any of like the crazy transitions or anything?
No, but I am tempted to do that. I would like to do that.
There's
the
some
only
really cool ones.
Yeah, there's so many cool ones. I see people like turning their faces, like those ones are very cool. The only ones I do are like when you have your phone and you like go into an object and then like remove it from another object.
Yes.
I can do those. Yeah.
Oh, this is a good question. Savannah asked, what has been your favorite project you've worked on?
Ooh.
That's a hard one.
Oh, man, that is hard. Oh, there's a couple. I mean, in general, it's really rewarding when I do book projects because then I get to actually hold it in my hands. So in general, I really like book projects, but if I have to be very specific, last year I got to do some live lettering events with Coach. And hopefully I'll do that again in the future after the pandemic.
That sounds incredible.
But yeah, I love that. And so I went to New York to do it, and like I made myself a little painting kit. And yeah, it was really cool. But also a little bit scary to paint on like $300 bags.
Oh my gosh, I can imagine.
Yeah. And they're just, watching. They're watching me do
man,
it.
The pressure is on.
Yeah.
How did that opportunity like come about?
That was through my agency. I don't remember if it was, just through them and they were looking for artists or if they specifically asked for me, but I ended up working with them a bunch. So I love it. They're a really good client.
That's so cool. What is the timeline to complete a single illustration? Do you feel pressured to complete projects in a certain time frame?
Sometimes, yeah. I would say 1 to 2 weeks is like a decent amount of time. Sometimes I have longer if it's a bigger project that requires more illustrations. Some of the book projects I've had, a couple months, if not longer, to work on. But then sometimes, it'll be, I have to deliver something in days and like, I just got the project. So I've learned to be flexible with timelines. Sometimes I need to actually like skip the sketch stage and kind of go right to like the real thing. But yeah, I've just learned to be flexible. It's fine.
What's the longest like a project has taken you?
So I just had a book come in that is finally done, and it was 50 illustrations.
Oh my goodness.
And that one was like months of work.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. Have you read the book?
No, but I should. Well, actually, that one I did kind of read because I read a bit of the manuscript like when I was actually drawing, which isn't always the case, but that one actually was, yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Kiara is asking, what design trends do you anticipate, or in terms of illustrative work?
Well, I think with illustrative work, it is leaning more towards animation. If you can do basic animation with your illustrations, I think that's pretty important now. And like real basic, like some stuff you can just do in Procreate with layers. You don't need any special animation skills to make it happen. Yeah, I think that's a trend that's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back on like social media, Jordan asks, a lot of your work is centered around current political events. Why do you feel it's important to say something with your work/platform?
Yeah, I mean, I have a decent sized platform, so it seems crazy to not speak out. And, you know, at the end of the day, I like to think that my work is me, or is a reflection of me. And so I want people to know like what I think. Yeah, I think if you have the platform, you should be using it, using your voice.
Awesome. What's the best piece of advice you've ever been given?
Whoa.
That's a big one.
That is a big one. I mean, I, of course, am thinking to like make the work you want to be hired for, but that's very much like work related or like client based. That's a really good question. I mean, I don't know if anyone has specifically said this, but like to me, but I think you very much like should follow your own path. And even if people say you shouldn't do something or that you're crazy for going to live in Australia, you should do it. Yeah.
That's awesome. Dakota asks, what made you decide to get an agent? And do you recommend having one as a designer? Did the agent find you or did you find the agent?
So in my case, the agent found me. I find it super helpful because I do not like pricing, and I don't like negotiating with clients. It's not that I don't like, well, yeah, I don't like it. I'm not very good at it. I think, you know, if I didn't have an agent, I would still have to do it. And, you know, you get better the more you do it. But yeah, that is really huge for me. If you are good at those things, then you probably don't need an agent. I also, like when I first signed on with Closer and Closer, I feel like I had the bare minimum amount of clients really to be signed on. Like I wasn't bringing in a ton of work to the team. So that's kind of why I got coached a bit at the beginning. So I think, you know, if you do want to be represented, you really should already have like a decent amount of clients ready to go. And it's not like you get an agent and all of a sudden like you have 1 million clients and like you're done, you're set. Like you still have to hustle. You still have to try to get clients. Like that's, if anything, when I got an agent is when I did the most cold emailing and like trying to connect with people. Yeah.
Were you mainly doing like freelance stuff before?
Yep. Freelance. I did work with a like local, I guess, design studio here in Boston a bit. I worked in-house for them for a bit and then I like freelanced with them as well. I still make work for them. I actually share my studio with them. Yeah, so I was mostly doing freelance work, but it was like, you know, it was enough to be okay, but I was not thriving. Yeah. And like when I was in Australia, I worked at coffee shops. I've had so many odd jobs over the years. Like there is no shame in having random side jobs and then also pursuing illustration or design. Yeah.
Yeah, I think freelance really like lets you just do all kinds of things as well.
Yeah, for sure.
How many murals have you painted? What's the process like?
I think I've done 3 or 4. It's not a ton, but getting there. Yeah, so the process is usually pretty similar to illustration, like with other digital clients. You know, sketch 1 to 3 sketches, and then color. Present it to the client, and then instead of delivering the final file, you then go buy a bunch of paint, and then you get a ladder. That's about the only difference. Yeah.
Do you sort of like sketch it out on the wall first, or how does that process work?
So either I'll have the dimensions and I just sketch to the dimensions, or I'll take a picture of the site if it's a flat wall, then it's easier. Yeah, take a picture of the site and then just like overlay the illustration on top or draw directly on top of it, which number one will help you so you know like exactly where things should line up, but also it helps the client envision it, because you know they're not the creatives, they need help. So I think doing that is helpful for both parties. Yeah, and then I also, the most recent one I did was, it was not flat, it was tanks. So I did the same thing where I took a picture and sort of overlaid the image, but that was like, you know, not as exact because I couldn't, you know, go to the corners and figure out how I was going to do that. So that was a little bit more of an estimate of how it was going to look. Yeah.
Awesome. Felipe asks, are you usually working on personal projects or client work? Which do you suggest we spend our time on?
It's a mix. You know, if I'm busy with clients, then I mostly am just working on client work. This month was probably a little bit slower, so I did a mix. I mean, I always do some personal work, but you know, if I have deadlines, I gotta that takes priority over my personal work. Once I'm committed to the project. If you're just starting, then, you know, make a ton of personal projects. So I used to do a lot more personal projects because I was trying to really build up my portfolio and make it really strong. But now, I mean, I still should be building up my portfolio, but I think I have a little bit more of a balance now.
That's awesome. Do you have any personal projects you can like show us or tell us about?
Well, at the end of the month, I'm doing my first solo show in a gallery space. So this month I'm like really hustling on, you know, making chain stitch patches and paintings. Also, I guess I can show you this project here behind me. So it's like, for the gallery space, I needed to come up with a system to display my patches and pins and products. So I finally did that this week, and this grid came in, and then I also like designed the system for my patches.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, so that was my big breakthrough this week.
So will you be selling those patches?
Yes. Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah.
We have another question from Matthew. How long does it take usually for you to come up with the design?
It depends on what it is. Sometimes it's really quick and it comes to me. Sometimes it never comes to me, and that's okay. I guess it depends on the situation. You know, if it's a client, like it has to come to me. I have to figure it out. It is my problem. Some projects are easier than others. Sometimes the client comes to me and they already have like a pretty clear idea of what they want me to execute, which I actually really like. It makes my job easier. Then it's just a matter of, okay, making the client happy, but then also making sure like it is still very much my work and it represents my work. So finding that balance is key.
Finding a happy medium.
Yeah. Ideally, not always, but ideally that's how it goes.
Awesome. Nick has a Procreate question. He says, I've been noticing a trend on how artists on Instagram are creating art using Procreate. Do you think you'll hop on that trend?
Oh yeah, I use Procreate. I've been using it for years. That's pretty much how I do all my digital work. Unless it needs to be vector, then I'll use Illustrator. But I draw everything in Procreate. And animate sometimes in it too.
Sorry, I lost you for a second.
Oh no.
You're back.
Oh, okay.
Oh man.
Oh, all right.
I can hear you. Awesome. Welcome to 2020, right? Everything's digital and crazy.
Yep.
We have one more question, time for one more question. And I just want to ask you, do you have any advice for students who are graduating soon? Like, just any advice that you have for us?
Yeah, start making connections now, and start putting your work out now. It's not too early. So one of the things I used to do, it might be difficult during this climate right now, but I do think it's something that you should do. I used to, especially when I lived abroad, I would reach out to either other artists or like design studios, and I would just ask if they wanted to get a cup of coffee and like talk about art. And, you know, for the most part, it would get a very positive reaction. And that's how I met a lot of other artists. And sometimes that leads to jobs because if they know that you live in the same city, they might, you know, refer you jobs. So yeah, reach out to other artists, put your work out there. That is my advice.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Monique. We had a great time chatting and learning from you.
Thank you so much. It was very fun to be here.
Yes. And we will shout out all your socials and put them in the chat for everyone to find you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Monique, and thank you, Brooke, for going through all that. That was a really awesome talk. I think we had a chance to kind of get a lot of questions answered as well, which was pretty cool. Learned a lot about TikTok as well and some of that. So it's very, very awesome. Well, listen, guys, we're going to take a quick break while we get set up for our next speaker. But just a reminder, all of the speakers' work is actually going to be linked down below in the description. So if you haven't already, make sure you go check out their work and get connected with them as well. And with that, we are going to take a quick break.
It's alright with me. If it's alright with you, then I could be whatever it is that you need me to. 'Cause you're golden. 'Cause you're golden. Golden boy. 'Cause you're golden. Golden boy. It's okay if you're lonely. Cause you're golden.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to all the speakers so far. I don't want to waste too much time. We've got a whole bunch of really awesome speakers that we're still waiting to hear from. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Jordan so that we can introduce the next speaker.
Awesome. Thanks, Michael. How's it going, everyone? How awesome was Monique and Brooke's chat? That was super fun to kind of sit in, and I just learned so much through Monique. So just want to thank her again for everything. But I'm super excited today to welcome Mitzi Okou. But before we kind of get into everything, we have a special message from our sponsor, Dave. So let's check it out.
Well, hello, Citruspace. Didn't see you there. My name's Dave, and I am the host of the Quickie podcast, the Print Design podcast, and founder of Print Design Academy. I wanted to briefly interrupt this amazing event to tell you about the Color Bar Challenge. This is a design challenge, a creative thinking challenge for creators, designers, and talented folks with ideas much like yourself. If you think you're ready for this challenge, head over to printdesignacademy.com and prove it. It's free to sign up, but oh, it's intense. Now I'm going to warn you, this challenge is not for everyone, but it might just be for you. So head over to printdesignacademy.com to sign up. See you on that.
Awesome. Well, just want to say thank you so much, Dave, for that video and for being a sponsor and helping us make Citruspace. So let's kind of get into it while we're here today. So I want to welcome again Mitzi Okou. She's an interactive designer and visual designer who initiated the platform We're the Black Designers, where their goal is to elevate and celebrate Black creatives. So Mitzi, I just really quickly want to thank you for being here today. I know everyone is super excited to hear you talk. So how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Super excited. So.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, my name's Mitzi Okou. I am one of the co-founders of We're the Black Designers. And this platform actually started off as a conference where about like 10,000 people came, and we had 17 amazing speakers basically talk about the struggle and experience of becoming a Black designer. And some people, you know, like talked about design education, the obstacles to kind of go through design education as a Black designer. We had interesting voices like one of the leaders, Vanessa Newman from Design to Divest. We spoke with them and others about allyship and kind of like the fight to push for diversity agenda. And we also had the CEO of IDEO come talk about their efforts into kind of diversifying their space. And we also had a panel that kind of like looked into the future of what needs to be done in order to push the needle for diversity and representation. And right now we have a Slack community because we originally used Slack as the chat and then everybody stayed. So we kind of used that space to kind of organize clubs and structure everything. So it is a hub of resources for Black designers to come and empower themselves, as well as for allies to learn. And we always have announcements and upcoming events, and there's just a space where you can go and see yourself. And so out of that Slack community came a beautiful volunteer team that kind of already started doing the work after the Slack channel kind of converted itself into a community. So here are my wonderful team members. They're great, and I can fangirl over them basically all day long. And because of this effort and, the all these opportunities that have come, we have done collaborations with Bagoo, which just recently dropped. So you should go check that out. I think some of the bags are like almost sold, but they're basically just to support Black creatives, and all the donations go back to us so we can continue doing the work. We have a newsletter where you get like updates on what's going on within the community and what's up with like Black design. And we also have a job board that is connected to our Slack channels, whereas our website, where if there are opportunities, companies can go and post, and these opportunities get streamlined exclusively to Black designers. And occasionally we have amazing meet and greets with all of these beautiful melanated faces within our community. So that's great. And it's so wonderful to see so many people come out. So it's really, really amazing. And right now we are in the latter half of our Back to School Fall series, where we partner with initiatives and companies and organizations to kind of like give talks and run workshops. It's kind of like getting the education, at least I thought I was paying for at school, but then kind of like getting all these like questions answered, like how do you negotiate your salary? How do you kind of invoice for freelancing? All these things that kind of like weren't answered while I was in school. But yeah, so we do all these things, but we know we do it all to kind of like push the agenda forward. So the fight's not over yet. It's, a marathon and not a sprint. So we're kind of just like here to stay for the long fight. And yeah, that's kind of like what we do.
Sweet. That's so awesome. I think your platform is so inspiring for like so many reasons, and I think a lot of the collaborations and resources you're providing to the design community and a part of that community that's often kind of overlooked, I think is great. Like how you're talking with the Bagoo collab, like everything looks so cool. I saw it on Instagram earlier this week, so yeah, that stuff looks amazing.
Yeah, I feel bad because I was gonna order mine because I didn't think it was gonna go that fast, and like most of the bags are gone. I'm just like, wow, I missed out on it. So
definitely next time, next collab.
Yeah.
Sweet. So I just kind of was gonna ask some questions. Yeah, so I was doing a little bit of research, and I saw that kind of you were saying some of your early design inspiration started kind of from childhood, where you grew up with a lot of Black art in your house. So I was just wondering if you have any specific artists or art pieces that you happen to remember that may have kind of planted the seed for what you're doing today.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I don't know the specific artists because I think they just kind of came from like local artists from my parents' country, which they're both from Ivory Coast. But I think the fact that my mom always brought that art in was very inspirational, and both my parents gave me like the creative space. I'm very lucky in the sense that both my parents gave me the creative space to be creative and to kind of like explore art and music and whatnot. But in terms of just like artists that kind of like inspired me when I was young, I don't think I particularly remember. I think I was just more inspired by the art without noticing the artist. But I feel, again, grateful that my parents surrounded me with Black art where I could see myself in, for sure.
Definitely. Was any of your parents like artistically inclined, or were you kind of the one who pioneered kind of getting into the artsy stuff in your family?
Yeah, that's a really good question. My dad knows how to draw, but he's not an artist. And I think my dad did like a tiny bit of music. And my mom, she was also in a choir when she was young, but it's just like regular choir activities.
For sure.
But she's super into art history. So I think I got some aspect of that from them. But I think it was the fact that they started me off when I was really young on like an artistic track that, allowed me to kind of like explore art and whatnot. And they really were just like, yeah, you're talented and you should delve into this and just do it. So yeah.
That's awesome. And kind of your artistic journey kind of began when you're studying music, correct?
Yeah. So I started when I was about 4 or 5. I can't really remember. And then did that all the way through elementary school, middle school, high school, graduated, then went to music school for 2 years. And then in my second year, I was kind of like, I don't know that I want to do this because it doesn't seem financially sustainable. But I was thinking that while I was playing music, I always wanted to kind of like solve for like the Black community, or kind of like use music to kind of solve issues. So when I left music, I was like, okay, I want to do something. And my parents were like, okay, what do you want to do? It's fine that you left music. And I was like, I want to do something with like art and technology, but I don't know what it's called. So I booked a few art tours or art school tours, and then landed on Savannah, and they kind of put me down the graphic design route because they were like, it seems like that's kind of the route you want to go on. And then I took an HCI class because I went to my counselor and I was like, graphic design is great, but it's not like specifically exactly what I want to do. So he was like, go take an HCI class or a human computer interaction class and see how you feel about it. So I did, and it was made in that moment that that's exactly what I want to do, but I still majored in graphic design and just minored in all the classes. So that's kind of how I got into that.
That's awesome. That's so cool that I feel like got to try out so many different things to truly solidify what you were passionate about. So can you tell me about your experience and kind of any struggles you faced when you were studying music and transitioning that into like design or human interaction design, and what that looked like for you?
Mm-hmm. So I think it was actually a really smooth transition from music to design, because I think some of the same things that I was doing method-wise kind of translated over in terms of like creative process and also being disciplined. So I kind of was disciplined enough to kind of like sit down and like try to get really good at this, because some people had more years on me. So I was like playing catch up the entire time. So that was like very, very smooth. I think there was definitely a struggle in my education. Like, I'm not going to shit on, SCAD, because there are parts of it that were just amazing. But, like, I think the diversity issue definitely hindered me in the sense that, like, I would kind of see, and maybe for some of the, Black designers that are here watching this, but I would kind of see like great opportunities that could really, be a great leaping pad for me or for my design career, be passed on to like, white counterparts that either didn't have a good GPA or just like didn't, or what I felt like was like the same level of experience and whatnot, or maybe even lower. And so that was kind of discouraging in a sense, and in the sense that like I felt like I was paying money to be in an environment where not a lot of my professors believed in me. So I would take this alternate route and basically do all these like hackathons to come back and prove to my teachers that I could, was capable enough to be a part of these, really huge opportunities with like companies that were coming to our school to collaborate with us, and still didn't make it. So that was super, super frustrating. And I think the lack of diversity, just like not enough support for people of color, especially Black designers at the school, was also really discouraging in the sense that it's like, there were not that many teachers that were Black. So it's like there was nobody we could relate to. And then also it was weird talking about all of these, design agencies that are at the forefront, like IDEO, but not seeing, Black people in leadership positions there, because then it makes you think, like, I see all those white people there, but I don't see Black people. So can I actually become a designer at some of these companies and whatnot? So I think that was a struggle. And then even then graduating, I just felt like there wasn't really like a supportive like network. So it was just kind of like me hustling, trying to get my first job, and not, like my school helping me. So those were kind of like the struggles. And I'm pretty sure there are a lot of people out there that can relate to that too, because there's no proper support for diversity in higher education institutions.
100%. Because I feel like while you are learning so much in school, you definitely learn really quickly in that environment that if you're not white and you belong to a community outside of that, you have to work twice as hard. And it's a lot of the times that extra work isn't even noticed, and your work ethic really quickly kind of gets like pushed under the rug. So since you opened up about like your experience at your university, do you have any advice for students who kind of find themselves in a similar situation you did when they were transitioning from graduating university to then going on to find their career?
Yeah, I think the best thing that I realized in kind of just like hustling and like getting like trying to get my foot in the door is like the worst thing that anybody can say or like do to you at the end of the day is say no or just like not respond. So what I mean by that is like we have this tendency to put a lot of like social value on people in like high positions when at the end of the day they're just like normal human beings. So it's like if you feel like you see someone that you think can provide and open doors for you, just like reach out to them. Just send them a cold email and just be like, hey, I'm just looking to grow and whatnot. Can I have some of your time to get feedback? And if they say no or don't respond, just move on to the next person. It doesn't matter if they're the CEO or a VP or a design lead. Just they're a human being at the end of the day, just like you are, and just reach out to them. And the worst thing they can just do is say no or respond and just like keep it moving until you find that one person that, will invest in you and believe in you. Cause there are people out there that, do that and want to do that.
For sure. And I think that's so refreshing to hear that, because since design is such a competitive industry, when we do see people who are kind of being successful in what we want to do, I feel that we really quickly put them on a pedestal and we look at them as something that's untouchable. So I think that's such an awesome reminder that, we were all at the same point, one time or another at our careers. So, but if you're willing now, you actually do work at HP. So if you are open to talking about kind of what that looks like and how you ended up there, and more specifically what the culture is like at that specific company.
Yeah, I actually just left a month ago. I didn't publicly announce it, but yeah, so no, it's fine. I got there because I did the same thing, like applied to a ton of positions when I graduated, like cold emailed a ton of people. And one day I was like, I was a senior out of college applying to this like senior position at Honeywell for shits and giggles. Cause I was like, I'm not going to jump from a college grad to a senior product design. But I'm like, that's just dumb. That's probably not going to happen. Yeah. And I think the VP at that time, doesn't work there anymore, was just like, oh, your portfolio is like really, really nice. But I'm not going to give you this position because you wouldn't be doing any designing. Like, I'm doing you a favor. And I was like, okay. And so then I was like, you know what? He looked out for me instead of just like being predatory. So I emailed him and I was like, hey, I'm looking for, a job and I'm trying to navigate my career. And he like passed on my portfolio to someone at HP. So I got hired for that position and like moved from Atlanta to San Diego. And I think that was a great stepping stone for my career, for sure. And I think just being like honest, like I definitely did encounter some office politics that did get in the way of, my growth, which is why I didn't stay and fight to become a full employee. But so yeah, there was a lot of office politics, but I think that there was also like a lot of like learning lessons and definitely some like opportunities that I saw where it's like no one wanted to like touch the dirty work. So I just kind of like went in and did it. And that got me some, good projects in my portfolio and whatnot. So yeah, it's just like, they don't teach you about how to kind of like navigate different personalities and how to like navigate office politics to kind of like better your career, but it is a learning curve and it does kind of like give you skills, social skills, to kind of like be more professional. And yeah, so that was a little bit about my experience at HP.
Sweet. So now do you feel like you're kind of fully shifting your focus onto where the Black designers, or kind of where do you see yourself professionally going?
Yeah, that's another question. I think for now I'm just taking advantage of the time that I have now to focus on where the Black designers and growing that out so it's a full established organization, and to kind of like make it more impactful and powerful for our Black designers as well as our allies. And I mean, I am still applying and looking for jobs just at a little bit of a slower pace. But yeah, I'm just kind of like taking advantage of this time to kind of like do some work in that.
Awesome. Sweet. I think it's so inspiring to see that you really found this great intersection on how to be, productive in the design community and doing something what you truly love to do. So if you can kind of open up and tell me what those early conversations between you and your co-founders for Where the Black Designers looked like and how you guys kind of got started early on.
Ooh, that's funny. So how it looked like when we started Where the Black Designers, so it was me and Garrett Albury, who is one of my friends from SCAD. And before then, because the name was inspired by Maurice Cherry's presentation, Where the Black Designers, which I recommend you should go check out. And I watched it after kind of like the uprising, and then all these companies were posting those performative black squares. And I messaged Garrett, I was like, hey, I think we should just have like this small community, you know, like discussion. We were expecting like maybe 100 people or so. We were going to be super happy with just like 100 people. And so he was like, yeah, like let's do it. And I was like, okay, let's also do this like creative protest as a poster challenge. Just kind of get some like engagement and whatnot. And after we kind of like put that out there, it kind of blew up a little bit. And again, we were still kind of expecting maybe like after that, maybe like 300 or 500 people, because we were just going to be happy with that. But then it got bigger and bigger and bigger. So we were kind of like, okay, we stopped accepting RSVPs, and we kind of like sat back and we were just like, okay, how are we going to get this done? We don't have the money for a Zoom room to hold like 5,000 people, because that's really, really expensive. Yeah, it was like really chaotic. And so we were panicking because we were just like, we don't know what to do. We don't have any funds to basically host all of this. And so people started coming out of the woodworks to start and help us. One of the first people that came out was Gary Hustwit. And he was like, hey, what do you need? And we were just like, yeah, we have all these people. We just don't know what we're doing. And he's like, okay, I'll take care of the production side. And he kind of was the first person on our advisory board who also opened the doors for us to connect with all of these other amazing Black talent, like Raja Shah and like all these other people that we had in the conference. And Raja Shah hopped on. And then also I did a fellowship at IDEO, and one of the partners who was great. And he was like a great guide for our team in our fellowship. He was like, yeah, I'll hop on too, because I asked him. And shout out to Elaine Lopez, because she also sent me all this great material too when it first started. So in the early stages, it was just like us kind of like advising each other and connecting us with other people to kind of like bring everything together, and also trying to kind of like shine a light on a new wave of Black designers that we also knew. And yeah, that's kind of how that came about. And everybody came together and kind of like really, really helped us. So it was more of like a communal effort instead of just like me or like Garrett and I. So yeah, that's kind of what that looked like.
That's awesome. And I think it was so incredible to see kind of like the flood of work come out from what you guys started, and how so many different people within like the Black community really embraced that, and I think created some really awesome artwork. And I know even for me, just kind of like opened my eyes, to so many Instagram accounts and just so many other people to kind of like get behind. So kind of circling back when you were talking about Maurice Cherry's presentation, I know that you guys have also credit Cheryl D. Miller's article, Black Designers Missing in Action, as kind of sources for inspiration. So I was just curious, what was it about those specific talks and articles that inspired you guys, and what do you hope with your platform to kind of build upon that and then evolve with your initiative?
Yeah, I think it was just like the fact that they were pointing out, because what we highlighted, it's not anything new. They've been like pointing it out. Cheryl's been pointing it out for decades, like since the early 80s. So this has been a problem for like a very, very long time, but she basically publicized it and started shining that light. And even then, we just did a series with her where she talked about that there were people before her who tried to shine a light on it, but it was not properly documented for people to know. And so so she articulately highlighted each and every obstacle that a Black person has to go through to even be considered to be a designer in the industry. And Maurice Cherry kind of basically did a similar talk that basically talked about the same exact things, as well as some solutions, but also just showing that like things have just like stayed the same and the needle has just moved ever so slightly. But the reason why the conference came out of that was because I thought it was just so bizarre that all of that information that they put out there was one of the only sources, and it just wasn't getting that much traffic on the internet. So it's like when I saw Maurice's Cherry's presentation, his presentation was up since 2015, and up until now, I think it had like 9,000 views. With something being up for that long, 9,000 views is not that much. There was like not even that many comments or activity. So I was like, this is really bizarre. And I just don't understand why nobody's paying attention to this, because both of these people provide amazing data, amazing insight, and amazing solutions. So I'm just not understanding why this is not getting the attention that it deserves. So then when everybody started posting those performative Black squares and the companies were just like, hey, we stand with the Black community, I was just kind of like, no, you don't, because you don't show your demographic data. And we all know that there's not that many Black people that work there. And then on top of that, you tokenize them every Black History Month by being like, oh, we stand with the Black community. Here's like a few Black people that can tell their story on why they love working here. And I was like, that's not standing with the Black community. In fact, that's putting more people in danger because they have no place to go to basically, you know, sustain themselves with something that they love. And essentially it's doing more harm than good. So before I even put the poster challenge up, I kind of started going on like all of these studio and like tech companies, Instagrams, as soon as they posted the Black square. And I was just like, do you not understand that you not hiring Black people and it just being 3% is contributing to all of these other issues? And then on top of that, you have resources and funds and money to stop, you know, the school to prison pipeline, which is a major issue. And you guys talk about being progressive and doing, and like making all of these products that is, you know, diverse and for everybody, but it doesn't do anything for Black people. So you're just being just as destructive. And, you know, we got all of these like weird statements that were just like, yeah, well, we haven't done projects with the school to prison pipeline. I was like, okay, this is bullshit. Like that's, you know, like enough. And then that's kind of how that bled into, you know, me calling up Garrett to kind of like start this entire thing.
Definitely, because like you were mentioning, there's been so many, you know, resources and so many people who've been discussing this, you know, well beyond 2020 and well beyond like 2014, but it's, you know, people for so long I felt could feel, especially with a corporation, that they could get away with it. And I think the one good thing to kind of come out of the chaotic year that is 2020, it's people truly believe enough is enough. And it's, you know, it's time that, you know, the workplace, you know, fully represents the demographic that you're so desperately trying to achieve. And I think you kind of mentioned something that was really inspiring and kind of like circled back to something that I kind of was really excited to talk about was Sesha, who actually was a part of your guys' conference. She wrote this really amazing article that kind of blew up that was Black Lives Matter wasn't a design challenge in the medium. So she, for anyone who doesn't know, she kind of discussed how harmful it is for white people to make portraits of Black people, you know, who continue to be murdered, and, you know, these typographic posters about the current moment. So just for you, where do you feel like the line begins to get crossed to where people appropriate the Black Lives Matter movement?
Yeah, I think that like it's a gray area, because as much as people, you know, keeping these people and these issues alive, it's almost kind of like turning into this like memification of like Black death, and like this kind of it contributes to kind of like things being like a trend. Like if you've like noticed that, you know, at the beginning of June, you know, the activity and, you know, dedicated to Black racial injustice was at an all-time high. Like that's the thing that everybody was talking about. People were inviting a lot of Black people to all these like panels and whatnot. And now we're in September, and it's just like that engagement is like gone. It's like super, super low. Like no one's talking about it. Everybody's talking about like COVID and masks, even though we've kind of like adjusted to it, and we all kind of like know we're going to be in this thing for like a while, right? And so it's a great area in the sense that it's just like yes, some of these things do keep it relevant, but at the same time, it does contribute to the trend. And I think that I don't have the answers to it, but I think it is a weird dance and something that's still not really solved in terms of the etiquette of trying to keep these people and keep the injustice against them just like alive to show that this is wrong. But that's kind of like why we had the community discussion in our Back to School Fall series, because we have to talk about like humanizing all these people, because they're not just a portrait or that same image that keeps circulating. They're not just a hashtag. Like, you know, they're people that had these, that lived these lives, that like loved specific foods and songs. And that's kind of like what we need to like highlight, is kind of like the joy that they kind of like had to like let people know and understand that they were like human beings at the end of the day. So I don't know where that line is crossed, because I'm still trying to figure it out. And part of me thinks that it could be partial to the person, that it depends on who you're interacting with. But I do think that we have to keep in mind that at the end of the day, these people were human beings, and they're not just the hashtag. They're not just like arrest the cops, which is, I think, more bringing more attention on the cops and the murderers rather than like the actual issue, and just like stop cycling like the same image over and over again, because yeah, they were just human beings.
Yeah, and I think, like you were saying, what's super harmful about that is you kind of, the audience gets really desensitized to, I feel like, what is going on, and you kind of lose traction. And like you were saying, these people become more of an image than an actual like life that was wrongfully, you know, ended for something that should have been fixed so long ago. And I think this really relates back to, I kind of watched an awesome talk you did for The Lens where you mentioned the term slacktivism online. So if you can just expand on that term a little bit more, and how you feel, you know, people and organizations can productively participate with like the discourse online without it seeming like trendy or harmful.
Yeah, so it's like there's performative activism, which I think everybody knows is just kind of like doing it and like centering yourself to kind of like look like you're a part of it, almost like that whole trend thing. And slacktivism is a little bit worse, because it's literally doing the minimum and just being like, okay, I'm like done with it. Like that's kind of it. So it's like it can just be like putting your name on a petition and then just leaving it at that, and then like not caring about anything like else. But I think to break that, we kind of have to hold ourselves accountable to kind of like see whatever we put out there through. So it's like, if you're going to sign a petition, like follow it, like make sure like you can kind of see where that's going. If you're going to donate money, right? Like make sure, and people hold us accountable for this too. Like we have people who donate money and they're like, okay, like where is my money going? Like I want to make sure it goes towards this specific resource or this specific cause. So I think it's about kind of going beyond what is not like what is expected, but just the bare minimum, which is donating money or like signing, because you can put that out there, but if you don't know where it goes, it can just go like nowhere, essentially.
Right. I feel like there has been so many horror stories where these people really took advantage and just use it as a way to kind of steal money from, you know, resources that could have been so productive and actually have caused change. But, you know, people are just exploiting, you know, and kind of, you know, desensitizing from the movement and creating a moment out of it. And I think this relates back to something I know you're really passionate about, which is just total transparency. And so when you were curating your conference, I think was really great is you guys use it as an opportunity to be like really transparent with your audience. So how do you feel creatives and corporations can kind of adopt this mentality into their practices?
Yeah, I think that companies need to understand that people really, at least from my experience of trying to run the platform, people are like really like honesty, and they really like when you're transparent about it, because I think that when you're more transparent about like what you're doing, and you make mistakes, I think people are like more forgiving and like more willing to help you out, rather than just like not saying anything. So it's like, I would love, and one of the things that I've always wanted to see is just like companies be very transparent about like their demographic data, right? So it's just like what's the breakdown of like race, gender, age that works at your company, and by like role, like leadership, like everything. I would love to see that annually to see how that's like changing. What else was I gonna say? I just lost my train of thought. It's not gonna come back to me. I just lost it, sorry, but that's something that I would really just love to see, is just like them putting out just like raw data of just like what their company looks like. And then also, I remember now, it's just being transparent about like the efforts that they are like taking, like who are they working with to, you know, do DEI training and whatnot. I think just being very, very transparent about their process, because even though some people may be doing something, when it's not publicly shown, and it's not, I don't want to say it's not shameful, but it's just like, I think people are just more appreciative when it's just like you can say what you're doing and like how you're kind of like contributing to fighting against racial injustice instead of just like throwing money at the problem.
100%. I think that's the great thing too with like the design community, is there are so many opportunities, you know, to be transparent with, you know, not only who you're solving problems for, but the team that's behind solving those problems. So, but I just want to answer a couple of questions from our chat. So Kaylee is actually curious of if you guys will be restocking the bags at any point.
Kaylee, I don't know if I can actually answer that question. I would love for the bags to be restocked because I also want one. So I will try and see if I can make that happen. But that's a really good question.
Do you guys plan on doing like another round of collaborations, or?
I mean, I hope so. I feel like we made some really good friends at Bagu, so I'm hoping we can do some other collaborations and raise up and amplify some more creatives.
That's awesome. So Amina is curious about, what do you see for the future of Where the Black Designers?
Ooh, that's a really, really good question. I'm hoping we can kind of like grow stronger and more organized, almost to kind of become like an institution of accountability while also being, you know, the awesome community that we are. But I think that there needs to be some type of like diversity and representation, like institution to hold companies accountable in the fight towards like racial injustice and pushing the needle for diversity and representation, I think.
Yeah, 100%. But I have another question. So what does right now, you know, with your current transition in your career and still the pandemic, what does a typical workday look like for you?
Ooh. So it's like each week I'm like, okay, this is the last week I'm going to be busy. I'm not like working right now, like at least on a job or anything like that. So each week I'm like, okay, like I'm going to have a free week, but then like I have meetings with potential companies that we're going to collaborate with, so like hear them out. I have team meetings on Saturdays because I work with people internationally. I have meetings with just random people that want to say hello. So I'm very accessible. I'm not like those leadership people that's like, I'm too good for you. It's like, if you talk and stuff like that and get some advice, like you can just hit me up anywhere and I'll like schedule a meeting and like talk with you. So yeah, it really varies day by day. But I definitely start my day around like 9 and then end it at like 5. So it was weird because I was like, ooh, I don't have a job. Like I'm gonna like finally have some more time, and I don't. So
yeah. That's awesome. Ooh, this is a really awesome question by Ramisa that said, what would you say to companies that are having their eyes open to racial justice?
Well, welcome. Glad you're finally awake. And just like dive into the resources, dive into the community. I understand that it's a weird dance for allies to try and figure out how to kind of like navigate being an ally and how to ask for help. But I think there are so many good communities and resources and like allies and a lot of other, you know, predominantly Black communities that are there to like help you out. So just like, you know, dive in, like don't wait.
100%. But to kind of wrap up a little bit, outside of Where the Black Designers, do you have any kind of, you know, Black channels that you're paying attention to that push, you know, really good Black content that you feel like people should be following?
Yes, I have to shout out Design to Divest. We have now considered them our sister initiative. They are great, super cool people. Love them dearly. They are super radical and have definitely made me think about how I design and like how I can basically almost kind of like divest from like the education that I got, which is kind of stemmed from white supremacy. So Design to Divest is a really good one. Black Ignite is always down for amplifying Black creatives. They're an amazing initiative as well. State of Black Design by Omari Souza, super great. And also their conference is online too. I have to shout out Hue Design Summit. They are really, really amazing too. They also are really great at amplifying. And for even mental health resources, Ethos Club is great. Shout out to Naj because she's really being successful and like I love to see her soar. And then I have a lot, so many. Black Feast, they are great because they like actually send care packages to a lot of Black people. And then what else? I feel like I might be forgetting someone and I don't want to because I don't want to get in trouble. I think that's all I can remember from the top of my head, but there's so many, and I think you can find at least one representative in our Where the Black Designers Slack channel. So you can just jump in there, and I think there's some good resources for sure.
That's so awesome. Well, I just want to say thank you so much. I know what you and your team is doing has really inspired me, and I know is inspiring to so many people that are watching. So I just want to say thank you for like taking your time to chat and, you know, kind of talk about like your platform with us. So do you have anything else you'd like to promote or shout out?
If I could just shout out all the Black talent that I've seen, absolutely amazing. If I could literally have the time to name everybody, which is like thousands of people, I would. But shout out to just, everyone in the community that's been making it really, really amazing. And also thank you guys for having me. I really appreciate it.
Of course. No, thank you. Because like I said, this was so awesome. And I feel like you're really providing a platform that's super needed right now, you know, not just for 2020, but, you know, for the rest of forever. So I just want to say thanks again for hanging out with us, and we had a really good time.
Oh, well, I really loved hanging out with you. So
thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Mitzi, for that. And thank you so much, Jordan, as well. We appreciate you being here, and that really was an awesome conversation. I think we had some really important conversations. So thank you so much. We'd also like to take a moment just to thank our sponsor, Impress Inc., for helping bring some of the merch to you guys and being a huge supporter of Citruspace 2020. So thank you very much to them. And thank you to everyone who's had a chance to speak so far. We have just a handful more of some really awesome speakers. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a moment. I'm muted again. We'll see how many times I forget to unmute myself. Welcome back, everybody. We are super excited to transition into our next speaker. Before we jump into that, I am going to pass it off to Jennifer to introduce you to them and talk about some cool sponsors.
Thank you so much, Michael. So first, I just want to give out a special shout out to Adobe. We just want to say that we appreciate everything you do for designers, and we are especially grateful that you are a sponsor for Citruspace 2020. And if you guys are interested in hearing what they have going on, Adobe Max, you should definitely check out the link down below in our YouTube bio. So our next speaker is a fellow UCF alum, #Go Knights, and she is a graphic designer turned industrial designer, and she is killing it. So let's give it up for Sarah Garrison.
Quite the intro, thanks. I will say it's a little bit goofy to do a conference where I'm just looking at myself on Zoom, but thank you all for being here, even though I can't see any of you. I really appreciate it. And thank you to the GDSA folks for doing this. It's awesome. I've been loving it all day.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, I'm excited. So as Jennifer said, my name is Sarah. I am a graphic designer turned industrial designer. So what I thought I would do is kind of explain what industrial design is, because I'm sure there are many of you who don't know, and that is totally okay. I spent 4 years at UCF telling people I was going to be an industrial designer, and spent 4 years hearing people ask me what that meant. And then I'll kind of tell you sort of how I got to be where I'm at, and pass along a couple nuggets of advice that I learned in industrial design that were super helpful in graphic design, and I really wish someone had kind of clued me into sooner. So I thought that would be like a nice takeaway rather than just hearing me do a talking head about myself. There will be some of that as well. But anyways, so like I said, like Jennifer said, I am an alum. I finished the program in 2015, and I graduated from UCF in 2016. I then worked for about 1.5 years at the headquarters of Holiday Inn in Kissimmee as a graphic designer. And then in January of 2018, I came to RISD, where I got my Master's of Industrial Design. I finished that this May, so it was a 2.5-year program. And yeah, now I'm working a job at Monotype that I've had for the last few years, and I'm looking for like my first sort of industrial design career job now after taking a few months off. I feel like everybody needs that given the pandemic. Industrial design, just to sort of lay the foundation, industrial design is much like graphic design. It's all about solving problems, and it's all about a user and their needs, or a consumer. But the difference is it's typically physical product design or system design. So, many of our products are now services. That sort of falls under the umbrella of industrial design as well as basically anything you've ever purchased that wasn't a plant, that someone designed and manufactured, had an industrial designer's hands in that, doing the design. So looking around you, anything you see pretty much had the touch of an industrial designer. So when I was in high school, I didn't know what that was, and I didn't even really know what graphic design was, but I knew that I really loved interesting packaging, and I really loved like cutting edge technological design. I loved looking at new cars and transportation and things like that. And I started to see these stories about like someone had redesigned the Coke bottle, and now you could fit 20% more on a shelf or in a truck. And because of that redesign, it was saving like millions of dollars, and it was cutting down on all of the like environmental impact coming from moving these things, and it was saving plastic and all of these things. And I started to realize like, oh, wow, somebody gets paid to solve these problems. What is that called, and how do I do it? And so in looking into that, that's how I learned what industrial design was. And then I realized it does not exist in Florida. There are no schools, no jobs, no nothing. Nobody's ever heard of it. And I realized even in the Southeast, there really isn't very much. But as I'm sure many of you can appreciate, in-state tuition is very much more affordable than out-of-state tuition and like going to an art school and all of that. So I decided to see if I could find a very close alternative. rather than spending like 4 years of in-state tuition on 1 year of out-of-state and then realizing I'm terrible at this or I hate it. So I realized that graphic design was sort of like a sibling discipline, and I decided to go to UCF because they have such a strong engineering and entrepreneurship program. And when I went and I toured and I spoke to them and said sort of like, this is my ultimate goal, I had really positive feedback and it seemed very flexible. So I went, and that is exactly the experience I had. On my first day of the program, Victor, I sort of was like, hi, nice to meet you. I'm Sarah. I'm going to be an industrial designer. And he very graciously was like, okay, like if you can make it happen, let's make it happen. So he was wonderful and really let me sort of push all my projects in that direction. So like I heard some of you are working on the packaging project now. So for that, it was sort of like, well, instead of putting a label on the box, can I also reinvent the box? And of course, you know, he's like, great, go for it. And so it was a lot of that. I also worked at the Center for Entrepreneurial Leadership. So I spent a lot of time working with students who were, you know, making pitch decks, who needed packaging design, who were getting ready to take something to manufacture or prototype. I spent a lot of time hanging out in the engineering labs, learning how to use their machinery and like watching them use Arduinos and things like that. I apprenticed with a woodworker for about a year while I was in school. I did an independent study with Rob Reedy doing some lighting design. So I just tried to like make it all work, and it worked out pretty well. So I'll show you, I'm gonna flip through, I'm gonna screen share and put up some slides. I'm gonna flip through some work I did at UCF so you can sort of see the level of fidelity I'm talking about, as well as some work that I did while at RISD. So, okay, I think we're good. You can see this, yes? Okay. So here is a table that I made. It's just like a collapsible table. I had the idea, I made it out of like little cardstock and then made it out of cardboard and let it be just like this. So this was just what we in industrial design call a works like. So this is not what it would look like, but it is how it works. So this is a works like prototype. And here's some lighting projects that I did with Rob Reedy. So this was obviously the laser cutter coming in handy. Again, the laser cutter. Get yourself a friend who takes really good photos. This is just like a fun little mechanism. So all of this stuff went into my grad school applications. So this was like, how do you get the light bulb in and out to change it without taking the lamp apart? Put a little side door. Anyways, just fun, goofy little prototypes that I could handle that showed my overall interest and let me start to really play. And I think that that's an important thing to keep in mind, is you don't have to make the final perfect thing to communicate something and to show your curiosity and to get across your point. And I make a lot of process videos because I find them very fun. And a friend of mine told me that I should throw them in. So I've got a couple process videos. This is something I made after I finished UCF. Before I went to RISD, I made these as a Christmas present for a friend. So this is like a little 1-minute snippet of me in my tiny studio apartment trying to use tools. This was long before my woodworking experience. And so stuff like this, while this is playing, I'll just say, as a graphic designer, you can, of course, do this sort of thing too with screen capturing and stuff, and people eat this up. I would just like to say, make process videos if you can. They're so much fun to watch. They're great for social media. People love them. It's like a 1-minute clip of you messing around, and then it does a lot to really illustrate process and stuff. So I'm just going to throw that out there. Regardless of your discipline, process videos are the way to go. So anyways, so I came to RISD. I didn't really have a specialty in mind. I didn't really have like what job I want to get when I get out of here. I just knew sort of like, this is my field and this is what I want to do. So I have sort of a smattering of projects at different levels of fidelity that I'll show you, and then I'll sort of get into some takeaways. So this is, again, a works like, not a looks like. It's a looks like in general form, but it's not the right materials. But this is a like adult climbing gym that is, you build it yourself and you can add all sorts of attachments. So again, so I'll show you the final product. Here you can see me messing around with it. This is like very late in the lobby of one of the school buildings. I just sort of took over. But I've got a little process video that I'll show you real quick. But basically the idea was you could set this up. I made it in a lightweight structures class was the name, but it was like set it up in an office space or in a museum space and people can interact with it and build it themselves. And like we could attach nets or solid surfaces so you could use it as more of like a workspace or a relaxed space. So that was the general idea. And this prototype was just a proof of concept. so I could let people interact with it and get their feedback on sort of like the size and the shapes and things like that. So this is me sort of making that prototype. So as you can see, sort of that eventually turned into this. And that was the extent of this prototype. Whereas something like this, I made a cycling jacket, and this was like a production quality prototype. So this is something where it was made out of pretty much the final materials to the final dimensions with pretty much the final fidelity of manufacture. So this was for an apparel class that I was in. And then, so this is a fun one. This is, the thing you see is not the final outcome. The thing you see is a prototype. So this is, the idea was that parkour is a sport where you only need shoes, but there are no shoes that are specialty made for the sport. And the few that they do make are not the ones that the athletes wear because they're not very good. So I thought that was an interesting area of opportunity. I was in a shoemaking class and I really wanted to do a deep dive into research. I really wanted to do a lot of testing. And so for this, I got with a couple of student athletes that do parkour, and they broke down all of the needs of the shoe in all of the different points: cushioning, ankle support, lacing style, tread, all of these things. And I did a bunch of different testings, and the thing I'm going to show is specifically for the sole. So we were trying to work out the most effective tread pattern for for the sport, for any weather, any terrain, etc. So this is sort of one of the final things, was basically for the sake of prototyping, to make this as workable while still as low fidelity as possible. I just kept making different soles and strapping them on to his shoes. So you'll see that in the video that he's wearing a variety of different sort of like strapped on soles, so we can test the material and the pattern. So that's what you'll see next, but here's sort of a close-up of that. Oh, I skipped through a bunch of stuff. Here we go. So this is him without anything, just sort of showing me how it works. So this is like an observation period of research where I just go out and watch how it works. And then you can see like the initial prototypes, they didn't stay on very well. So I had to learn like, how do I redesign the mold so they will actually stay on his shoes? And then we did a bunch of testing, and I would film it and I would take notes and he would give me feedback, and I would go back and make a new mold. And we did this probably like 5 or 6 different times. And each time I would have a different tread on the left and the right, and he would test and compare. And then we'd also have the previous round, so he could put on one of the older ones and see, like, theoretically I have improved, but let's put on the old one and see, is it actually better? So it's sort of like when you go to the eye doctor and they're like A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B over and over again. So we did this, and this was about a 6-week project. So I had a lot of time to really like invest into lots of mold making and everything like that. So you can see, here's him sort of testing out, and he's wearing one and he's not wearing one on the other foot. So that's the general idea. And then here's one more apparel piece. So this was just a 1-week project. It was to bring to people's attention the amount of waste and packaging waste that come from our clothing that aren't the clothing themselves. So to get your clothes from the manufacturer to the warehouse to the store to the consumer, it produces a lot of just physical waste. And so the bag she's holding is 1/3 of one day's packaging waste from one Athleta like yoga store in my local mall. So 3 times that much waste is made every single day in this one store in this one mall, which just blew my mind. I had no idea. So I made the jacket out of that. I'll show you a process video, but this was less about solving, like, I'm going to end all be all solve this problem, but in 1 week, I'm going to figure out how to start the conversation so we can move towards solving the problem, and people will theoretically be like engaged and interested. So finding a way to talk about how much waste we make in our clothing by making a piece of clothing out of that waste. So that was the general concept. Again, this was a pretty quick project. So here's a little process video for you. So this is a heat press. So this is basically, I'm taking the layers of plastic and just pressing them together with heat on both sides. So I'm making a thicker material so that the jacket is actually made out of like 3 or 4 ply plastic bag. And then transferring the pattern over, cutting it and sewing it. And then this is a snowboard package. The snowboards arrive at the stores in these, but the consumers don't get them. They're taken out of those packages. So they just have like trash cans full of this in the back. And so I was given a couple of those, and that's where the zipper for the jacket came from. Because the whole point, besides the thread, was to basically use no new material. So there's my lovely model wearing it for me. And then, you know, here's like, so you can see it is of a higher fidelity. So this is still technically a prototype, but it is one that, you know, could be put in someone's hand as a final product. And then finally, I wanted to show, I worked last summer at a place called Precious Plastic, which anybody who's interested in sustainability or materiality or manufacturing, I would definitely recommend checking out. So they do, they design and for free publish all of the plans for how to make your own plastic recycling machinery at like a very small scale. So I was a product designer there. So I helped design what can people do with this machinery. So one of the most highly requested things was the geodesic dome. So we figured out the hubs and sort of strength tested all of these and figured out the injection molding and everything for these. So I'll show you real quick. Here is my, this is a GIF, it should play. Let's see, yeah. So here's my lovely coworker doing one of the, this is like some of the machinery that they produce. So you could theoretically recycle your own plastic like in your garage using these free plans and machinery. And then here's it in action, and here's a close-up. So yeah, that's sort of like a quick overview of my UCF and RISD work and some professional experience. I'm gonna stop sharing. And then, so the thing that I wanted to cover with like the last few minutes of this before we get into the Q&A is what I learned as an industrial designer that would have really helped me as a graphic designer, and that has since made me a better graphic designer, as well as a little bit about finding my niche, because it kind of all goes hand in hand. So I know that there are probably many of you who are very interested in UI UX, so you're sort of skirting the line of industrial and product design. There really are very few schools or technical training programs that teach UI UX. So most of the time it's either a graphic designer who works their way that way or an industrial designer who works their way that way. But really what you're looking at is people who hold one half of the whole skill set. So it's been very interesting. I never thought about industrial design having any sort of UI UX application until I got into this, and I realized that the difference is it is all about human behavior, and it's all about the interaction of your user, where you're trying to get them to have a certain action or take something away or make a purchase or whatever. But it's all research based, and it's all based on the way that people behave. You're watching and observing, you're testing, you're changing, you're iterating, you're doing A/B, you're doing all this stuff. You're paying people to go through and tell you their opinion on things, and that's very, very normal for UI UX. But that is very much an industrial design thing that we don't necessarily learn as graphic designers. But then again, I have seen many undergraduate industrial designers go into UI UX and they don't have the graphic design abilities. So they are working off of whatever is trendy, whatever there's a tutorial for, and they're good at it, but they don't have the same like deep knowledge of color theory and of all these things and typography and things that go beyond what is trendy, but like the core of how this visual communication works. And so that being said, I was never really into UI UX, and the students I knew, my fellow classmates and students afterwards I've known that have been into it, we really don't spend time as students doing the research and the testing that is done by professionals. So even if you are interested in UI UX, you probably are not doing this really intensive, many iterations of testing and research. And if you're not interested in UI UX, you're probably doing even less of that. So that is what I want to talk about, because that is completely integral to industrial design. And it's something that I now have a lot of experience in because of school, but it's the thing that has made me a completely different graphic designer. So as I'm sure you all are familiar with the design process as a graphic designer, it's roughly you get a prompt from a professor, an art director, a client, you do some sketches, you get some feedback, you do some sketches, you get some feedback, you get higher and higher fidelity until you have a finished thing, you get a little bit more feedback, you send it to print or to a developer, or you email it off and you get paid, and that's sort of how it works. With industrial design, the process is very different. So there are two pieces of research we do. We do primary and secondary research. So primary research is research that you are initiating. That is like going out and surveying people. That's putting a prototype in someone's hand. That is watching how someone moves throughout their house or whatever. It's all that you, the first person, are doing new research. And secondary research is where we research other people's research. So that would be reading an academic journal that is relevant to the thing that you're working on. That would be, you know, learning from a scientist who studies something relevant to this field in depth. But both of those types of research are really integral. And so the process for industrial design is you get some sort of prompt, you get an outline, you know, from a professor, a boss, a creative director, a client, whatever. But the idea is the mentality, rather than being, even if your client says, hey, I want you to design a thing that does X, the idea is that you need to step back and identify, what am I trying to solve? And this is kind of universal in design. It's about finding a point of intervention, finding a way to change the way that a user interacts with something, to change their opinion, to encourage them to purchase something, to encourage them to motivate them in some way. It's a point of intervention and it's solving a problem. So the idea is to step back and understand the full landscape around that problem. So if we're talking about, your boss says, okay, we're gonna make a new coffee pot that brews your coffee for you, and that is your prompt. They can tell you, I believe that this is what people need. They need a coffee pot that brews your coffee, a coffee cup that brews your coffee for you. It'll streamline your morning, it'll make delicious coffee, it'll do X, Y, and Z. But the idea is to step back and instead identify, what is the point of intervention? What is the intended outcome? The intended outcome is that we've streamlined the process, that we have created a new good that fits within our line of products. It creates delicious coffee. It fits within a certain budget, whatever these things are, but you don't necessarily take with you the, here's what it needs to be. It's not about here's what it needs to be. It's about here's what it needs to do. And I believe and have benefited from this mentality of that is very much how graphic design can be as well. Instead of thinking, when somebody gives you a prompt, okay, you know, the election is upon us, thinking about voting, instead of saying, okay, you need to make an 18 by 24 poster that has this copy on it that says this, that gets people to vote. Instead, take a moment and step back and think about, who's my target audience? What is the budget? What am I trying to compel them to do? And then step back and observe and do rounds of research. Don't prototype yet. This is very much the industrial design way. We don't prototype first. First, we learn, why aren't people voting? What's my target age, socioeconomic, location, demographic, whatever? Why aren't they voting? Who's not voting? What stands in their way? What is their opinion about voting? What is their behavior that differs from what they're able to vocalize about how they feel about voting? And you do all of this and then reassess, given all of that research, what is it that you can do to intervene to change that? And that's a really, really important step. So that's the initial research. That's not about testing, that's just about research. But how often as graphic designers do we step back and do that? We go on Dribbble, we go on Behance, we go on Pinterest, we check out what's hot, we see what we like, we look at our portfolio and see what we're missing, what we want to fill in. We say, I really want to get into illustration, so it's got to be illustrated or whatever. But how often do we step back and say, does it need to be a poster? Would it be better if it was a trifold or a mailer or an app or a 2-page website? And rather than taking this preconceived notion and bringing sort of like our ego and our underlying motivations with us, step back and really assess what is needed and how can I do that? And then the first round of prototyping is basically equivalent to wireframing. It's pen and paper. It's with industrial design, it is cardboard, construction paper, tape, Play-Doh, pencil. If we're talking about an app, it's literally drawing a phone and drawing some buttons and handing the piece of paper to someone and saying, you know, pretend, how would you interact with this? And watching, and then doing it over and over again, doing it with different people, doing it, taking it out into the streets, taking it, putting on an online survey. It's doing all of this and collecting data to see how people interact, because that's something as graphic designers we very rarely do. And in my experience, every single time I do it, I end up with a design that I had not intended to, that is much more effective than the design that I had set out to make. And I think that's something we really fall prey to, is this idea that I get a prompt, I brainstorm, I have a light bulb moment, and that's the winning idea. But it should really be about, like I said, sort of assessing and solving the problem. But then as a graphic designer, when you do these sketches and you iterate, how often do you take your first 6 sketches and put them in front of someone, or pin them up on the wall and walk away and sit 20 feet away and observe? Very rarely do we do that. You know, occasionally you like text a picture to your buddy who sits next to you in class and you get midnight feedback the night before. And this is absolutely what I did as a student. But the feedback that you get in critique, you probably would get in your first round of feedback if you sort of took it out of your notebook, took it into the real world, put it in front of people and saw how they interacted. So if we're talking about voting and we're talking about, I'm trying to prompt people to vote, my age demographic is the demographic of people that go to my Starbucks down the street or at my university. That's awesome. I'm going to go in that space and I'm going to put this in front of people. And then you're going to go home and you're going to take all that information and do another round and another round and another round. But every time you do these round of sketches, put them in front of people, take notes, ask questions, be really conscious that you don't ask leading questions, but you ask unbiased questions that help you understand, what is the person really understanding? There's a thing in industrial design that there is no user error, because if there's a possibility for user error, that means it was a design error. And the same, I believe the same principle is true in graphic design. If your thing is not effective, it's not the app, the poster, the motion graphic, whatever, isn't effective in doing what you needed it to do, that means that it wasn't designed correctly. It doesn't, you know, and that comes down to putting it in front of people and seeing how it works. But honestly, like even when I worked professionally as a graphic designer, that never happened. You know, you put it in front of the client, but this is now a projection of what the client thinks that their customer will respond to. But if you can come to your client and you can say, so I took all your branding off of it, you know, nobody knows what it's for, but I put this in front of people and the feedback was that while this is really strong, there's a total misconception about what we're trying to accomplish. That is super important. And now you've saved them potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars by bringing it to people and getting feedback. But again, as graphic designers, it's not really what we're accustomed to doing, but it has totally changed the way I design. And like I said, I never end up with the design I intended to. But something that is really, really important to remember is, one, like people have talked about all day, there's totally space to make personal work that fills out your portfolio in the way that you want it to. But also when you sit down and have a job interview, it's about your process. And if you can anchor your process and research, that says so much about the way you think. And it says so much about the fact that you're not a one-trick pony. Everything you do is ruled by the consumer. That's the whole point. Everything we do, like it or not, this is a commercial industry. So everything we do is about the client. So if we can have that ability to step back and then show people, well, I did 8 rounds of testing, or I did 2 rounds of testing. And based on this feedback, this was the initial idea. Here was, like I showed you with those shoes, I would have never, ever, ever guessed correctly. And I would have made it look probably cooler, but that would have been terrible, you know. But if you can say, here are my pencil sketches, here's my colored pencil sketches, here's my first iPad sketch, and here's like the final poster. And through the evolution, you can pinpoint, you can say, the feedback we got here was on this, we changed this, I brought this over, you know. Come to find out, 80% of people, you throw a statistic in about a thing that you learned, 80% of people responded better to A than B. That's incredible. And that's not something that most designers, graphic designers especially, can walk into a room, put down in front of you and be able to talk about. But honestly, it is so important. And when you get out in the real world and there's real money behind these designs, it's especially important. And it takes time. And as a student, you have the leeway of being able to do the best you can. So you should take advantage of that, because as a student, you know, I spent a lot of time like at the mall, asking people questions, sending all my friends and family Google surveys, doing these things, going and sitting in my friend's kitchen and watching them make coffee. But it's, as a student, it's about doing the best you can, and it's about passing along this idea to potential employer, potential client, that you have the skill set. And so if you do it now and you get better at it and you have the story to tell and you have the research to show it, then when it comes time and you work for somewhere that you can, big companies, they pay for research. They pay to have people go out and sit and observe people in their kitchens. They pay to have 1,000 people use A and B and give their feedback. And so if you have the experience, that's a really, really big asset. And of course, this does apply especially to UI, UX and other interaction people, or people who want to do experiential design or anything like that. But honestly, I never hear it talked about in graphic design, but it really, really is like such a strong tool and such a strong asset. So that's what I wanted to talk about. I just want to end it by saying, this is actually how I found my niche. So my whole thing is sustainability. And the only reason I found it is because in these many research deep dives, I found that I kept coming back to this thing, and that everything, because I gave myself the time and the space to really thoroughly research, no matter what I was looking at, I was always finding myself stopping and taking a moment to look at, but what is the environmental impact, or but what is the materiality, or like, but isn't this a lot of waste? And so that is sort of actually, I had no idea that my weird eco nerdiness would end up being like, oh, it's an entire field of design and it's actually up and coming and they need people who do this. And so I spent my whole year of my thesis year researching this, and everybody, all of my like mentors and connections in the field, I'll say, well, this is very good because nobody wants to pay somebody to sit and research for a year, but because as a student, you sat and you researched for a year and you tested and you prototyped and you talked to people and you did all this and you took these courses and you learned these things and you read these books, now you can come into this field and you can start working because you spend the time as a student to do all this research. And even if it's not the exact same thing we're doing, it is a very valuable sort of connection and gets you into the industry. So if you're interested in children's books, or you're interested in like political activism and the visuals and communication around that, if you start as a student really deep diving and not just making the visuals, but understanding like, well, what does child development look like? And at what point do they mature to what level? And you have this deep understanding, it's going to completely change the asset that you as a designer are and what you bring to the table. So taking time to really deep dive, especially in your niche, and especially like if your projects all circle around this thing, the next thing you know, if you're researching for every project and you're testing and you're going to the library and you're sitting with kids and you're showing them illustrations and you're getting parents feedback and you're sitting and you're reading kids books, the next thing you know, you're going to be the expert in this. And it was just what came of doing projects around this, but taking time to really, really research and not just sort of like, I like this illustration style and I like elephants, and so I'm going to do a book in this style about elephants, but really understanding like childhood development. So anyways, so that is sort of what I really want to impress upon people, is give it a try and see if it works for you. But my last point is sort of like, set your ego aside and set the preciousness aside. Like, make bad prototypes, make ugly sketches, make it with pen and paper and let it go, and don't bring it to a point where you can't accept that it was bad. So if you do something and it's not the right solution and you've put in hours and hours of your life, it's gonna be really, really hard to accept that it wasn't the right solution. But just sort of like get out and test with pen and paper, test with bad sticky notes and tape and cardboard, and just let it be and be comfortable letting the world and the user tell you what the right solution is, and then using your design abilities to make it really beautiful and functional. Okay, that's it for me, I think. So I guess questions?
Perfect. Well, Sarah, I think you just blew my mind in like 30 minutes. Like I'm like trying to wrap my head around it. I feel like every point you made was so important. And I just think there's so many things that you kind of picked up on in your entire presentation. Like I feel like you really, when you went to school, you really you utilized all the resources that were available to you. And I feel like that's something that like, I know, like I can speak personally, like I know is there, like I can do that, but I'm like, do I? I'm like, no. So I feel like you taking the initiative definitely has like sparked something in me. I can say to be like, wait, like these are here for me. Like, why am I not using it? You know, that's so wild. And like everything you said about research, I'm like, my life could be so much easier if, you know, I don't just completely finish something and then I'm like, oh my God, I hate it. Why do I hate it? It's because I didn't research anything about it. I just finished what I needed to finish. But mind blown. Perfect. Thank you so much. So I'm going to stop rambling and I'm going to go ahead and start asking some questions for you. First one, I told you it's Victor. He just wanted to say Sarah and hashtag go Knights. So
go Knights.
There you go. And the second question I have is from Jordan, and it just says, I just want to say that I'm obsessed with that coat, the waistcoat. Love it. I love the pun. I already told you. Can you expand on what does the research look like when you're completely redesigning an actual packaging / clothing instead of a rebranding?
Yes. Okay. So,
I know it's
think
like
of
a
a
heavy
good
question.
example.
Right.
Okay, so I'll say the cycling jacket because it was not such an extreme departure from what existed, but what it was I like to ride my bike, but I don't wear any sort of specialty equipment. So the first thing I did was I went to some cycling stores and I got in touch with people I know who cycle. So the RISD has a cycling team, Brown University, which is right here, they have some cycling teams. So I just started asking people who actually do this. And I asked them to send me photos of what they wear and send me notes. So one other thing that is important is to sort of see something that has been used and it, you start to see sort of like if you look at somebody's sandals, you can see exactly how they walk. You know, if you look at somebody's keyboard, you can see what keys they press the hardest because they're worn, you know, that sort of thing. So looking at things that people actually use and love and getting their firsthand feedback would be the first thing. And then from there, stepping back and identifying what is the intervention we're trying to make. And this is the same thing as graphic design. Okay, we're trying to compel people to vote, to use my bank instead of your bank, to whatever, to click on this button and buy my furniture. The idea is you identify that thing and then you start to test around it and you say, you know, it's okay to acknowledge sort of like I have some assumptions, but acknowledge them as assumptions and say that that's not a guarantee that it will be effective or work, but maybe that's my first inclination and I'll test it and I'll see. But also researching sort of the science around it. So with the jacket, it was understanding the dimensions of people, understanding sort of like what the existing thing is, but also like what is the science of riding a bike? What is the posture that they're in? What is, you know, what are the weather conditions that they ride in? Things like that. And sort of like understanding, like I said, sort of the entire landscape around it. I will warn you, this means you will get lost in research and you will have to have somebody sort of grab you by the back of the head and pull you out of it because it's a deep, deep dive that is sort of inescapable. But the point is that you kind of become an expert on this thing, even just for a couple of weeks. And that's awesome. And then you get up in front of somebody and you show them your design and you say like, this is the poster. And I tested this and I know this and this, and it's exciting and it's satisfying. And it's really like, doing these super duper deep dives are definitely a black hole and quicksand, but it is something to be proud of, to be proud that you're now sort of the expert. And that's something I had a lot of professors tell me over and over again is like, you might be 80% confident in this thing, or you might be aware that you have so much unknown, but to everybody else in the room, you're now the expert. And it's absolutely the same with graphic design, I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. So assuming is not the solution. That's a good.
Yeah. And like, let it go. And also prototype. Like, and as everyone else has said, sort of be a little bit aware of how much other design you're consuming.
Right.
It's good and it's bad. And I think we've all tipped into it's bad before. So definitely, if you're looking at a rebrand, it's good to acknowledge trends, but maybe try to understand like the color theory behind the trend, or think about like CMF is color, material, and finish. So with us, like the physical goods, we talk about that a lot. It's sort of expanded color theory. So trying to understand like the psychology behind it, not just the fact that this is really in this season.
Huh. You know, I feel like now I have to like revisit my packaging project. I'm like, I thought I knew what I wanted to do, and I'm like, now let me like revisit why I wanted to do that. But thank you. Oh my God. Alrighty. The next question I have is from Ashley. Hey, Ashley. And it is, where do you see packaging design in the next 5 years with increased concerns for sustainability?
First thing that comes to mind is thinking about everything we consume now. We like order online, and there have been some really nice attempts at making reusable packaging. So there's some smaller clothing brands I know of. I think Toad & Co is one that does this, but they do reusable packaging, or they mail it in something that is like also a usable item, like a reusable bag that you don't necessarily send back, but now you can use in your life. But I think reducing the material is one thing, but also working towards, when it comes to like things being mailed to us, reusable things. But then also I have seen a big increase. If you guys check out, it's called Loop, and it's a food delivery, but it's a bunch of major brands and household brands that deliver in reusable packaging. So the concept is like, you get your ice cream in like, it's Haagen-Dazs, but it comes in a metal container, and then when you're done, you ship it back, they sanitize it, and they refill it. So I think while that's still a little bit niche, I think that concept we'll see expanded upon.
Yeah. So specifically speaking about like mailing and like buying things online, I know I have a severe addiction. So what do you think would be better? Do you think it'd be better to make the packaging out of a sustainable material, or would it be better to just reuse and like kind of recycle the waste that we already have?
At the risk of getting on my soapbox, recycling is bullshit.
Okay.
It's like not a real thing. It's terrible. Our recycling rate is terrible. It's so bad for the environment to go through the process of recycling. I know this is like, again, I spent like a whole year on this stuff, and it's terrible. So
we'll have another separate talk about why recycling is not.
Recycling is fake. Don't trust it. You should recycle. Please do recycle, but try to move like something being recyclable does not make it green. Keep that in mind as you continue to consume.
Okay. You're just like, my brain is just like, boom, boom, boom. It's just getting bigger and I don't know what to do with it. All right. So next question is from Jordan, and it is, how can graphic designers adopt sustainable practices into their work?
One of the biggest things is being an advocate, because there's so much stuff that's out of our control. But the point is to care about it and to be vocal about it. And to, when you are looking for a job, or you're interviewing, or you're, kind of establishing what your role in a group is, to be comfortable sort of saying like, I care about that and I'll do the extra research. And then doing that and bringing it to the table and saying, while we're at it, I did the design, but I also looked into and found that we could actually print with water-based ink instead of this other type of ink. And it's only 3% more expensive, and it's a marketing point. And trying, taking the time to sort of step back and figure out how can you sell it? It's all about money. It's all about selling. So being able to go in and say, this is very hot right now, and this other company that did X, Y, and Z green thing has increased their profit or their, cost of stock or whatever this much, looking at and being able to sell it. But then really it's about sort of just being an advocate. And I think knowing that, because it's all about money, very rarely is green for the sake of green going to be a good enough argument. So finding sort of that selling point. And then as a graphic designer, sort of thinking outside of the box. So maybe it's, you work for a company and you work on the web, but can you encourage them to put in, like, can you make a prototype that has a button that says like, round up my order to offset my carbon footprint? Like that is something that a digital designer can absolutely encourage a company to incorporate, but it's not a digital design. The intervention comes through you, but it's using some other service. But it's looking for these ways that we can just sort of knead it into the corporate money machine.
That is so cool. Like, I think I think especially now, people are really starting to be more aware of, our state of our planet. So I feel like, especially if I'm like, I can make you some extra money if you do XYZ, like what company isn't going to want that? Like, so it's like, it's a win-win kind of a situation. So that's really cool. All right. I think we have like room for like maybe one or two questions. So my next question will be from Amina, and it is, did you feel the packaging project might have led you down the path to being an industrial designer?
I know what project everybody is working on right now. I already knew that I wanted to do industrial design, but it was a really, really nice way to sort of feel it out. And for anybody who is absolutely loving the packaging design thing, I will say packaging design is sort of on the cusp of the two, and you definitely do not need an entire degree in industrial design to do packaging design. I know people who have, but if you're loving packaging, this is where using a printer or the laser cutter or your X-Acto knife and making this yourself and photographing it, you can do some really, really amazing built packages and build out a whole portfolio of that stuff if you want, just from what you have at home. So if you're really, really loving this, I would say you definitely don't need a whole degree to do that. And there are people who pay big money for that. So if you're having fun with it, definitely indulge yourself. It's super fun. Also check out paper engineering. It's very cool, and it's people who build these really, really intricate, fascinating designs and shapes, just like, it's basically origami meets packaging.
Awesome.
Super fun.
You're spilling knowledge tonight. Okay, so my last question will be from none other than Victor. And it is, what everyday product/packaging do you think is in dire need of a redesign, update, or reevaluation? And what would you do to update it?
You should have texted me this like an hour ago so I could think about it.
Victor, she's ragging on you.
Okay, I'm going to sidestep your question. I think that as a society, we need to bring in, which this is definitely system and product design, we need to make composting accessible because that is, our food waste currently gets packaged in our trash bags and sent to the landfill. And very few people who aren't real nerdy about all this stuff know that a compostable organic matter in the landfill releases toxins because it isn't in an environment that is conducive to composting. So if we set up composting systems, if you have one in your area and you do it, usually they're free or really cheap. It is great. It's very good for the environment. It can actually like be a carbon downpull, have all these great benefits. The exact same thing in a landfill is very toxic. So we need to redesign that as a society.
Well, you got your answer, Victor. Now you got your answer. And I feel like, you know what, maybe that's our next segment. We'll talk about that.
Talk green,
for sure.
People.
Exactly. We'll put a pin in that one. Well, thank you so much for meeting with us. Like, I was very excited, and I'm just so happy that you were able to just spend some time with us and really just share about your life and like how you became an industrial designer. With all the people who doubted you, now you can tell them like, hey, I did it.
With all the people who did not know what I was talking about. Yeah.
That too. Yep. Big
thank you very much for having me. This was wonderful. And everybody keep supporting GDSA because they're great.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I am one of the people that love the packaging project, so that was a really cool talk to get to hear and kind of hear about some of those more physical applications of design. So thank you so much for being a speaker this year. And we have one more awesome speaker coming up. And so with that, we are going to take a quick break while we wait to get all that set up. We will be back in just a moment. About ready to head into Hank's talk and wrap up for the night. How are you doing? Good, I'm excited to jump into it. Big thank you to Sarah as well. That was an awesome talk. Thank you so much for being a speaker this year. I just did that whole thing muted again. I don't know how many times I'm going to forget to unmute myself. I'm telling you. Well, we'll try that again. We picked a winner for the giveaway, and we picked Deline Ogando. So congratulations to you. And I was giving a huge thank you to all of the speakers, sponsors, and everybody for coming out tonight and just sort of supporting us in Citruspace 2020. Thank you to everyone who tuned in to watch it. Thank you to everyone who supported us behind the scenes. Thank you to all the speakers. We've gotten some really awesome conversation, some really awesome information. And with that, I think I'm just going to go ahead and jump right on into our last speaker, which is Hank Washington. Hey, Hank, how are you doing?
What's up? How's it going?
It's going good, man. It's going good. Thank you so much for being here.
I'm excited. I'm excited.
Yeah, I was talking to you beforehand a little bit, and we were talking about how, last year we really wanted to bring you in, and it didn't really pan out. And so this year we had the opportunity to kind of do this virtually. And so now here we are, and we finally get to have you as a speaker at Citruspace. So all of us, the whole board, including Colby from last year, we're all super, super excited to have you here. So thanks so much.
Most definitely. No, I wouldn't have missed it for the world, man. So thank you all for, allowing me just to be here. And I'm ready. I'm ready. Let's do this.
Awesome. Yeah, let's jump right on in then. Let's not waste any time. There might be some people here that aren't overly familiar with your work or sort of what it is that you do. So can you give us a little bit of background into who you are, sort of what you're doing in your career right now, and then sort of your journey into graphic design?
Most definitely. So, hello, everyone. I'm Hank Washington. I am a designer, illustrator, and art director, currently working in Atlanta right now. I was born and raised in Mississippi, Columbus, Mississippi, to be exact. And from there, I kind of got started into my career, and then I ended up working in Birmingham, Alabama for about 4 or 5 years. And as of recently of this year, I've been working currently in the Atlanta area. Just helping people and, kind of build up their businesses through design and just kind of having fun with illustration. And my ultimate, I guess you can say, overarching goal is I try to help people turn their strangers into friends using design and art. So that's kind of where I am right now.
Awesome. Yeah, that's really cool. Atlanta's a cool place to be right now. It's a big city. I've only ever just been one time that I can remember, but there's a lot of stuff happening. So that's a good place to be as a designer.
Most definitely. It's a very vibrant city. I'm loving the people here. I'm loving just the atmosphere. And unfortunately, just how things are, but it's still moving forward and it's still growing. So I'm more than grateful to be in the area.
Awesome. So you have a very unique style to your work. If anybody's familiar with the work, it's definitely like you see it and you think Hank Washington. So when you were kind of getting into your career, when you were kind of starting to get into developing that style, how did you sort of approach it? Was it something that was very intentional, where you were really kind of consciously trying to figure out what your style was, or did it sort of develop more naturally?
Really good question. I think it was probably a little bit more naturally, so to say. And I guess before even just getting into where it is now, when I got into design, I guess you could say that early on, I never really knew what design was. When I grew up in the Mississippi area, design was the guy in the neighborhood who did tattoo art. That was the tattoo artist. He was the artist, painter, designer, all of that. So it wasn't necessarily something I was super familiar with. And fortunately enough, my brother was a really big influence as far as my creative career. He was really the first person to show me kind of what design or being creative, what that looked like.
Right.
He had all these posters on his wall. He was a DJ, up and coming DJ at the time. So you can imagine what a DJ's bedroom looked like with CDs, and all that. And, I really shadowed him a lot, and he was a really, really talented illustrator. So I used to love watching him draw these Boondock characters, and he'll illustrate some of his classmates that he'll just have this random sketchbook, or he'll draw on the back of a notebook. And I used to try to steal them and take them to school with me and show them off, hey, look what I did. It's they're like, can you do it again? I was like, let me wait till my brother draws. But he was a big influence. And then kind of following him and following some of his friends who kind of introduced me to what graphic design was, I got into it and started working on random design projects and doing random design services. And I illustrated like on the side just a little bit for fun. Like every now and then, like I'll have a project that allowed me to illustrate. But it was on hold, for a couple years where I just didn't really pursue like I wanted to. And then over time, I had the opportunity to invest into getting an iPad and, drawing. And, if anyone's out there working on an iPad, that's a game changer when it comes to digital illustration. So, working with that and, getting the pencil and working with Procreate, I kind of just started trying different things. They had the very first version, they had the brush variety, and I was just testing them out and just kind of see like what felt good. And when I started to get really back into illustration, like doing it more on a daily, or and posting and sharing more illustration work frequently, I was starting to follow different illustrators, and one of them that really caught my eye was this guy named Rhymes Like Dimes. So if everyone's listening, if you're on Instagram, if you go check out Rhymes Like Dimes, he's a super phenomenal illustrator and animator, and he has just like this really, really neat style to his approach. Like it's very vibrant, and he kind of has like this very subtle texture that he uses within his illustrations. And I said, okay, I want to do something like that. Like I don't want to copy him exactly, but I want my work to feel as good as this work that I'm seeing feels.
Right.
So I just started, kind of playing with some colors, and I ran across a brush that I was like, okay, I'm gonna stick with this for a while. And, practicing, trying to remember the old techniques from schools, like, the lighting and all that. And I think, over time that ended up, becoming kind of a signature thing for me. And luckily enough, people enjoy seeing it. And I had fun creating it because it made me feel good. And it was good to know that other people felt the same way. And, I was lucky enough to have a client who actually hired me to do it. And I didn't necessarily have a style or what I called it or anything. I just said it was just drawings. And I had a client that said, this feels very fuzzy. And I was like, you know what? That's what we're going with.
Yeah.
That's fuzzy.
Yeah.
We're going to call them fuzzies.
Yeah, it feels fuzzy. That's absolutely right. No, that's cool though. Yeah, like I said, you have a very unique style. And I'm not overly familiar with Rhymes Like Dimes work, so I'd have to check it out. But it would be interesting to kind of like trace that back and see sort of how that has influenced your work. And so you recently sort of made the jump into freelance. So I believe you're working full-time freelance now. So I know in the past you've worked in a couple different roles. I think kind of like working on social media for people and then doing some art directing. So what is it that kind of made you decide to make this jump into freelance and kind of do your own thing?
Yeah. So to kind of backtrack, I was working with an agency, like you said, like it was helping create a lot of the graphics for social media and, our clients at the time. And this was a startup that, I had some friends that I met in school that, we just hustlers, right? Just trying to build a business. And luckily enough, I had a really good relationship with them. And they kind of thought in ways that were very like different than the way I was thinking as an artist back then. They was very business oriented. They were just, overall just good people. So they taught me a lot just about like how to, think about the business aspect of being a creative and think about how to like talk money and create relationships and opportunities for yourself. And, just working along those people and over the past, like, I stayed with them for about 7 years, closely around 7 years, and just showing me just how to like take the tools that we learned building that business and how to apply it to our own. And, over time, it got to the point where, clientele was something that was growing on the side. It was kind of the 9 to 5 to 2 hustle.
Yeah.
Which was with the, minimal amount of sleep and a little bit of time to eat.
Yeah.
So I did that for a few years and, fortunate enough, taking on clients, taking on projects that were big wins and that were big fails. It showed me a lot. And then, I made it a goal to say, hey, when I got to this point, I was going to make the jump. And, that time came actually early this year to do it. And, at the midst of all, the things that's going on. And it just felt right. So, just took a chance. And then that's when Hank Designs became a thing.
Yeah. That's really, really awesome. A big congratulations to you, because it's a big undertaking to kind of do that. And I know that a lot of people can be apprehensive because it's a whole new thing. So big congratulations to you for making that jump and doing it well, being successful.
Thank you, my friend. I really appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Sure.
One of the big things I think that makes people apprehensive about that jump, obviously it's always the question of like, you want to make sure you have clients. But another big thing that I feel like is sort of like a tension point would be managing your time. I think it's easy to get distracted whenever you're a freelancer working at home. So how have you kind of implemented things to manage your time as a freelancer? Are there any systems or apps or anything like that that you found particularly helpful in making that transition?
That's actually a really interesting observation. You know, when people talk about freelance, they tend to think of like more of the questions around getting clients, but time is actually a kind of a neat perspective that I haven't got asked a lot about. So I guess in regards to just the management of time, I think for anyone who's in the position of, you know, if you're working in a job or even if you're in school, I think just don't break that pattern of what you're doing as far as like what your daily schedule already is. You know, if you're starting class like at 8 o'clock, or you usually start your job at like 8 or 9 o'clock, like continue to do that and see like how, you know, because your body already has muscle memory of being active, being aware, and being kind of in a focused state. And just, you know, continue to do that until like you kind of find your own pace of, you know, getting work done. In regards to just tools, some of the ones that have helped me a lot. So one specifically, I think with just the project management, what I've used in the past with my agency is an app called Basecamp. I don't think it's free, but it's actually a really good tool if you're able to, you know, purchase and have it. But it's a really good tool to like manage projects, set deadlines for yourself. I'm pretty sure it's upgraded since the last time I've used it, but it's a really neat tool to kind of give you a list of tasks that you have to do, kind of a time frame on that. And, you know, you just kind of have to pace yourself. And then I think alongside with that, another good tool is Toggle. If you're not familiar with Toggle, Toggle is a online time tracker that you basically can go in, you can put projects and tasks and clients that you're working on, and it'll basically track your time for you. And this is a really good tool to use if you want to kind of get an understanding of how long things usually take you. And I think for anyone that's like really getting into it like early on, I think it's good to start like just tracking your time and just see like how long what does it averagely take you? Averagely is not a word. What's the average time that it usually takes you to complete a certain type of task? And that gives you kind of a reference point. So, okay, if this project comes along again, I know I need to have this amount of time to get it done. And I think doing it over time, and it becomes muscle memory, and then you'll start to be able to pick up on like, okay, this project is a new project that comes in. This is the deadline. This is how much time I need to actually do it. And then I know there's a lot of in-betweens between that, but you know, that's kind of like an overarching like perspective to like really start thinking about time.
Yeah, I know as a student, timing is something that I still struggle with because I think a lot of times, like especially in the design classes, I'm handed projects that are new to me. So I haven't had a chance to do that. But I also haven't taken advantage of that. I didn't think to maybe like track it like that. I've used a couple things in the past, never really found one that fits. So maybe I'll have to check that one out and start using that to get a better feel for it. Yeah.
Most definitely. And there's a lot out there, right? You just got to, you know, try and see what works with you. And I can say, you know, the deadlines at school and deadlines kind of in the professional space is a little bit different.
Yeah.
Commonly it's a little bit tighter, but you know, once you kind of understand like your pace and kind of the information that you need to do, like the best job that you need to do, like it'll come smoothly. Like you'll know exactly like what you need to be, you know, successful as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. So then looking at sort of whenever you first get a job, so you're kind of starting out, when you're approaching a new design, whether it's a client project or something for yourself, what does your process sort of look like? What are the steps that you take to kind of get from the original sort of like brief or idea into like a final piece?
Yeah, so it definitely changes depending on the type of client and then the type of project. But ultimately, you know, in the beginning, when I'm going through a discovery or I'm having that initial call, the main thing I want to make sure I understand is really what the client is trying to accomplish, right? You know, because as designers and, you know, at heart, we're artists, right? We know that we want things to look a certain way or have a certain type of standard in the way it's presented. But ultimately, a lot of that doesn't necessarily matter if it's not really helping the client. You know what I mean?
Right.
I've had a lot of cases where I've done projects where, to me, you know, subjectively, it doesn't look as strong as I think it could be, but it's done phenomenal, you know, things for the client. Like it's helped them
Right.
get to exactly where they want to be. So, but to kind of take a step back into the process. So usually in the discovery is more of like, I want to understand like, how do we know if whatever we're going to do moving forward, like how do we know we're doing it right? You know, and
Right.
I really want to pull that from the client to know like what they're expecting and what they're really looking for. And through that, you know, I try to make sure my client is definitely coming along with me, along with the process, just so it's not so much of a voila moment, you know, because like whether you're doing branding or you're doing like an illustration or things like that, I try to break those things down into like little bite-sized pieces that my client can stay on track with, so
Right.
they're able to give me changes and give me, you know, feedback on things early before I'm like overly invested into something that's
Right.
like, hey, this not working out as well
Yeah.
as we wanted to be. And I've
Yeah.
had plenty of those. So
Yeah.
so within that, you know, I try to make sure they're along with that. And then ultimately even after deliverables, I always come back and check in and say, hey, is this really reaching what we initially tried to, you know, go for? And most times, you know, they'll say, hey, you know, we're getting there.
Yeah.
And as a designer, we can only do so much. There's only so much that we can actually provide to certain types of problems. And I think understanding what our role is and kind of what check mark we need to, or checkpoint, so to say, we need to get to for the client, like just meeting those, like you can have a really long, successful career for sure.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And so then kind of like pivoting off that and looking back at a lot of the projects that you've been able to work on, you know, you've had a
Mhm.
handful of ones that I look at and I think like that's really, really cool. But I want to know what you feel has been the most exciting project you've been able to work on.
Man, the most exciting. Man, all of them are exciting because just they have so many different types of challenges. I guess you could say it's really actually one of the most recent projects. So if for anyone, if you're on Instagram and if you have ever used Instagram story and you slide up, there's a sticker on there that says vote early. On there, there's like little quote bubbles. That's my illustration, my design on there.
Yeah,
And
it's really cool.
that was a really, really fun project to really work on. And you know, it came out of nowhere. And, you know, I got the email and got the commission for it, and just going through that process of being able to take that fuzzy style and distribute it to something that's like super important, and especially in the time that we're in with elections coming up, and just having like that certain type of influence to get people out and vote, and just in such a subtle way, that's been really exciting. So I would say the Instagram sticker was probably the most exciting project to date.
Yeah, yeah. I know you also had a chance to work with, I think, Snapchat.
Mhm.
Was that something where I think Snapchat came first, if I'm remembering right? Is that
Mhm.
something where you feel like the opportunity to work with Snapchat sort of led to Instagram, or maybe that kind of caught their attention, or do you think those were kind of separate instances?
You know, I think they were separate, you know, and I think it was one of those things that, you know, is as a result of just having really good connections and just
Yeah.
being, in on people's mind. And shout out to Snapchat too. That, you know, shout out to Candace and everyone at the team. They were really good people. And fortunately enough, you know, I was on LinkedIn one day and I think I posted something or made a comment on something, and then like probably like a few minutes after that, I ended up getting a message and being asked to contribute to Snapchat for the Voting Rights Act anniversary. I think it was the 55th year anniversary of the Voting Rights Act being passed.
Yeah.
And, you know, and just being, after just sharing work for so long and people kind of get introduced to the style, they were more than excited to say, hey, if you want to contribute to this and, you know, have your style kind of commemorate this great date in history, I was like, you know, I have to jump on there. Like, why not? Let's
Yeah,
do it.
yeah. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I know there's some of those things will pop up every now and then. I'll see something and I'll see like your story or something starts blowing up with all the people tagging you, and it's cool. It's really, really cool. And so then what do you think has kind of been like the craziest story in your design career? Is there anything that's kind of stood out as like that was just absolutely ridiculous?
Whew, man, good or bad?
You pick, you pick. I want to hear whatever you have to say.
Oh man, craziest story. Craziest story. You know, I'll probably have to say it's probably been the Snapchat. That's probably was the
Yeah.
craziest story ever. I think that was kind of one of those things. You know, I always do a journal, like a big journal log at the beginning of each year of like things I want to accomplish,
Yeah.
and just being able to like have that like being checked off as one of the things, I think that's probably the most crazy experience that I've, been fortunate to be a part of. And just being able to see that and have people like interact with that, share it, and then obviously the people who know me or know of me like tell me like, hey, we seen this, like that's just like, that just warms my heart a lot. So
Yeah.
I would say that's probably the craziest experience I've had in my career.
Yeah. Well, and I think the thing too that the big thing for me in that is sort of like the idea that, you'd never know who's paying attention to what you're doing. So like you said, it kind of
Never
came
know.
about, you were on LinkedIn and you posted something, or, and those kind of things. I've noticed that myself, where you start to get plugged into these communities and you think that it's just a quick comment or a quick like, and next thing you know, somebody sees it and now they're like, hey, we want you to do this really awesome project. And so
Most
I
definitely.
think it speaks to, like you said, like having connections and kind of getting plugged into the
Mhm.
community. It goes a long way.
Most definitely. And I would also add, just because we're designers in this new space of, in this digital space,
Yeah.
you just don't be afraid to share what you do. I think if you do something that you're proud of, like put it out there. Like you really never know who's watching, and even if they're not even like clients, there's somebody that's going to look at your stuff and be inspired to do something something just like you, or be inspired to do something completely different just because they seen what you're doing.
Yeah.
Which on both ends, that's impactful and crazy as ever.
Yeah. I think you, like you pull inspiration from a couple people that leads to your style, and then your style inspires the next generation, and it kind of just keeps
Mhm.
going. So yeah, absolutely. And this is a good time to be trying to make those connections with people. A lot of us are spending a lot of time at home, so it's a good time to try to get someone's attention.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's cool. That's very cool. So then kind of backtracking a little bit, going back to a little bit about freelance, if there's someone that's interested in going full-time freelance, what advice would you give them?
Ooh, advice. So I think there's probably two stages that we probably look at going into freelancing. I think at one stage, which we'll start with like coming out of school, and then we'll look at another one. It's like if you're already working
Right.
somewhere. But in general, I would say if you're thinking about freelancing, it's probably a good choice. I think if you're even considering it, like I think it's something that every designer or every creative should at least experience for a few years in your career, like
Yeah.
just to kind of know like what you're capable of doing. And for anyone that's familiar with freelancing, there are risks that you have to take, right? There's
Right.
things like, outside of a job, like there's not necessarily like job security. And then you have to think about financing and time and how you grow as a business, which can at times can feel overwhelming, right? Like it's common. Like every
Yeah.
successful freelancer or creative studio has to go through that stage at some point. But I think for anyone that's really considering with freelance, I think there's a couple steps that you can take just to make that jump a little bit smoother. Now, it's cliche to say, but connections are huge. I think
Yeah.
knowing people, it literally changes the game for your freelance career. I've known people who've done it, who've gone into freelancing and not necessarily know a soul, but kind of got uncomfortable with it.
Yeah.
And they end up having to, end up forcing themselves having to go and network with people and become more of an extrovert, so to say. But I think, for anyone that's kind of either in school or if you're in a job or somewhere like that, like make connections, like make sure people know who you are, what you do, and just be, very dependable. You want to make sure people are able to trust you.
Yeah.
Secondly, I think, there in the finance side, I think it's very, very important. I think everyone to have kind of a financial goal that they reach before they take the jump.
Right.
My goal is at least to have at least 6 months of bills, like money saved up to take care of bills. And this is just in case, like if no type of work comes in, which
Right.
I think if everyone really like makes connections first in relationships, that's very rare that that'll happen. But I just save up enough money to make sure that if no work comes in for 6 months, like you will be okay. And I
Right.
think that just kind of helps a lot with the stress of trying to find clients, trying to finish projects, trying to get paid for projects. It just helps a lot, right? And I think just having that cushion is really really useful. And I think lastly, I would say is, take advantage of the free tools that's out there. Like I said, I've been fortunate enough to work in social media since like I guess you can say really early, like before people start really investing to like ads and advertising and
Right.
things like that. But for everyone out there, like all these social media tools and things out there, all this stuff is free. Like utilize it. Like on Instagram, share your work. Twitter, share your work. LinkedIn, share your work. Like let people know what you do, because if they don't know what you do, they don't have any reason to hire you. And show everything, right? Show the process. Show like if you're an artist, show your sketchbook. Show the ideas that you're working on. If you're into brand design, show the beginning of what you're starting on and show the end. Or talk about, some of the challenges that you're facing, because regardless of what point in your career that you're in, someone can learn from you.
Right.
You don't have to have like all these clients or this big list of projects for someone to like come to you and ask a question that you already know the answer to.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those three things, man, I think it just make relationships, get you like make a financial goal that you reach before you make the jump, and utilize the free tools that's out here, man. It's really a good time to be an artist for sure.
Yeah, I think that last one specifically is really good for students, that are just coming out of college, or that maybe you're just starting to kind of put your portfolio together. They
Most
are like
definitely.
they're free. It's free exposure in a sense, really.
Mhm.
And I think the more you put your work out there, even if you're only getting 1 or 2 likes, like eventually it's
Mhm.
going to grow and there's going to be more people seeing it. So you just kind of you really have to just throw it out there and let it keep going until you start to build that following, and people will recognize. So I think that's a
Most
really good one for sure. And
most
so
definitely.
before we transition into a little bit more of the Q&A, pulling some questions from the chat, I kind of want to throw you one more, a bigger question, something that,
Let's do it.
yeah, so I'll just throw it your way. So where do you see yourself in 10 years from now? What are your goals? I know that you've just made the jump to freelance. You've already been really successful. You've been at Creative South, given talks out of the country. You've kind of accomplished a lot very early. So looking 10 years from now, what is it that you're kind of pushing towards? What is it that are kind of your overarching goals?
Whew, Mike, I wasn't ready. Jeez. Oh man. So yeah, so 10 years down the road, I think because of where I see kind of how technology is growing and evolving the way that we think and create,
Right.
I would think probably 10 years down the road, I'll ideally probably be teaching more.
Okay.
I would really love to see what it would look like to kind of have some type of, I guess you can say like foundation or like kind of an institution where I can teach more creatives, specifically, creatives of color or people or creatives who may not necessarily have the resources or outlets to become, really successful designers,
Right.
and just be kind of a resource for that,
Yeah.
And I'm not too sure exactly what that would look like, but, and if money or time was not a factor at all, I would love to like partner with like big brands and just be kind of this bridge, right, to really give people the resources and tools that they need, and even bring in talent to be like, hey, I have these group of kids from my hometown that they don't even know what design is, and
Right.
like, where I grew up, like I played sports when I was young. Like the dream for a lot of like specifically young Black kids and young Black boys was like, you play a sport, like go try to get to the NBA, try to get
Right.
NFL. And if you don't, like, there's always jobs around the area that you can do. But I want to show that that's a different option. Like
Yeah.
listen, you can draw, if you like to draw like Dragon Ball Z characters, there's a space in this industry that you can really become like the person to like be the creative and
Yeah.
represent, your time well. So but again, that's something that's like a forever changing answer. But
Yeah.
I guess you could say for now, like 10 years, I want to be a resource. I guess in the simplest term, I want to be a resource in some kind of way.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. That's a really cool thing to kind of be working towards. So we're going to transition into a little bit of Q&A. If any of you guys have any questions, make sure to drop them in the chat so we can try to get to them. So we have a question from Amina. It says, do you ever wish to design outside of your fuzzy style, or is that style what comes most naturally to you in every project?
So it does come naturally. There have been cases where I had to kind of catch myself to get out of it.
Yeah.
'Cause not everyone like expects that or really wants that. But I have tried to explore different ways of illustration outside of that. Even I try to reference back early on before I even got into the fuzzy style of going back to more like vector illustrations or more of the hand drawn feel. But that's a really good question. That's something that I'm steadily exploring, but I haven't found that like comfortable space yet to like where, okay, I want to do more of this. And
Right.
naturally it's like, okay, let's do some more fuzzies. Let's do some
Yeah.
do it
Well,
till they get sick of it.
and I know that whenever I first found your work too, and we've talked about this before, you did a lot of 3D a while back as well. So you've already kind of made a big shift from 3D to the fuzzies. And that has a very specific, almost like depth to it as well. Just not fully 3D rendered. So yeah, I mean, who knows what comes next? I'm excited. I'm waiting for it.
You never know.
Yeah.
You never know.
So we got a question from David. He wants to know what the name of that app was. I think you mentioned 2 or 3. So if you could maybe just say those again.
For the time management?
I would guess that's what he's talking about.
Okay. Check out Toggle. So that's TOGGL. No E on the end. I think they just recently went through a rebrand actually. So check out Toggle. For project management, you can get 2. So there's one Basecamp. I'm not too sure as far as like cost or anything, so don't quote me on that. So, but Basecamp and Monday.com, which is kind of fairly new.
Love Monday.
Yeah, Monday's awesome.
Yeah.
But both of them are really good. I think if you're especially if you're working by yourself or if you're working with like other contractors or people that's helping you, I think those 2 are really good. Again, Toggle, great to like understanding like where your time is going, and then Basecamp and Monday, those are really good things to like keep track of projects and things that you're working on, because sticky notes get messy after a while.
Yeah, I know. I like the digital aspect just simply for the portability that I can have things sync up. I hate having something like physical and then I'm like, where did I put my notebook? I have no idea, but I'm not going to lose my phone.
Oh man, nah, you're definitely not. I've lost so many sticky notes with like important information. I'm just like, oh, you know what? Let's just go digital.
So we have another question from Brigida. I apologize if I said that name wrong. I'm very bad with names, but she wants to know, where do you get your inspiration for designing your work?
Ooh, inspiration. Man, so I follow a lot of just studios and independent creatives. If I had to, I guess, shout out a few, there's a one talented designer and lettering artist specifically is Ade Hogue. I don't know if everyone knows that, but it's Ade Hogue, ADEHOGUE. And I know if he hears this, he's gonna probably be mad if I spelled his name, but it's okay. But he's a super talented creative. I reference his work a lot, and he's really, really good. I would say, see anyone else that inspires my work. I really like Bold. I don't know if everyone hold a Bold Studio. They have really, really fun animation work that I really like to reference at times. And then ultimately, it's really not a lot of people who's specific. I go on Behance and, I just randomly just scroll and just find people. And I guess it really just depends on the type of project that I'm working on that I'll just reference other creatives. But those 2 people, that individual and the studio, are kind of like 2 solid reference points that I like to like check in every now and then.
Yeah, very, very cool. Ramis is wondering, who would be a dream, I guess like a dream person to collaborate with?
Oh, dream person to collaborate with.
It's a good one.
That's a really, really good one.
Yeah.
Wow.
We're hitting you with them big ones tonight.
Y'all come with it. Dream person to collaborate with. Man, who would I collaborate with? I probably got 2, and they're not even like designers, but I probably would love to collaborate with Will Smith. I think I would love to collaborate with Will Smith. I don't know if you guys like follow like his TikToks and stuff like that. But
I see him.
His creative team is just phenomenal.
Yeah.
I'd say Will Smith and maybe Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg, that'd be a fun one.
I would collaborate with Snoop Dogg. I just like his whole demeanor, and I think like just, I don't know, like maybe like create an animation like Snoop Dogg does a voiceover over or something like that. So if Snoop Dogg, if you're on YouTube and you just so happen to be watching this conference, your people can call my people.
If Snoop Dogg's watching this conference, you should promote it out to everybody.
1000%.
So we got another one from Jordan here. He says, how do you walk the line between having a style but still evolving as a creative and not getting cemented into one style or aesthetic?
Ooh, really good question.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's really good question. So I guess to not be cemented, I try to separate what I guess concentrate on my style, for. So essentially the fuzzy style, I keep that very personal. So like even the things you may see on my Instagram or just any other my I guess portfolio channels, I try to keep that just for things that I do for myself. And
Right.
any ideas that come up or any personal projects that I want to kind of incorporate that style for, I just keep it separate from client works. Most of the time when I'm talking to clients, I try to completely separate myself from my desires and, to their needs. I want to understand
Right.
like who exactly are they talking to? What are they trying to accomplish? And then through research and, trial and error, you try to find like what best communicates to their audience. Just because, it's really easy as an artist to be very biased to what you love to do and what you love to
Right.
see. But I just try to keep those separate. And I think as far as like approaching work in general, I try to keep an umbrella as well. So I love to keep my work bold, vibrant as possible, not overly clean, and so to say, not
Yeah.
necessarily making that a bad thing, but this is just kind of the umbrella that I want to shape my work in. And then, if you do that, even if wherever you are in your creative stage, like just have like an overarching theme to your work will attract the people that will allow you to continue to do that. And then you'll know when certain projects or certain opportunities are kind of out of line or not aligned with that.
Yeah.
And then it's okay that you're able to separate it and kind of how to approach things, but not necessarily, again, not being biased to what you like to do specifically, but you want to approach it the same way that you approach all your work.
Right.
So
I think that's a hard thing specifically for students. It takes a little bit of learning. I think it's something that I still, have a hard time with, where I'll get a new project and I want to make it the way that I
Mhm.
want to make it. But like you're saying, you kind of
Mhm.
have to ask yourself, but is this really what serves the client the best?
Most
And that
definitely.
can be difficult. But I think when you can kind of break through that and hit the point where you're kind of like, I get this now, this is how I'm going to work.
Most
It's
definitely.
definitely an improvement for your career. Yeah.
Most definitely. And it helps a lot because when clients, if you do a good job and you get the results for your clients, they will talk about you. Like I
Yeah.
promise you, they will spread your name like wildfire, and it will be nothing but up from there.
That's good. That's good. So Sergio wants to know, what are some great resources for people starting to freelance?
Ooh, starting to freelance. So I would definitely say check out The Future. I don't know if that's been said
Mhm.
today or how
I don't
many
think
times
so.
that been said today. So check out The Future on YouTube. So that's FUTUR, no E, on YouTube. And Chris Doe and his team do a really, really good job of just explaining the business side of creativity. And they have a lot of great courses that you can invest in. A lot of their free content covers a lot. I learned a lot just from their free content.
Yeah.
So really go to that channel, subscribe, reach out to Chris, tell him I sent you.
Okay.
And but go and just study, like watch all those videos and watch how he presents and how he positions himself as like just a helper overall. He's not
Yeah.
coming in as the designer. He's not coming in as the art director. He's just coming in as the person that, hey, this client has a problem. Let me see how I can help you. Along with that, I will definitely subscribe to the channel. I would check out, if you're familiar with the Hoodspus sisters, they actually just released a book that is, I think it's freelancing things or something like that, but it's Hoodspus. So it's HOODZSPAH.
Okay.
I think that's the name. So check them out. They just released a book, and I promise they probably gonna look at this video and be mad that I don't know the name of their book right now. But they have a really good book that basically kind of gives you a rundown of things you need to think about when you're considering freelancing. Like it
Right.
goes over how to think about financing, how to handle projects, how to price your services, basically the whole 9 yards. And it's a really good start to kind of start at least thinking about the things you need to get in order. Trying to think of anything else. The Future, His Five. I would say those two are probably really strong. I think there's definitely more. And one more book is the Winning Without Pitching Manifesto.
Okay.
That is a really good book. It basically shows you how to essentially get paid to think.
Yeah.
Because as creatives, we think in ways that a lot of people can't think of, like about problems.
Right.
So I think those two things: subscribe to the future, check out Chutzpah, their book. It's like a red cover.
Yeah.
And check out the Winning Without Pitching manifesto. Those are really 3 good resources to like start getting into designing and freelancing for yourself.
Perfect. Yeah, we just got handed a homework assignment for the weekend. We gotta go look into all
There
that.
you go.
Yeah,
There you
good
go.
stuff though. Good stuff. So to kind of piggyback on that, we're gonna hit 1 or 2 more questions here. Jordan had another good question. Any advice when it comes to being financially responsible as a freelance designer?
Oh, wow. Wow. So I'm gonna answer this and make a disclaimer that I am not an accountant or finance professional. So, but as far as like being responsible, I think really do research as far as like how businesses spend and manage money.
Yeah.
Learn everything about taxes. Learn everything about things that you can write off. And like I said, I think those sources that we talked about before, I think specifically I would go into studying like how to price yourself. And, when we talked about like having kind of that 6-month fluff,
Yeah.
while doing that, have an understanding of what it's like, how much money that you need to make to basically survive. Like, take an account of everything that you pay for, from your phone bill, the food that you eat, your rent, your equipment, and understanding that, and then like taking in some of the information about like how to properly price yourself.
Right.
Those things will start to give you a little bit more fluff. And then from there, definitely do your research. Not coming into this as an attorney, again, not a finance professional, but if you have the resources, if you're able to hire an accountant, like have someone really come to you and tell you how to think about your money and how to properly spend and invest your money. But I will say, as a freelancer, there is a lot of benefits when it comes to getting paid.
Yeah.
Different companies have different like process on how you get paid, but once you're paid, there's a lot of advantages that you can take advantage of for tax cuts, like
Yeah.
your equipment, honestly, like your food for your, like, a lot of people don't know that the snacks that you pay for your office, you can write that off. Like that's tax deductible. And you can take care of a lot of your expenses through your company. But again, you got to make sure that you have those finances, and then understanding what you need, and then how to properly price to make sure that you're getting paid for the impact you make, but not necessarily just from the client. Like get paid off the impact. And yeah, and then it's nothing but up from there.
Awesome. I think we're gonna round it out and kind of finish this up with this question coming from Amina. She says, "What is a day in your life on the job like?" That'll be an interesting one, especially since you're freelancing at the moment, to kind of get your perspective on that.
Awesome. A day in the life of Hank.
It's gonna be a good YouTube video.
Most definitely. Now I gotta make that happen. Okay, I'm writing it on this to-do list. Okay. So usually my days tend to start around like 9 or 10 o'clock. I'm not a big morning person, to be honest.
Yeah.
I tend to enjoy my sleep a lot, but so usually I start my days around like 9 or 10 o'clock. The first thing I do is I go ahead and take care of my emails. Like I want to make sure that everybody that's reached out to me, I'm answering. Even on my social medias, I want to make sure that everybody's responded to, so there's not so much interruption throughout the day.
Right.
And I guess even to take a step back before that, the night before, I always make a to-do list before the next day. It's just so when I wake up and I'm getting to my desk, I don't have to think about what needs to be done. I already have that done, and I know kind of what's high priority and things that don't necessarily need my attention right at that moment. So yeah, like I said, from there, I start with my emails, make sure everybody responded to, go to social media, make sure that if anyone's reached out or shouted out, I make sure I'm responding, liking, retweeting, just the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
From there, for my list, I go ahead and jump into my high priority task, and I always get them to a point where I can't necessarily do anything else unless I need someone else there. So, for example, if it's more of like creating a storyboard for a video, there maybe I'll work on it till I get to a point where, okay, I need information from somebody else to finish this. And then when I'm at that checkpoint, I move on to the next thing. And I work through that, around lunchtime, I'll step out to the living room, or I'll, take care of any errands, like unless I need like a bank run or grocery store, things like that, just to kind of separate, because we're all working from home, you got to separate your workspace. Like
Yeah.
just get away from work for a little while to do that. Then I come back, usually around like 1:30, 2-ish, to finish up some other things. And then usually around the evening time, I start working on some personal items, like whether it's like just some illustrations or something to post on the gram.
Yeah.
And typically at night, dinner time, we'll relax a little bit. And I may work on 1 or 2 things before I go to sleep. And then that's pretty much it.
Yeah. No, that's a solid. It's packed full of work. So you're out here hustling
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah.
Definitely.
Well, Hank, I want to say on behalf of all of the GDSA officers, a huge thank you for being part of Citruspace 2020. I'm glad that we were finally able to make this happen. And I know I got a lot out of this talk, so thank you so much for being here.
Most definitely. And thank you, and to the team and everybody. You guys are awesome. And just to be able to share and cap this thing off is epic.
Awesome. Thank you so much, man. I want to extend a huge thank you to everyone else as well for being part of Citruspace 2020 this year. Just a reminder, our merch will be up on the store through tomorrow evening, so make sure to check that out. Thank you to every single person that tuned in tonight. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you to all of our speakers. Thank you to Victor, all of the GDSA board. None of this would be possible without any of you guys. So thank you so much for being here, supporting GDSA, and just everything you do. I'd like to give a huge round of applause to all of the GDSA officers for all of their hard work leading up to this event. We've been working on this since summer. So let's put in chat a big clap. Congratulations. Everybody worked super hard, and today was an awesome day. And we'd love to connect with you guys on social media as well. So make sure that before you go, check us out on social media, check us out on Instagram, get connected, get plugged in. And with that, I think we are going to sign off for the night. So thank you everyone for being here, and have a great rest of the night.